What if Deku was teleported to RWBY? Part 2, Act 5. Chapter 59. 6 weeks of genuine, settled peace had passed since the conductor's defeat, long enough that Izuku had nearly allowed himself to believe the worst of it was finally behind them, when Dr. Oblek's continued analysis of the recovered journal turned up something that immediately erased whatever fragile calm the team had managed to build. "I need everyone in Ashbin's office," Oblek said, arriving at the dormitory common room with none of his usual energetic enthusiasm, his expression carrying a gravity that struck Izuku as considerably more unsettling than even his most serious previous briefings. Now, if at all possible. They assembled quickly, the familiar weight of urgent crisis settling back over the group with uncomfortable, practiced ease, and Oblek spread several pages of the conductor's journal across Ashbin's desk, pages Izuku did not recognize from their previous review. "These passages were written in a separate cipher," Oblek said. "Considerably more difficult to decode than the rest of the journal, which suggests the conductor considered this information especially sensitive, even within an organization built entirely around secrecy. I only finished the decryption this morning." "What does it say?" RWBY asked, the familiar, focused readiness settling over her expression. "It refers, repeatedly, to something called the architect," Oblek said. "Described in the conductor's own words as the original designer of the binding network, the structures we have spent months studying and defending. Not a follower of some ancient philosophy, as we initially assumed regarding the organization's ideology. An actual, direct source." Ashbin, who had remained quiet through Oblek's initial explanation, finally spoke, his usual careful composure stretched thin by something Izuku had rarely seen from the headmaster, genuine, unguarded concern. "If this account is accurate," Ashbin said, "then the conductor was never the true architect of this conflict, in either sense of the word. They were, at best, an instrument. Possibly an unwitting one." "An instrument of what?" Weiss asked, her voice tight. "That," Ashbin said, "is precisely what concerns me. The conductor's own writing suggests considerable uncertainty about the architect's true nature, even after years of what the journal describes as direct communication. Whatever we faced at the research station, it appears we have only confronted the visible portion of something considerably larger and considerably older." Izuku felt the careful, hard-won piece of the past 6 weeks crack open into something colder and more uncertain, the familiar, methodical part of his mind already working through the implications even as the rest of him simply absorbed the weight of yet another impossible escalation. "We just finished one fight," Yang said, something tired and frustrated entering her usual confident tone. "We barely had time to actually rest before something bigger shows up behind it." "I know," Ashbin said, with unusual gentleness. "I do not say this lightly, Miss Xiaolong. I would not bring this to you if I believed it could wait, or if I believed any other group currently available to me stood a better chance of properly understanding what we may now be facing." Blake, studying the decoded passages with careful, focused attention, looked up with an expression that carried genuine, troubled uncertainty. "The conductor's writing here suggests something specific about why the binding network exists at all," she said slowly. "Not simply to contain the Grimm's origin. To contain something the architect itself is bound to, or perhaps composed of. If that's accurate, the architect isn't an outside threat trying to break in. It's been here, in some form, this entire time." The room fell into heavy, uneasy silence at the implication, and Izuku, looking around at the gathered faces of his found family, felt the weight of an entirely new chapter in this long, difficult journey settle firmly, inevitably into place. "Then we need to understand it properly," he said finally, his voice steady despite the uncertainty churning beneath it. "Before it finishes whatever the conductor only managed to begin." Chapter 60. The following morning's briefing carried the same heavy, focused gravity as the night before, but with considerably more structure, Oblek having spent the intervening hours organizing every available fragment of historical reference into something resembling a coherent working theory. "The binding network was not built to contain the Grimm alone," Oblek began, spreading his organized notes across the conference table with careful precision. "Or rather, the Grimm's origin and the architect's nature appear to be intertwined in ways our previous research did not fully appreciate. The most reliable historical fragments suggest the architect predates recorded history entirely, possibly tied directly to whatever fundamental force first gave rise to the Grimm. So it's not a person, RWBY said. Not really. It's something else. Likely not a person in any conventional sense, no, Oblak said. Though the conductor's journal suggests it can communicate, reason, and apparently influence those who come into sufficient contact with it, which raises troubling questions about how directly it may have shaped the Hollow Choir's entire ideology from the very beginning. Izuku absorbed this carefully, the methodical part of his mind already cataloging every detail against everything they had previously learned about the structures themselves. If the architect is tied to the same dimensional substrate as the nodes, he said slowly, then it makes sense that my own arrival might have caught its attention. I came through a tear in that exact kind of substrate. If the architect is sensitive to that kind of energy, I might have registered as something significant the moment I landed, regardless of anything the Hollow Choir did afterward. Ojban's expression sharpened at the observation, something careful and considered entering his measured response. That is, unfortunately, a reasonable hypothesis, he said. And one I had hoped to avoid raising until we had more concrete evidence to support or refute it. Dr. Oblak, what does the journal suggest regarding the architect's specific interest in dimensional energy signatures originating from beyond Remnant itself? Oblak hesitated, clearly reluctant to deliver whatever conclusion he had reached, before answering with careful, deliberate honesty. The journal references something the conductor calls a foreign key, he said. A type of dimensional signature distinct from anything native to this world, theorized by the architect, according to the conductor's account, as necessary to complete whatever process the binding network's original design was meant to eventually achieve. I did not want to draw the obvious connection without more certainty, but I cannot, in good conscience, withhold it any longer. Mr. Midoriya's own energy signature, as first recorded during our earliest studies of the original structure, may be exactly the kind of foreign key the architect has apparently been seeking for considerably longer than any of us previously realized. The weight of that conclusion settled over the room with crushing, immediate force, and Izuku felt something cold and unsteady open up in his chest, the careful, methodical composure he usually relied upon faltering, just for a moment, under the sheer implication of what Oblak had just confirmed. You're saying I wasn't just an accident, he said quietly. You're saying something out there might have actually wanted me here, specifically, for exactly this reason. I am saying it is a serious possibility we cannot responsibly ignore, Oblak said, his usual energetic bluntness softened now by evident, genuine sympathy. I do not say this to frighten you needlessly, Mr. Midoriya. I say it because understanding the true shape of the threat we face requires honesty, however difficult that honesty proves to deliver or receive. RWBY reached over without hesitation, resting her hand against Izuku's arm, the simple, steadying gesture cutting through the heavy weight of the revelation with quiet, immediate warmth. Whatever this means, she said firmly, it doesn't change who you actually are, or how much we all care about you. An accident or not, you're still you. That's what actually matters. Izuku looked around at the rest of the group, at the same fierce, unwavering support reflected in every face gathered around the table, and felt, despite the staggering weight of the revelation, something steady enough to hold on to settle back into his chest. Thank you, he said. I needed to hear that. I think I'm going to need to keep hearing it, honestly, while we work through whatever this actually means. Then we'll keep saying it, Yang said simply, as many times as it takes. Ojban watched the exchange with quiet, careful attention before finally speaking again, his tone gentle but resolute. We will proceed carefully, he said. And together. Whatever the architect's true intentions toward you specifically, Mr. Midoriya, I do not intend to allow you to face them alone, any more than this team has allowed you to face anything alone since the day they first found you in that forest. Chapter 61. The mood that settled over the dormitory common room that evening carried a particular, exhausted quality that Izuku had come to recognize across the past several months, the specific weariness of people who had genuinely believed, however briefly, that the worst of their troubles had finally passed. So let me make sure I understand the full scope of our current situation, Coco said, sprawled across the couch with her sunglasses pushed up and an expression of theatrical, weary disbelief. We beat the lieutenant. We beat the conductor. We stopped the unbinding. And it turns out the actual final boss was just standing behind a curtain the entire time, patiently waiting for us to finish with the opening act. That's a surprisingly accurate summary, Blake said dryly, not looking up from the book she was not actually reading. I hate that it's accurate, Coco said. I was really looking forward to a nice, long stretch of nothing happening. Maybe a vacation. Possibly several vacations. You don't strike me as the vacation type, Yang said, grinning despite the heaviness of the day's revelations. I contain multitudes, Coco said. Mostly exhaustion right now, but multitudes nonetheless. Izuku, settled in the corner with the weight of the day's briefing still sitting heavily in his chest, found himself grateful for the easy, familiar banter despite everything, the simple comfort of watching his found family process genuine fear through humor rather than letting it curdle into something heavier and more isolating. I keep thinking about what Oobleck said, Velvet said quietly, her usual gentle demeanor carrying a thread of real concern. About the foreign key. About what that might actually mean for you, Izuku. I'm trying not to think about it too much, Izuku admitted. Or rather, I'm trying to think about it carefully, instead of just panicking about it. There's a difference, even if it doesn't always feel like one. What's the difference, in practice? Weiss asked, settling onto the arm of the couch with careful attention. Panicking just makes me spiral, Izuku said. Thinking about it carefully means I can actually ask useful questions. Like, if the architect genuinely wanted me here for a specific reason, does that mean it could have forced my arrival even without Fracture's quirk tearing that rift open in the first place? Or did it simply take advantage of an opportunity that happened to align with what it needed? Those are very different situations, and they probably matter a lot for understanding how dangerous this actually is. That's a good question, Blake said, setting her book aside fully now, genuine interest replacing her earlier careful detachment. If it's the second option, that suggests the architect's reach has practical limits. If it's the first, that suggests something considerably more concerning about how much control it might actually have over events we'd otherwise assume were random. We don't have enough information yet to know which one's true, Izuku said. But I'd rather spend my energy figuring that out than just being afraid of every possibility at once. Coco studied him for a long moment, something genuinely approving settling into her expression beneath the usual confident ease. You've gotten really good at that, she said. Taking something terrifying and just methodically working through it instead of letting it eat you alive. I remember when you first got here, you used to apologize for existing about every third sentence. Look at you now. I had good teachers, Izuku said, managing a tired but genuine smile. We're really not that good, RWBY said, settling down beside him with characteristic bluntness. You did most of the actual work yourself. We just sort of stood around being supportive and occasionally yelling at you to trust us more. That counts as good teaching, as far as I'm concerned, Izuku said. The conversation drifted easily after that, the heaviest weight of the day's revelation settling, gradually, into something the group could carry together rather than something crushing any one of them individually, and Izuku, watching the familiar, comfortable warmth of his found family settle back into its usual easy rhythm despite everything, felt a quiet, steady gratitude take hold alongside the lingering uncertainty of what still lay ahead. Whatever the architect actually wanted from him, he thought, watching RWBY and Yang dissolve into easy laughter over some half-remembered joke, he was not facing it as some isolated, foreign key waiting to be claimed. He was facing it surrounded by people who had spent months proving, again and again, exactly how much more than that he had always been to them. Chapter 62. Oobleck's continued analysis, conducted over the following several days with the same meticulous, exhaustive thoroughness he brought to every research question, eventually produced a piece of evidence that settled the question of accident versus intention with considerably more certainty than anyone had hoped for. I have cross-referenced the energy readings from your original arrival against the structure's baseline activity in the weeks immediately preceding it, Oobleck said, presenting his findings to Izuku privately, in the quiet of his cluttered office, evidently judging this particular conversation better suited to a smaller, more careful setting than a full group briefing. The structure's resonance pattern shifted measurably in the days before your arrival, in a manner consistent with active, directed energy rather than passive, ambient fluctuation. Izuku felt something cold settle into his stomach. You're saying something was already reaching toward my world, before Fracture's quirk ever tore that rift open. I am saying the timing is considerably less coincidental than we initially assumed, Oobleck said gently. It is possible, even likely, that the structure's dormant resonance with your world's particular dimensional signature had already begun destabilizing the boundary between them, independent of Fracture's actions entirely. Fracture's quirk may simply have provided the final, necessary catalyst for an instability that was already building toward exactly this outcome. Izuku sat with that for a long moment, the careful, methodical part of his mind working through the implications even as something deeper and more unsettled churned beneath it. So even if Fracture hadn't torn that rift open that day, he said slowly, I might have ended up here regardless. Eventually. One way or another. That is my current working theory, yes, RWBY said. I want to stress that this remains theoretical. We cannot run a controlled experiment on dimensional fate. But the evidence, such as it exists, points toward your eventual arrival here being considerably less random than either of us would prefer to believe. Izuku felt the weight of that settle over him with crushing, disorienting force, the entire foundation of how he had understood his own presence in this world shifting, suddenly, into something he had never properly examined. He had spent months telling himself, in quiet moments, that this was simply an accident, a terrible stroke of bad luck that had nonetheless led him to something genuinely worth treasuring. The idea that some other, considerably less benevolent force might have been actively working toward exactly this outcome made every quiet, hard-won piece he had built here feel suddenly, uncomfortably conditional. Does this change anything? He asked quietly. About whether I should be here at all. About whether my being here puts everyone else at greater risk than they would otherwise face. RWBY's expression softened considerably at the question, his usual energetic bluntness giving way to something more careful and genuinely sympathetic. I would caution you strongly against drawing that conclusion, Mr. Midoriya, he said. Whatever the architect's original intentions toward your arrival, your choices since that moment have been entirely your own. You did not choose to be sought after, if that is indeed what occurred. But you have chosen, repeatedly and at considerable personal cost, to protect this world and the people in it regardless. That choice matters considerably more than whatever circumstances first brought you here. I want to believe that, Izuku admitted. But it's hard not to wonder whether everything good that's happened since I arrived, the friendships, the found family, all of it, might somehow be tangled up in whatever the architect originally intended, in ways I can't fully separate out. I cannot answer that question for you, RWBY said honestly. But I would observe that the people who care about you did not choose to do so because some ancient, dimensional entity orchestrated their feelings. They chose to care about you because of who you actually are, demonstrated through hundreds of small, genuine moments accumulated across many months. That is not something the architect's original intentions can claim credit for, regardless of how your arrival here was first set into motion. Izuku absorbed this slowly, the careful, deliberate logic of it settling, gradually, into something he could hold on to even amid the unsettled uncertainty of everything else. Thank you, he said finally. I think I needed to hear that distinction made clearly. It helps, even if it doesn't make the underlying fear disappear entirely. Fear rarely disappears entirely when facing something this significant, RWBY said, with unusual gentleness. But you have, time and again, demonstrated a considerable capacity to act with courage and integrity despite that fear, rather than waiting for it to vanish before choosing how to proceed. I suspect that capacity will serve you just as well against whatever the architect ultimately intends. Izuku managed a small, grateful smile at that, the weight of the revelation still heavy but no longer quite so isolating, and rose to take his leave, already turning over, in his careful, methodical way, exactly how much of this difficult new understanding he wanted to share with the rest of his found family, and how soon. Chapter 63. Izuku found Velvet in the school library that evening, tucked into a quiet corner with a stack of reference text she was using to support her own continued combat training, and settled across from her with the particular, careful hesitation of someone working up the courage to share something difficult. You look like you're carrying something heavy, Velvet said, setting her book aside immediately, her gentle attention fully turning toward him. I am, Izuku admitted, and told her, carefully, everything RWBY had shared with him that afternoon, the unsettling possibility that his arrival had been considerably less accidental than he had spent months believing, the fear that he might be valuable to the architect specifically as some kind of key rather than as a person in his own right. Velvet listened without interrupting, her expression carrying the same quiet, patient attentiveness that had marked her friendship with him from its earliest days, and when he finally finished, she was quiet for a long moment before responding. "I think I understand that fear better than you might expect," she said softly. "My semblance lets me copy other people's weapons and fighting styles. For a long time, before I really understood my own worth, I was afraid that people only valued me for my usefulness in a fight. That without something to copy, without some immediate, practical function to perform, I wasn't actually worth anyone's genuine attention." "That's exactly it," Izuku said, something easing slightly in his chest at the immediate, precise recognition. "I'm afraid that whatever the architect wants from me, being some kind of foreign key, might be the only reason any of this ever happened. That underneath everything good that's come from being here, there's just a function I'm fulfilling for something that doesn't actually care about me as a person at all. I remember when you helped me see past that fear, for myself," Velvet said gently. "Do you remember what you told me, that afternoon during the watch rotation? I told you that the skill wasn't in having a unique weapon, it was in recognizing what a situation called for and adapting instantly," Izuku said, the memory surfacing easily. "That it took more raw talent, not less. And I believed you," Velvet said. "Completely. Because it was true, and because you said it with such obvious sincerity that I couldn't keep doubting myself the way I had been. I want to offer you something similar now, if you'll let me." "Please," Izuku said quietly. "Whatever the architect originally wanted from your arrival, that's a fact about how you got here," Velvet said. "It's not a fact about who you've chosen to become since. You didn't have to help that family escape the awning collapse, back in your own world, before the rift even took you. You didn't have to fight that first Grim alone, in a forest with no idea where you even were. You didn't have to push yourself to the edge of collapse, again and again, to protect people who weren't even your responsibility yet, by any reasonable measure. Every single one of those choices was yours, made by the actual person standing in front of me right now, not by whatever cosmic mechanism first set your arrival into motion." Izuku felt something tighten in his throat at the gentle, careful sincerity of her words, the same warmth he had come to associate with her settling, now, into something steadier and more genuinely reassuring than he had expected to find tonight. "Thank you," he said. "I think I needed someone to actually name that distinction clearly, the same way I tried to do for you. That's what we do for each other," Velvet said, smiling softly. "It's sort of the whole point of everything this team has built together." Izuku reached out, resting his hand gently over hers, the simple gesture carrying considerable warmth despite its restraint. "I'm grateful you're part of that," he said. "Genuinely. Whatever else this entire impossible situation has cost me, finding you, finding all of you, has been worth more than I think I'll ever fully be able to express." Velvet's smile widened, warm and entirely unguarded, and they sat together for a while longer in the quiet comfort of the library's corner. The heavy weight of the day's revelation settled now into something Izuku felt considerably more equipped to carry forward, knowing he did not have to carry it entirely alone. Chapter 64. With the difficult, unsettling truth of his arrival's likely intentionality finally shared openly across the entire team, the group turned, with practiced efficiency, toward the more immediate, practical question of how to actually locate and understand the architect's true activity, distinct from whatever the now scattered remnants of the hollow choir continued attempting on their own. If Izuku's energy signature genuinely resonates with the architect specifically, RWBY said, during the planning session that followed, his enthusiasm for the academic puzzle gradually overtaking his earlier caution now that the team had processed the harder emotional weight of the revelation, then that resonance itself may prove our most valuable tool for tracking the architect's direct activity, distinct from the more conventional human and faunus operatives we have grown accustomed to facing. "You want to use me as a tracking device," Izuku said, with a faint, wry note of dark humor that drew a small, surprised laugh from Yang. An admittedly blunt way to phrase a more nuanced scientific proposal, but essentially, yes, RWBY said, entirely unbothered by the characterization. "If we monitor the structure's resonance specifically in relation to your proximity, any genuine architect activity, as distinct from ordinary hollow choir operations, should produce a detectable signature we have not previously had reliable means of isolating." RWBY, studying the proposal with the same careful, tactical attention she had developed across months of genuine leadership growth, raised an immediate, practical concern. If we're using Izuku's resonance to track the architect, she said, doesn't that also mean the architect could potentially track him just as easily? If they're sensitive to the same kind of signature, this could work both ways. An excellent and necessary observation, Ashbin said, from his position at the head of the table. Which is precisely why I do not intend to send Mr. Midoriya into any field investigation without the full support of this team, and without considerable caution regarding how and when we choose to actively use this resonance as a deliberate signal. So we use it carefully, Weiss said. Controlled exposure, monitored conditions, full team support at every step. Not just throwing Izuku out into the field and hoping for useful readings. Precisely, Ashbin said. The plan that emerged from the remainder of the lengthy planning session settled into something the entire team could genuinely commit to with confidence, a careful, methodical approach to investigating the architect's broader activity without exposing Izuku to unnecessary, unsupported risk, and Izuku found himself, watching the group work through every contingency with the same practiced, trusted coordination they had built across every previous crisis, genuinely grateful for the simple, steady reassurance of having people this thorough and this caring looking out for him. There's one more thing, Blake said, once the broader plan had been settled, her tone carrying a thread of careful consideration. If the architect really has been influencing the Hollow Choir's ideology from behind the scenes, then any newly surfaced node activity we find probably won't look like the kind of excavation we encountered with the conductor. It'll look like something else entirely. Something we haven't learned to recognize yet. Then we go in expecting the unexpected, Izuku said. The same way we've had to with every escalation so far. At least we're getting practice, Yang said, with grim, wry humor. Lots of practice, Coco agreed, equally dry. I'm developing quite the resume. The session concluded with a clear, actionable plan finally in place, and as the group dispersed to prepare for whatever fieldwork the coming days demanded, Izuku found himself walking alongside RWBY toward the dormitories, the familiar, steady rhythm of shared purpose settling comfortably between them despite the considerable uncertainty still looming ahead. We'll figure this out, RWBY said, with the same quiet, settled confidence she had built across months of genuine growth as a leader. We always do, eventually. Even when it feels impossible at first. I believe that, Izuku said, and found, walking beside her through the quiet evening air, that he genuinely did. Chapter 65. The fifth structure. When the team's careful, monitored fieldwork finally led them to it nearly a week later, sat in a remote, fog-shrouded valley well beyond any of Vale's settled territory, and Izuku felt the wrongness of the place the moment their transport set down at its edge, a sensation he could not easily articulate beyond a deep, instinctive unease that had nothing to do with conventional danger. This doesn't feel like the other sites, RWBY said quietly, surveying the valley with careful, focused attention, her usual confident readiness tempered by the same instinctive wariness Izuku felt settling over the entire team. No Grim, Yatsuhashi observed, his own expression carrying genuine puzzlement. Not one. In a valley this remote, that's unusual on its own. It's too quiet, Blake said, her amber eyes scanning the unnaturally still fog with evident, mounting unease. Even abandoned excavation sites usually carry some ambient sound, wind, wildlife, something. This feels like the entire valley is holding its breath. They advanced carefully, weapons ready despite the absence of any visible threat, and the structure itself, once they finally reached it through the thinning fog, proved considerably different from the ancient stonework Izuku had grown familiar with across his previous encounters, the surface unmarked by centuries of accumulated growth, unnervingly clean, almost as though it had been freshly exposed rather than discovered after ages of careful excavation. This wasn't dug up, Weiss said, studying the structure's pristine surface with growing alarm. It looks like it surfaced on its own. Recently. Izuku approached cautiously, the same prickling, instinctive resonance he had felt at every previous structure intensifying considerably the closer he drew, though this time the sensation carried an unsettling quality he had not previously experienced, less like a faint, ambient pulse and more like something actively, deliberately reaching toward him. Something's different here, he said, stopping several meters short of the structure's edge, his earlier caution sharpening into genuine alarm. It feels like it's aware of me. Actually aware, not just resonating passively the way the other structures did. Bublek, monitoring his portable sensors with evident, mounting concern, confirmed the observation with grim, careful precision. The readings here are considerably more active than anything we have previously recorded, he said. This is not residual energy from an ancient, dormant binding. This is something considerably more immediate. Ojban, who had insisted on accompanying this particular expedition personally given the structure's evident significance, studied the unnaturally pristine stonework with an expression carrying genuine, careful gravity. I believe we have found something the architect has touched directly, he said. Recently, and with clear intention. I would suggest extreme caution from this point forward. Izuku felt the team gather closer around him instinctively, the same protective, coordinated readiness they had developed across every previous crisis settling naturally into place, and he drew a slow, steadying breath, trying to push back against the rising unease that the structure's unsettling, deliberate awareness had stirred in him. I don't think we should touch it directly, he said. Not yet. Not until we understand more about what we're actually dealing with. Agreed, Coco said firmly. Let's gather what readings we safely can from a distance, and get out of this valley before whatever's watching us decides to do more than just watch. The team began the careful, methodical process of recording what data they could without approaching closer, and Izuku, standing at the edge of the group with the unsettling, watchful presence of the structure still pressing against his awareness, felt a deep, cold certainty settle into his chest that whatever the architect truly was, they had just taken their first genuine step into directly perceiving it, and it had, in some way he could not yet fully articulate, perceived them in return. Chapter 66. The presence made itself known fully just as the team began preparations to withdraw from the valley, the fog around the structure thickening with sudden, unnatural speed, the muffled quiet deepening into something that pressed against Izuku's ears like genuine physical weight. Something's happening, Weiss said, her breath catching as the fog curled strangely around her feet, moving against the wind in ways that defied any reasonable explanation. Izuku felt it first as a pressure behind his eyes, sharp and sudden, and then as something considerably stranger, a voice that was not quite a voice, carrying no discernible sound and yet somehow understood with perfect, unsettling clarity, resonating from somewhere that felt simultaneously distant and uncomfortably close. You have arrived precisely as intended. Izuku staggered, gripping the nearest tree for support, the sudden, disorienting wrongness of the contact hitting him like a physical blow despite carrying no actual force. Izuku, RWBY's voice came sharply, cutting through the fog, her hand gripping his arm with immediate, steadying concern. What's happening? Talk to me. It's speaking, Izuku managed, his voice strained. Not out loud. Directly. I don't know how else to describe it. Around him, the rest of the team had gone tense and watchful, weapons raised against a threat none of them could clearly perceive or engage, and Izuku, struggling to steady himself against the strange, pressing weight of the contact, forced himself to focus, to listen, however unsettling the experience proved. The binding strains. The conductor's failure delayed nothing of true consequence. You will return, foreign key, when the structure's need grows sufficiently dire. This is not a request. It is simply, inevitably, what comes next. No, Izuku said aloud, forcing the word out with deliberate, defiant clarity even as the strange pressure in his mind intensified. I'm not just a key. I get to choose what happens next, not you. The pressure behind his eyes sharpened, briefly, into something that might have been surprise, before the fog around them began, slowly, to recede, the unnatural stillness of the valley gradually giving way once more to ordinary, ambient sound, the strange, pressing voice fading from his awareness as abruptly as it had arrived. Izuku sagged, the sudden absence of the pressure leaving him lightheaded and exhausted, and felt several pairs of hands steady him immediately, the team gathering close with evident, urgent concern. What did it say? Blake asked, once it became clear the immediate danger, whatever it had actually been, had genuinely passed. Izuku relayed the unsettling message as carefully and accurately as he could manage, his voice still shaky from the lingering disorientation of the contact, and watched the weight of it settle visibly over the rest of the team. It called you a key, directly, Weiss said. Confirmed everything Oblek's research suggested, without any ambiguity left at all. And it said it would come for me eventually, Izuku said. When the structure's need grows dire enough. Whatever that actually means. Ojban, who had remained notably quiet through the entire unsettling exchange, finally spoke, his expression carrying genuine, careful gravity beneath his usual composed exterior. We have just confirmed, beyond any reasonable doubt, that the architect is not merely theoretical, he said. It is aware, it is patient, and it considers your eventual return to its design a matter of inevitability rather than mere possibility. I do not say this to frighten you further, Mr. Midoriya, but I believe we must now treat this threat with the same urgency we once reserved for the conductor's unbinding, if not considerably more. Izuku nodded slowly, the lingering disorientation of the contact giving way, gradually, to a steadier, more determined resolve. Then we make sure it's wrong, he said. About the inevitable part. I don't care how patient it's been. I'm not going to just wait around for it to decide my fate without a fight. The team gathered closer around him, the same fierce, unwavering support he had come to rely upon settling firmly into place, and together, shaken but resolute, they made their way back through the thinning fog toward their waiting transport, the unsettling, watchful presence of the structure fading slowly behind them, though its strange, patient warning lingered, heavy and unresolved, in every one of their thoughts. Chapter 67. Back at Beacon, the team spent the following days processing the unsettling encounter in their own individual ways, and Izuku found himself, during a quiet afternoon between the demands of continued training and ongoing research, simply observing as Weiss and Blake settled into a careful, focused conversation comparing what each of them had actually experienced during the fog's strange descent. I didn't hear anything the way Izuku described, Weiss said, reviewing her own hastily recorded field notes with careful, methodical attention. But I felt something. A pulling sensation, almost like vertigo, the entire time the fog was thickest. It eased the moment Izuku spoke aloud and pushed back against whatever it was saying to him. I felt something similar, Blake said. Though for me it was less like vertigo and more like a held breath, the same wrongness I noticed about the valley itself, just considerably more intense. I think the architect's presence affects everyone nearby to some degree, but it clearly focused its direct communication specifically on Izuku. That tracks with everything Oblek's theory suggested, Weiss said. If Izuku's signature is the foreign key it's actually after, it would make sense that its attention concentrates there, while the rest of us experience something more like ambient interference. Izuku, settling into the conversation from a nearby chair, considered the exchange carefully. Does that worry either of you? He asked. Being exposed to that kind of ambient effect, even if it's not specifically targeting you? Blake considered the question seriously before answering. Honestly, it concerns me less for my own sake and more for what it implies about scale. If the architect's presence can affect an entire valley's worth of ambient reality just through proximity, I worry about what a more direct, sustained manifestation might actually be capable of, beyond what we witnessed today. That's a fair concern, Weiss said. Though I think there's a useful distinction we should hold on to. What we experienced today felt passive, almost like background radiation. The direct communication it attempted with Izuku felt considerably more active and deliberate. That suggests its capability scales meaningfully depending on how much direct effort it chooses to commit, which might give us useful information about how to actually prepare a defense. What kind of defense, exactly, do you prepare against something like this? Izuku asked. I don't fully know how I'd even fight it directly, if it came to that. Full cowl works against physical threats. I don't know what it would do against something that just speaks directly into your head. Weiss was quiet for a moment, turning the question over with the same careful, technical attention she brought to any genuine engineering problem. I have some ideas, she said slowly. About using glyph-based containment, specifically designed to interfere with whatever mechanism allows that kind of direct contact. It would take considerable refinement, and I'd want to test it carefully before relying on it in any actual confrontation, but I don't think the problem is unsolvable. Just unfamiliar. I'd trust you to figure it out, Izuku said, with quiet, genuine confidence. You've never backed down from an unfamiliar technical problem yet. Weiss allowed herself a small, pleased smile at the vote of confidence, already turning the early shape of the idea over in her mind with evident, focused interest. Blake, watching the exchange with her usual quiet, perceptive attention, spoke again after a moment, her tone turning more thoughtful. There's something else worth considering, she said. The architect didn't simply threaten you today, Izuku. It said your return was inevitable, framed almost as if it genuinely believed that. Entities that confident usually have a specific mechanism in mind for making their predictions come true, rather than simply hoping circumstances align in their favor. You think it has an actual plan, Izuku said. Not just patience. I think we should assume it does, Blake said, until we have solid evidence otherwise. Better to over-prepare for a concrete threat than under-prepare for one we've mistakenly assumed is purely theoretical. Izuku absorbed this with the same careful, methodical attention he gave any serious tactical assessment, the unsettling weight of the valley's strange encounter settling, gradually, into something the team could actively work to counter rather than simply fear. Then let's find out what that mechanism actually is, he said, before it has the chance to use it. Chapter 68. Izuku noticed Yang's restlessness building over the following several days, the easy, confident energy that usually defined her giving way, gradually, to something more tightly wound and visibly frustrated, and he finally caught up with her during a training session she had clearly thrown herself into with considerably more aggression than the exercise actually called for. Easy, he said, catching her arm gently as she prepared to launch into another punishing combination against the training dummy that had already taken considerable damage. What's going on? This isn't like you. Yang exhaled sharply, lowering her fists, the frustration in her expression finally breaking through the surface she had clearly been trying to maintain. I hate this, she admitted. The architect. I don't know how to actually help against something like that. Everything I'm good at involves hitting things hard. Repeatedly. And from what you described, that's not going to do anything against a presence that just talks directly into your head and disappears into fog. Izuku considered this carefully, recognizing the particular shape of her frustration immediately. I think you're underestimating what you actually bring to a fight like this, he said. How? Yang said, more frustrated than genuinely skeptical. Seriously, walk me through it. Because right now I feel like I'm just going to be standing around uselessly while everyone else does the actual important work. For one thing, Izuku said, when the architect made contact with me in that valley, the thing that actually helped most wasn't a clever counter-strategy. It was you and RWBY physically grounding me, keeping me steady while I worked through the disorientation. That's not nothing, Yang. Sometimes the most important thing in a fight like this isn't offense. It's making sure the people facing the actual threat have somewhere solid to stand. Yang considered this, some of her earlier frustration easing slightly, though clearly not fully convinced. That still feels like a smaller role than what everyone else is contributing. Weiss is building actual containment technology. Blake's providing crucial historical insight. I'm just standing there holding someone's arm. Holding someone's arm, at exactly the right moment, can be the difference between someone staying grounded enough to think clearly or losing themselves entirely to panic, Izuku said firmly. I'm not saying that to make you feel better artificially. I'm saying it because it's true. I felt it directly, Yang. Your hand on my arm in that fog mattered enormously, even if it doesn't look as flashy as a glyph-based containment system. Yang studied him for a long moment, something in her expression slowly shifting from frustration toward a more thoughtful, considering quiet. I think part of what's actually bothering me, she admitted, is that I've always processed fear through action. Hit the thing, fix the problem, move forward. This is the first threat we've faced where I genuinely don't know what action even looks like. It makes me feel helpless in a way I'm not used to feeling. That makes sense, Izuku said gently. But I don't think the answer is forcing yourself to find an aggressive action that doesn't actually exist yet. I think it's trusting that your strength still matters, even in a fight that asks for patience and presence instead of raw offense. We'll need real combat strength eventually too, when this finally comes to a direct confrontation. I have no doubt about that. But until then, what you're already offering, steadiness, support, the simple willingness to stand beside someone in an unfamiliar kind of danger, that's exactly what this fight actually needs from you right now. Yang's expression softened considerably, the tightly wound frustration of the past several days finally easing into something calmer and more settled. Thank you, she said quietly. I needed to hear that, I think. Reframed that way, it actually makes sense. Anytime, Izuku said, smiling. Yang bumped her shoulder against his, the same casual, easy gesture from months earlier carrying, as it always did now, considerable warmth beneath its simplicity. For what it's worth, she said, I'd rather be the one holding your arm steady than off somewhere throwing useless punches at fog. I just needed someone to actually tell me that mattered. It matters, Izuku said simply. More than you know. They returned to the training floor together afterward, the earlier punishing aggression of Yang's solo session giving way to something steadier and more purposeful, and Izuku, watching her work through her frustration into renewed, settled confidence, felt grateful, once again, for the particular, ongoing privilege of helping the people he cared about find their own footing, even amid the considerable uncertainty still looming over all of them. Chapter 69. RWBY's doubt, when it finally resurfaced, arrived not through any single dramatic moment but through the slow, accumulating weight of trying to plan around a threat that resisted every conventional tactical framework she had ever learned to rely upon, and Izuku found her, late one evening, staring at a half-finished strategic diagram with an expression of genuine, frustrated uncertainty. I don't know how to plan for this, she admitted, when he settled across the table from her. Every other threat we've faced, I could at least map out a combat profile. Strengths, weaknesses, likely tactics. The architect doesn't fit any of that. It speaks directly into people's minds. It can apparently make an entire valley feel wrong without lifting a finger. How do I build a formation around an enemy I can't even properly define yet? I don't think you're supposed to have a complete answer yet, Izuku said gently. We're still gathering information. Even Oobleck doesn't have a full picture. I know that, logically, RWBY said. But I'm supposed to be the one who figures out how we actually face this, when the time comes. What if I can't? What if this is finally the thing that's too big for me to actually lead through? Izuku recognized the familiar shape of the doubt immediately, the same fear she had shared with him once before, on a rooftop months earlier, about whether she was genuinely ready for the weight her leadership carried. Do you remember what you told me, back when we first learned about the Hollow Choir's larger organization? He asked. About fear not being proof you're unready, but proof you understand exactly what's at stake. I remember you telling me that, RWBY said, managing a small, wry smile despite her evident frustration. I think I just repeated it back to myself a few times since. Then trust it now, the same way you did then, Izuku said. You don't need a complete tactical framework before you're allowed to start leading us through this. You need exactly what you've always brought to this team. The willingness to adapt, to listen to the people around you, and to make the best call you can with the information actually available, rather than waiting for perfect certainty that might never come. RWBY considered this, turning her half-finished diagram over in her hands, some of the earlier tension in her shoulders easing slightly. What if I make the wrong call, she said quietly. Against something this dangerous, with this little understanding of what it's actually capable of. Then we adapt, together, the same way we always have, Izuku said firmly. RWBY, you've led this team through a lieutenant's direct assault, through the conductor's full-scale attempt at the unbinding, through situations that should have overwhelmed people with far more conventional experience than any of us actually had at the time. You've never once needed a perfect plan to lead us well. You've needed exactly what you already have. Good instincts, genuine care for the people around you, and the courage to commit to a decision and adjust as new information comes in. RWBY looked up at him, something in her expression slowly settling from anxious uncertainty into a steadier, more genuine resolve. You really believe that, she said. Even against something this unprecedented. I really believe that, Izuku said. I wouldn't say it otherwise. You know that about me by now. RWBY managed a real smile then, small but genuine, the familiar brightness slowly returning to her expression. Okay, she said. Then let's actually build this plan together, instead of me trying to map out every contingency alone before bringing it to everyone else. Maybe that's part of what I've been doing wrong. Trying to have all the answers myself before I even ask for help. That sounds like exactly the right instinct, Izuku said, smiling, and pulled his own chair closer to the table, ready to help her work through the considerable uncertainty of planning for an enemy unlike anything they had previously faced, together, exactly the way this entire found family had learned, across every difficult step of their shared journey, that facing the impossible always worked best, Chapter 70. The conductor's reappearance, when it finally came, arrived in a manner none of them had anticipated, a quiet, careful approach at the edge of Beacon's outer grounds, alone and unarmed, hands visibly raised in a gesture of deliberate, unmistakable surrender the moment Beacon's perimeter sensors flagged the approach. "I'm not here to fight," the conductor said, once the team had assembled cautiously at the perimeter, weapons ready despite the evident lack of immediate threat. "I'm here because I made a grave miscalculation, and I no longer have the luxury of pride standing in the way of correcting it." "Give me one good reason we should trust anything you say," Coco said, her sunglasses pushed up, her expression carrying sharp, unwavering suspicion despite the conductor's evident vulnerability. "You shouldn't trust me easily," the conductor said, with unexpected, weary honesty. "I would not, in your position. But I have learned something since our last encounter that I believe you genuinely need to know, regardless of whatever judgment you've rightly formed about my own character." Ashbin, arriving at the perimeter alongside Glinda once word of the conductor's approach reached him, studied the figure with careful, measured attention. "Speak, then," he said. "Though I will warn you that any deception will be met with considerably less patience than you are currently receiving." The conductor nodded, accepting the terms without argument, and spoke with a careful, deliberate honesty that struck Izuku as genuinely different from the calm, composed confidence they had encountered during their previous confrontations. "I served the architect for considerably longer than I ever fully understood the nature of what I served," the conductor said. "I believed, genuinely, that the unbinding would free something suppressed for the benefit of those willing to claim it. I have since learned, through channels I will not detail here, that the architect's actual intention was never to share whatever power the binding's collapse would release. It intended to consume it entirely, and in doing so, to free itself fully from the network that has constrained it since its original binding centuries ago." "You're saying you were used," Blake said quietly. "The same way you used your own followers." The conductor's composed exterior cracked, just slightly, at the observation. "Yes," they admitted. "Precisely that. I do not say this seeking sympathy. I understand the harm my own choices have caused, and I do not expect forgiveness for it. But I cannot, in good conscience, allow the architect to succeed where I failed, not now that I understand the true cost of what it actually intends." Izuku studied the conductor carefully, the careful, methodical part of his mind weighing the sincerity of the admission against the very real possibility of continued deception. "Why come to us specifically?" he asked. "Rather than simply disappearing, or trying to stop this on your own." "Because I am, despite everything, no longer strong enough to face the architect alone," the conductor said simply. "And because you, Mr. Midoriya, and this team you have built around yourself, have demonstrated, repeatedly, a capability I genuinely failed to anticipate. If anyone has a genuine chance of stopping what the architect actually intends, I believe it is you." The weight of the admission settled heavily over the gathered group, and Izuku felt the familiar, careful tension of weighing a defeated enemy's potential sincerity against the very real risk of further manipulation. "We'll listen," Ashbin said finally, his tone carrying careful, measured caution. "But you will remain under close watch, and any information you provide will be verified independently before we act on it. Trust, in this situation, must be earned considerably more thoroughly than a single act of apparent contrition can provide." "I understand," the conductor said. "And I accept those terms entirely." Izuku looked around at the rest of the team, recognizing the same careful, watchful uncertainty in each of their expressions, and felt the weight of this new, morally complicated development settle into the already considerable uncertainty of everything they currently faced. "Then let's hear exactly what you know," he said. "All of it. Starting from the beginning." Chapter 71. The conductor's full account, delivered carefully under Glinda's close, watchful supervision in the same secure conference room where the team had first learned of the Hollow Choir's true scope, painted a picture considerably more dangerous than even the unbinding had represented. "The plan I pursued, the unbinding, was never the architect's true design," the conductor said, seated across the long table with the same composed, careful precision they had always carried, though stripped now of its earlier confidence. "I understand now that it was a means of weakening the network sufficiently to allow something else entirely, a process the architect refers to as the convergence." "Explain," Ashbin said simply. The binding network was designed, originally, to keep the architect's essence distributed and contained across multiple nodes simultaneously, the conductor said. Fractured, in a sense, and therefore weakened. The convergence is the architect's attempt to forcibly merge enough of that distributed essence back into a single point, using a foreign key, Mr. Midoriya's own unique dimensional signature, as the catalyst necessary to stabilize the merger long enough for it to succeed. Izuku felt a cold, creeping dread settle into his chest at the careful, clinical precision of the explanation. You're saying it needs me directly. Not just my presence near a structure. Something more active than that. Yes, the conductor said, with evident, genuine regret. From what I understand, the architect requires your signature present at a single, major node, one specifically attuned to amplify the merger's stability. Without that specific catalyst, the convergence remains theoretically possible but practically unachievable, given how thoroughly the original binding's design anticipated and resisted simpler attempts at forced merger. So if I simply stay away from every major node, Izuku said slowly, working through the implications carefully, the architect can't actually complete this convergence. In theory, the conductor said. Though I would caution you against assuming the architect lacks alternative methods of bringing about your presence at the necessary location, given its demonstrated patience and its apparent willingness to influence events from considerable distance. It could try to force the situation, Weiss said grimly. The same way it might have already influenced the original rift that brought Izuku here in the first place. Precisely my own concern, the conductor said. Ojban, who had remained quiet through much of the exchange, finally spoke, his expression carrying careful, focused gravity. Which major node do you believe the architect intends to use for this convergence? The conductor hesitated, the first genuine sign of uncertainty Izuku had witnessed from them throughout the entire account. I do not know with certainty, they admitted. The architect did not share that specific detail even with me, during the years I served its broader design. But the journal you recovered references a location the architect itself referred to only as the heart of the binding, a phrase I always assumed was simply rhetorical flourish rather than an actual designation. Oobleck, who had been listening with mounting, focused attention from his position near the door, stepped forward suddenly, something urgent entering his usual energetic demeanor. I believe I may know exactly what that refers to, he said. There is a sixth structure, considerably larger than any we have yet catalogued, referenced only obliquely in the most fragmentary historical records I have managed to recover, located deep beneath what is now Vale's oldest settled territory. If the binding network does indeed possess a singular, central point of greatest significance, I would wager considerable confidence that this is the location in question. The weight of the revelation settled heavily over the room, the shape of the coming confrontation finally, genuinely crystallizing into something concrete enough to plan against. Then that's where we need to focus our defense, Izuku said, the careful, methodical resolve settling firmly into his chest despite the considerable fear still churning beneath it. Before the architect can force the circumstances it needs. Agreed, Ojban said. We will need considerable preparation, and I suspect, considerable courage, before this confrontation finally arrives. But for the first time since this threat first surfaced, I believe we now understand enough to actually mount a meaningful defense, rather than simply reacting blindly to whatever the architect chooses to attempt next. Chapter 72. With the shape of the coming confrontation finally settling into something concrete, Coco and RWBY found themselves paired together over the following days in a way that had not previously occurred with quite this much sustained focus, the two of them working through the considerable logistics of protecting both Izuku and the sixth structure simultaneously, a problem that demanded the kind of layered, careful planning neither of them had needed to apply quite so deliberately before. The fundamental problem, Coco said, spreading a detailed map of Vale's oldest settled territory across the table in Ojban's office, is that we can't simply hide Izuku away somewhere safe while the rest of us defend the structure. If the architect genuinely needs his specific presence to complete this convergence, then keeping him far away should theoretically prevent the worst outcome. But it also means we're essentially playing defense indefinitely, waiting for the architect to find some other way to force the situation, rather than ever actually resolving the threat. So we need an active strategy, not just a defensive one, RWBY said, studying the map with the same careful, tactical attention she had developed across months of genuine leadership growth. Which means figuring out how to control the terms of any eventual confrontation, instead of just reacting to whatever the architect decides to attempt. Exactly, Coco said, something approving entering her tone at RWBY's quick grasp of the underlying strategic problem. I think our best option is establishing such thorough defenses around the sixth structure that even if the architect does manage to maneuver Izuku into proximity somehow, we control the actual conditions of the encounter rather than letting it dictate the terms entirely. Weiss's containment work could be critical there, RWBY said. If she can get the glyph-based system functional in time, we'd have an actual countermeasure against whatever direct contact method the architect intends to use, rather than just hoping we can outfight something that doesn't necessarily fight the way we understand fighting. Agreed, Coco said. Though I want contingencies beyond just Weiss's containment system, in case it doesn't function as intended under actual combat conditions. We've learned that lesson the hard way often enough by now. They worked through the considerable logistics together for the better part of the afternoon, Coco's sharp, decisive tactical instincts complementing RWBY's increasingly confident strategic planning in a way that produced, gradually, a genuinely thorough, multi-layered approach to the coming confrontation. You've gotten really good at this, Coco said eventually, leaning back to study their combined work with evident satisfaction. I remember when you first started taking lead on these planning sessions. You used to second-guess every detail before committing to anything. Look at you now, building contingency layers like you've been doing this for years. I had good mentors, RWBY said, echoing, without quite realizing it, the same sentiment Izuku had offered more than once across their long shared journey. You, Weiss, Izuku, all of you taught me a lot about what real leadership actually looks like, beyond just having confidence in front of a room. We just gave you the room to figure it out, Coco said. The actual growth was entirely yours. RWBY smiled at that, something quietly proud settling into her expression, before turning the conversation toward a question that had clearly been sitting with her for some time. Can I ask you something personal, she said. About Izuku. About how you're handling everything we've learned about why the architect actually wants him. Coco considered the question seriously, her usual confident ease giving way, briefly, to something more genuinely thoughtful. Honestly, it terrifies me, she admitted. The idea that something out there considers him just a key, a tool to be claimed rather than a person worth respecting. But I also think it's made all of us hold on to what we actually feel for him even more fiercely. If the architect wants to reduce him to a function, then the very least we can do is make absolutely certain he never has to wonder, even for a moment, whether he's anything less than fully, completely valued here, for exactly who he actually is. RWBY nodded slowly, the same fierce, protective resolve settling into her own expression. That's exactly how I feel too, she said. Whatever happens with the architect, I don't want him ever doubting that. Then let's make sure of it, Coco said, starting with making sure we actually win this fight when it comes. They returned to their planning with renewed, focused determination, the considerable weight of the coming confrontation settling, gradually, into something they felt genuinely equipped to face, together, with the same practiced, trusted coordination that had carried this entire found family through every previous crisis. Chapter 73. Weiss spent the better part of the following week buried in her containment system's development, the workshop space Ojbin had arranged for her use gradually filling with the careful, methodical clutter of technical schematics, half-assembled glyph generators, and the particular focused intensity Izuku had come to recognize as her fully immersed in a problem she had decided, with characteristic determination, that she would solve. How's it coming? He asked, finding her there late one evening, surrounded by the scattered evidence of considerable, sustained effort. Better than I expected, honestly, Weiss said, not looking up from the delicate calibration she was currently adjusting. The core principle works. Glyph-based containment can interfere with direct dimensional contact, the same way it interferes with conventional kinetic force. I've successfully blocked 3 separate simulated contact attempts in controlled testing. That's incredible progress, Izuku said, genuinely impressed. It's not finished, Weiss said, though a small, pleased smile touched her expression at the praise nonetheless. The containment field requires considerable, sustained aura output to maintain against anything beyond the simulated tests I've run so far. I don't yet know whether I can hold it stable against something with the architect's actual demonstrated capability, under genuine combat conditions, with everything else that demands attention during an active confrontation. Izuku settled into the chair across from her workbench, watching her continue the careful, precise work with quiet admiration. "Can I ask you something?" he said. "Why did you decide to focus on this specific solution, rather than something more directly offensive?" Weiss considered the question seriously, setting aside her calibration tools for a moment to give it her full attention. "Because I think the most dangerous thing about the architect isn't raw power in any conventional sense," she said. "It's the way it can reach directly into someone's mind, the way it nearly destabilized you in that valley with nothing more than words. Conventional offense doesn't address that vulnerability at all. I wanted to build something that actually protects the specific, unconventional way this threat operates, rather than just hoping our usual combat strength happens to translate. That's exactly the kind of thinking that's saved us more than once," Izuku said warmly. "You always seem to find the gap nobody else has fully considered yet." "I learned that from watching everyone else's strengths carefully," Weiss said. "Ruby's instinctive tactical reads. Blake's perceptive insight. Your own habit of analyzing a threat from every conceivable angle before committing to action. I suppose I've simply tried to apply the same careful analysis to my own particular skill set." Izuku watched her return to her work, the careful, precise focus she brought to every technical challenge settling, once again, into something he found himself quietly, deeply admiring. "Can I tell you something?" he said, after a long, comfortable silence. "I think about that night watch conversation we had, months ago, more often than you might expect. About inherited weight, about proving yourself to people who'd already decided not to see your actual worth. I think this, what you're building right now, is exactly the kind of thing that proves you were always more than just a name, regardless of what anyone else ever assumed about you." Weiss's hand stilled over her work, something genuinely moved flickering across her usually composed expression. "Thank you," she said quietly. "That means considerably more to me than you probably realize." "I mean every word of it," Izuku said. Weiss set her tools aside fully now, turning to face him directly, her expression carrying a warmth she rarely allowed herself to display so openly. "Whatever the architect ultimately intends," she said, "I want you to know that I'm not building this system simply out of tactical necessity. I'm building it because I refuse to let something reduce you to nothing more than a function it needs. You matter too much, to me and to everyone else here, for that to ever be acceptable." Izuku felt his chest tighten with quiet, profound gratitude at the simple, sincere declaration, and reached over, resting his hand gently against hers. "Thank you," he said softly. "For everything. I don't think I'll ever fully be able to express how much all of this means to me." Weiss's smile, when it finally came, was warm and entirely unguarded, and they sat together for a while longer in the quiet, focused comfort of her workshop, the considerable work still ahead of them settled, for the moment, into something steadier and more genuinely hopeful than it had felt only an hour before. Chapter 74. The architect's first direct, physical manifestation arrived without warning at the original Emerald Forest structure, the research station's defenses flagging an unprecedented energy surge just as evening settled over the surrounding forest, and the entire combined team mobilized with the kind of practiced, urgent efficiency that months of accumulated crisis had instilled deeply into every one of them. What met them at the structure was unlike anything Izuku had previously encountered, a humanoid shape composed of shifting, translucent energy that bent and rippled at its edges like heat distortion over flame, featureless except for 2 points of deep, void black darkness where eyes might otherwise have been, and the air around it carried the same unsettling rawness Izuku remembered from the fog-shrouded valley, concentrated now into something considerably more immediate and tangible. "This isn't the architect's full form," Blake said, studying the avatar with careful, focused attention. "It feels smaller, somehow. More contained." "An avatar, then," Izuku said. "A fragment of its full presence, projected here rather than the whole thing." The avatar turned toward him with slow, deliberate attention, and Izuku felt the same pressing, intrusive sensation from the valley begin building behind his eyes, though Weiss, already moving with practiced speed, threw up her containment glyph before the contact could fully establish itself, the shimmering barrier flaring into visibility around Izuku with immediate, protective effect. The pressure eased instantly, and Izuku felt a fierce surge of relief and gratitude at the system's successful, real-world function. It worked, he called out, genuine astonishment coloring his voice. Don't celebrate yet, Weiss called back, her concentration clearly straining already. I don't know how long I can sustain this if it decides to push harder. The avatar, apparently registering the disruption of its attempted contact, shifted its attention instead toward physical engagement, its form rippling and surging forward with sudden, considerable speed that caught even the team's practiced readiness slightly off guard. Coordinated defense, RWBY called immediately, the familiar, confident authority of months of genuine leadership growth settling firmly into her voice despite the unfamiliar nature of the threat. Yang, Yatsuhashi, test its physical resilience directly. Blake, Velvet, flank and gather what information you can about its actual combat patterns. Izuku, stay behind Weiss's containment unless absolutely necessary. The fight that followed tested the team's adaptability more thoroughly than almost any previous engagement, the avatar's attacks carrying a strange, disorienting quality that made conventional dodging and blocking only partially effective, its translucent form occasionally allowing strikes to pass through without apparent resistance before suddenly, unpredictably solidifying enough to deliver considerable, genuine force in return. It's inconsistent, Yang called out, breathless, after one such strike connected with considerably more force than its apparent insubstantiality had suggested. I can't get a read on when it's actually solid. Then we adapt without relying on a consistent pattern, Coco called back, directing the broader coordination with her usual sharp, decisive clarity despite the unfamiliar challenge. Treat every exchange as potentially solid until proven otherwise. Better cautious than caught off guard. The team gradually adjusted their approach accordingly, and though the engagement remained difficult and genuinely uncertain throughout, the combined, practiced coordination they had built across every previous crisis eventually began wearing against the avatar's sustained presence, its form growing gradually less stable, more visibly strained under the accumulated pressure of the team's relentless, coordinated assault. Finally, with a sudden, sharp distortion that rippled outward like a stone dropped into still water, the avatar collapsed entirely, dissolving into the same faint, ashen mist Izuku remembered from his very first grim encounter, though carrying, this time, a considerably more unsettling resonance as it dispersed into the evening air. That's it, Yang said, breathing hard, surveying the empty space where the avatar had stood only moments before. Did we actually beat it? We repelled a fragment, Izuku said, the careful, methodical part of his mind already working through the implications even amid the exhaustion of the engagement. Not the whole thing. This was just a test, I think. To see how we'd respond. Weiss, finally releasing her containment glyph now that the immediate threat had passed, sagged visibly with the accumulated strain of sustaining it, though her expression carried genuine, fierce satisfaction despite her obvious exhaustion. The system worked, she said. Under genuine combat pressure, exactly when it actually mattered. It worked beautifully, Izuku said, helping steady her as she caught her breath. Thank you, Weiss. Genuinely. The team gathered slowly around the spot where the avatar had dissolved, exhausted but undeniably emboldened by the engagement's outcome, and Izuku, looking around at each of them in turn, felt a fierce, renewed determination settle into his chest despite the considerable uncertainty still looming ahead. If that was just a test, he said, then we just proved we're ready for considerably more than the architect probably expected. Let's make sure we stay that way. Chapter 75. Velvet's fear, when it finally surfaced openly in the days following the avatar's defeat, arrived in the quiet, careful way most of her difficult feelings tended to surface, and Blake, perhaps recognizing something familiar in the particular shape of that hesitation, sought her out directly rather than waiting for Velvet to work up the courage to raise it herself. You've been quieter than usual, Blake said, settling beside her in the dormitory's reading nook, her tone carrying gentle, careful invitation rather than direct pressure. Velvet glanced up from the book she had not actually been reading, something relieved flickering across her expression at being noticed without having to ask for the attention directly. I keep thinking about the avatar, she admitted. How it felt being near something that wrong. I've faced plenty of dangerous things before, Grim, the lieutenant, even the conductor. But none of it felt quite like that. I don't know how to process the fear properly, and it's been sitting heavy ever since. Blake nodded slowly, recognizing the particular shape of the difficulty immediately. I felt something similar, the first time I really understood what the splinter organization I once belonged to had actually become, she said. Not fear of physical danger, exactly. Fear of something fundamentally wrong, something that didn't follow the rules I'd learned to navigate everything else by. It took me a long time to figure out how to actually sit with that kind of fear without letting it consume every other feeling I had. How did you manage it? Velvet asked quietly. I had to separate the fear of the wrongness itself from the fear of my own inadequacy in facing it, Blake said. Those are two different fears, even though they feel tangled together at first. The wrongness is real, and being afraid of it is reasonable. But the fear that you personally aren't equipped to face it, that's a separate question, and usually a less accurate one than it feels in the moment. Velvet considered this carefully, turning the distinction over with the same thoughtful attention she brought to any genuine problem. I think that's exactly what's been bothering me, she admitted. Not just that the avatar felt wrong, but that I felt completely unprepared for facing something that wrong, even with everything I've learned to adapt and copy in a fight. You weren't unprepared, Blake said firmly. I watched you during that engagement. You adjusted to its inconsistent solidity faster than almost anyone else, copying whatever approach seemed to be working best in the moment rather than freezing up against something unfamiliar. That's not someone unequipped to face this. That's someone who's already proven, repeatedly, that adaptability is exactly the strength this particular threat demands. Velvet's expression softened considerably at the careful, sincere reassurance, the same quiet, grateful warmth she had once shown Izuku during their own earnest conversation months earlier now settling, gently, into her exchange with Blake. Thank you, she said. I don't think we've talked quite this openly before, just the two of us. We probably should more often, Blake said, with a small, genuine smile. I think we understand a similar kind of fear, even if it comes from different places. That seems worth building on. I'd like that, Velvet said, smiling in return. They settled into comfortable, companionable quiet after that, the heavy weight of Velvet's earlier fear easing, gradually, into something steadier and more manageable, and Izuku, passing by the reading nook some time later and catching the warm, easy comfort of their continued conversation, felt a quiet, settled gratitude at watching this found family's bonds continue deepening in directions beyond simply their individual connections to him, the kind of genuine, independent friendship that made this strange, unexpected world feel, more and more with each passing month, like something worth calling home in the fullest possible sense. Chapter 76. With the Avatar's test successfully repelled and Weiss's containment system proven under genuine combat conditions, the team turned its full, focused attention toward the considerable challenge of actually intercepting the architect's intended convergence at the sixth structure. The conductors continued, grudging cooperation providing crucial additional insight as the planning progressed. The structure itself lies considerably deeper than any of the other nodes we've previously encountered, Oblek explained, during the extended planning session that consumed the better part of several days. Accessing it will require navigating a network of old, partially collapsed tunnels beneath Vale's oldest settled territory, narrow enough in places that our usual combat formations will need significant adjustment. That works against us in some ways, Coco said, studying the rough tunnel schematics Oblek had managed to recover from old municipal records. Limited maneuvering room, limited sightlines. But it also works in our favor, if we can control the timing of when the architect actually attempts the convergence. A confined space might make Weiss's containment system more effective, not less, if we can concentrate its coverage rather than spreading it thin across open ground. I agree, Weiss said, already turning the tactical implication over with evident, focused interest. A smaller area means I can sustain a more concentrated field for considerably longer than I managed during the Avatar's test. The conductor, seated at the edge of the planning table under Glinda's continued, careful supervision, spoke up with quiet, careful consideration. I would caution that the architect, having witnessed its Avatar's defeat, will likely adjust its own approach considerably, they said. It is patient, but not foolish. I would expect a more direct, more carefully calculated attempt this time, rather than another testing probe. Meaning what, specifically, RWBY asked, her tone carrying careful, measured attention rather than open hostility. a notable shift from the wary suspicion that had marked their earliest interactions with the conductor's continued presence. Meaning I believe it will attempt to manufacture circumstances that force Mr. Midoriya's presence at the structure directly, rather than relying on chance or persuasion, the conductor said. Possibly through manipulating grim activity to create an emergency that demands his intervention nearby. Possibly through some other mechanism I am not currently aware of. I would recommend treating any sudden crisis near that location, regardless of its apparent cause, with considerable suspicion. Izuku absorbed this carefully, the familiar, methodical part of his mind already working through the unsettling implications. So it might try to trick me into going there voluntarily, rather than forcing the issue directly. That would be consistent with everything I understand of its patient, calculating nature, the conductor said. Ojban, who had been listening with careful, focused attention throughout the exchange, finally spoke, his tone carrying quiet, considered resolve. Then perhaps, he said, we should consider controlling that narrative ourselves, rather than waiting anxiously for the architect's manufactured crisis to arrive. If we choose the timing and circumstances of Mr. Midoriya's presence at the structure deliberately, on our own terms, we deny the architect the advantage of dictating the confrontation's shape. You're suggesting we go to it, Izuku said slowly. Rather than waiting for it to come to us. I am suggesting exactly that, Ojban said. With full preparation, full team support, and the considerable advantage of choosing our own ground rather than reacting to a crisis the architect has carefully constructed for its own benefit. The room fell into thoughtful, careful silence as the considerable weight of the proposal settled over the gathered group, and Izuku, looking around at the faces of his found family, felt the familiar, steady resolve of shared purpose settling, once again, into place despite the genuine, considerable risk the plan entailed. I think Ojban's right, he said finally. I'd rather face this on our own terms than wait around for the architect to spring some trap I never see coming. Then we prepare thoroughly, Coco said, and we choose our moment carefully. No rushing into this half-ready. The planning continued late into the evening, the considerable details of the coming confrontation gradually settling into something the entire team could commit to with genuine, hard-won confidence, and Izuku, watching his found family work through every careful contingency with the same practiced, trusted coordination that had carried them through every previous crisis, felt ready, for the first time since the architect's unsettling contact in that fog-shrouded valley, to finally take the fight to it directly, rather than simply reacting to whatever it chose to attempt next. Chapter 77. The night before the team's planned descent into the tunnels beneath Vale's oldest settled territory, the 7 of them gathered together in the dormitory common room by quiet, unspoken agreement, none of them quite ready to retreat to separate rooms and face the considerable uncertainty of tomorrow alone. This feels different from our usual pre-mission gatherings, Young observed, settling onto the couch with a cup of tea she was not really drinking, simply holding for the warmth of it. It is different, RWBY said quietly. Every other time, we at least had some idea what we were walking into. This time, we're going in mostly on theory and the conductor's best guess. Speaking of which, Coco said, glancing toward the door with a faint, wry expression, it's still strange having that particular guest wandering Beacon's grounds under careful supervision. I keep waiting to wake up and discover it was some elaborate, very long con. I don't think it is, Blake said. I've watched people carefully my whole life. Whatever else the conductor's guilty of, I believe the fear is genuine. Izuku, settled in his usual corner with the comfortable, familiar warmth of his found family gathered around him, found himself simply listening for a while, content to let the easy, overlapping conversation wash over him before adding his own thoughts. Can I say something? He said eventually, and the room's attention settled onto him with quiet, immediate warmth. Whatever happens tomorrow, I want all of you to know how much this past year has meant to me. I know we've said versions of this before, but I think it's worth saying again, especially before something this uncertain. We know, Velvet said softly. But it's always good to hear again. RWBY shifted closer, resting her head against his shoulder with easy, unself-conscious affection. I'm not scared of tomorrow the way I might have been a year ago, she said. Not because the danger's any less real. Because I trust every single person in this room completely, including you. That makes all the difference. I feel the same, Weiss said, settling on his other side. I've faced plenty of uncertainty in my life. I've never faced it surrounded by people I trust this thoroughly. Yang reached over to bump her fist lightly against Izuku's knee, her usual easy confidence carrying, beneath it, the same genuine warmth the rest of the room had offered. Whatever the architect throws at us tomorrow, we've already proven we can adapt to things nobody's ever faced before. I'm not worried. Much. A little worried is healthy, Blake said, with a faint, dry smile. Keeps us sharp. Delvet, curled into the armchair nearest the window, offered her own quiet contribution. I just want you to know, she said, looking at Izuku directly, that no matter what the architect thinks you are to it, you'll always be exactly yourself to me. That's not going to change, tomorrow or ever. Same here, Coco said firmly, pushing her sunglasses up to look at him without their usual shield. We didn't build this whole found family around some cosmic key. We built it around you. Don't ever let anything convince you otherwise, especially not some ancient, manipulative force that's never bothered to actually know you the way we do. Izuku felt his chest tighten with quiet, profound gratitude, the considerable fear of tomorrow's uncertain confrontation settling, gradually, into something he felt genuinely equipped to face, surrounded by exactly the kind of unwavering, sincere support that had carried him through every previous impossible moment since the rift first tore him from everything familiar. Thank you, he said softly. All of you. I don't think I could face tomorrow without this, without all of you. I mean that completely. The group settled into comfortable, easy quiet after that, the warmth of shared purpose and genuine affection carrying them through the remainder of the evening, and as the night deepened and the considerable uncertainty of tomorrow loomed steadily closer, Izuku found himself, surrounded by the people who had become his entire world in this strange, unexpected place, feeling something he had not quite expected to feel on the eve of such a dangerous, uncertain confrontation, genuine, steady peace. Chapter 78. The descent into the tunnels beneath Vale's oldest settled territory took the better part of a tense, careful morning, the team moving in the tighter, adjusted formation Coco and RWBY had spent days refining, Oobleck's recovered schematics guiding them steadily deeper through narrow, ancient passages that grew progressively colder and more unsettling with every passing meter. We're close, Oobleck murmured, consulting his instruments with careful, focused attention. The resonance readings are climbing steadily. I would estimate the sixth structure lies no more than another 100 meters ahead. Izuku felt the familiar, prickling resonance intensify as they advanced, considerably stronger than anything he had experienced at any previous structure, and exchanged a careful glance with Weiss, who nodded once in silent confirmation that her containment system stood ready the moment it was needed. The sixth structure, when they finally reached it, dwarfed every previous node they had encountered, ancient stonework rising in tiered, concentric rings around a central chamber that pulsed with a deep, steady light unlike anything Izuku had previously witnessed, and waiting at its center, already gathering itself into a far more substantial, considerably more solid form than the testing avatar had displayed, stood the architect's true manifestation. You came to me, the architect said, its voice carrying the same unsettling, directly perceived quality from the fog-shrouded valley, though considerably stronger now, resonating through the entire chamber rather than simply within Izuku's own mind. I confess genuine surprise. I had prepared considerably more elaborate means of ensuring your eventual presence here. We're not here to give you what you want, Izuku said, settling into ready position, the rest of the team spreading into the formation they had carefully rehearsed. You misunderstand the nature of what I want, the architect said, its form rippling with the same translucent, shifting quality as its avatar, though considerably more substantial and commanding here, within the heart of its own ancient binding. I do not require your willing cooperation, Mr. Midoriya. I require only your presence, and the proximity of your signature to this chamber's central point. Willingness was never a necessary component of my design. It moved with sudden, considerable speed, and Weiss's containment glyph flared instantly into place, the shimmering barrier holding firm against the architect's first attempted contact with visibly greater strain than it had displayed against the avatar's lesser test. Now, RWBY called, and the team's full, coordinated assault began in earnest, Yang and Yatsuhashi testing the architect's physical resilience directly, Blake and Velvet weaving through the chamber's narrow space to flank and probe for weakness, Coco directing the broader coordination with sharp, decisive clarity despite the genuinely alien, unfamiliar nature of the threat arrayed against them. The fight that followed proved considerably more difficult than the Avatar's earlier test, the architect's full manifestation displaying a degree of adaptive, calculating intelligence that made every coordinated strategy the team attempted only briefly effective before the architect adjusted its own approach in response. The chamber's ancient stonework seeming to amplify its capability rather than simply housing it passively. "It's learning from us," Blake called out, breathless, after a third coordinated maneuver produced diminishing returns compared to its first successful application. "The same way we adapt to new threats, it's adapting to us, in real time." Izuku felt the weight of that observation settle heavily even amid the chaos of continued combat, the careful, methodical part of his mind racing to find some advantage the architect's considerable adaptive intelligence had not yet anticipated. It was Weiss, her containment system straining audibly now under the sustained demand of the engagement, who finally called out the observation that shifted the fight's trajectory. "It's drawing more and more power to maintain its physical form in here," she called, her voice tight with effort. "The chamber's amplification works both ways. If we can force it to overextend, the same effect that's strengthening it might become a vulnerability instead." "How do we force that?" Coco called back, redirecting the team's coordinated pressure with renewed, focused urgency. "Sustained, relentless pressure," Weiss said. "Don't let it settle into a stable rhythm. Force it to keep reacting, keep adjusting, until the strain of maintaining this much power in one place finally outpaces whatever the chamber can sustain." The team committed fully to the revised strategy, every member pressing the architect with relentless, coordinated intensity that denied it the stable footing its adaptive intelligence clearly preferred, and gradually, painstakingly, the strain began visibly showing, the architect's translucent form flickering with greater instability, its responses growing fractionally slower under the accumulated, unrelenting pressure. Finally, with a sudden, violent surge of distorted light that sent the entire team staggering backward, the architect's form collapsed inward, dispersing into the chamber's ambient energy with a final, echoing resonance that left the entire space ringing with sudden, heavy silence. "Did we actually do it?" Yang said, breathless, staring at the empty space where the architect's full manifestation had stood only moments before. Izuku, equally breathless, felt the cautious, careful part of his mind already working through the engagement's actual outcome rather than simply celebrating its apparent end. "We repelled it," he said slowly. "I don't think we defeated it. Not really. It overextended trying to maintain this form, and the chamber forced it to withdraw rather than risk full collapse. But the architect itself, whatever it actually is at its core, is still out there." Oobleck, studying his instruments with grim, focused attention, confirmed the assessment with careful precision. "The chamber's resonance is settling back toward baseline," he said. "Consistent with a forced withdrawal rather than genuine destruction. I believe Mr. Midoriya's assessment is, unfortunately, accurate." The weight of that settled heavily over the exhausted, hard-fought team, the considerable victory of the engagement tempered immediately by the sobering knowledge that this confrontation, however significant, had not yet resolved the true scope of the threat they faced. "Then we keep preparing," RWBY said finally, her voice carrying tired but unwavering resolve despite the engagement's exhausting demands. "We just proved we can actually hurt it. That's more than we knew yesterday. Whatever comes next, we'll be ready for that too." Izuku looked around at his exhausted, battered, but undeniably resilient found family, and felt, despite the considerable uncertainty still looming ahead, a fierce, steady determination settle into his chest. "Together," he said simply, "exactly like this. Whatever it takes." Part 2, Act 6. Chapter 79. The relief of the sixth structure's hard-fought victory lasted barely a day before Oobleck's continued monitoring delivered the kind of sobering correction Izuku had, somewhere in the back of his mind, half expected all along. "I wish I had better news," Oobleck said, gathering the team once more in Ashbin's office, his usual energetic demeanor tempered by genuine, evident concern. "The architect's forced withdrawal from the sixth structure did not simply weaken it, as we had hoped. It appears to have destabilized the wider binding network considerably, the same way removing significant pressure from one point in a complex structure can sometimes cause unexpected strain elsewhere." "Explain what that actually means, in practice," Coco said, her usual confident ease tightening into focused concern. It means the containment effect across every node we have catalogued, not merely the sixth structure, is currently weaker than at any point since we began this entire investigation, RWBY said. And weaker containment, given everything we understand about the network's original purpose, correlates directly with increased grim activity in the surrounding regions. Ojban, his expression carrying the particular gravity Izuku had come to associate with the headmaster's most serious pronouncements, added the detail that settled the full weight of the situation over the room. We are already receiving reports, he said, of unusually aggressive grim incursions at 3 separate settlements within Vale's territory, all within the past 12 hours. This is not a localized concern any longer. It is a regional one. Izuku felt the cold, familiar weight of consequence settle into his chest, the particular ache of having won a fight only to discover the victory carried a cost he had not fully anticipated. We weakened it, he said slowly, but we also wounded something that was already dangerous, and a wounded animal isn't necessarily safer than a healthy one. It might just be more desperate. A precise and unfortunately accurate analogy, Ojban said. RWBY, already turning the implications over with the same careful, tactical focus that had defined her growth across every previous crisis, leaned forward with evident urgency. If there are multiple settlements at risk right now, we can't just focus on the architect directly. People could actually be in danger this very moment. Precisely my own assessment, Ojban said. Which is why I believe our priorities must shift, at least temporarily, away from directly pursuing the architect and toward addressing the immediate, practical danger this destabilization has created for the people actually living within these affected regions. Izuku looked around at the gathered team, at the same fierce, immediate readiness settling over each of their expressions, and felt, despite the sobering weight of the news, a steady, familiar resolve take hold. Then that's exactly what we do, he said. The architect can wait a little longer for whatever it's planning next. Right now, there are people who need help today, not eventually. Agreed, Coco said firmly, already rising from her seat with brisk, decisive purpose. Let's figure out where we're needed most, and let's move quickly. The briefing shifted rapidly from theoretical concern into urgent, practical logistics, and Izuku, watching his found family mobilize with the same practiced, trusted efficiency that had carried them through every previous crisis, felt the particular, steady comfort of shared purpose settle over the considerable uncertainty of what still lay ahead, even as the weight of an entire region's safety pressed, suddenly and inescapably, onto all of their shoulders at once. Chapter 80. The full scope of the destabilization's impact became considerably clearer over the following several hours, as Glinda's communication network gathered reports from across Vale's outlying territories, and Izuku watched the operational map in Ojban's office fill, gradually, with marked locations representing settlements now experiencing grim activity well beyond their usual defensive capacity. 3 confirmed sites currently require immediate intervention, Glinda said, marking each location on the map with brisk, efficient precision. A farming community near the eastern border, a mining outpost in the southern hills, and a fishing village along the coast, considerably closer to where we first encountered the southern node months ago. 3 sites, simultaneously, Weiss said, studying the map with evident, growing concern. We've never had to respond to something at this scale before. Every previous crisis has been concentrated in a single location. Which is precisely why I believe we have no choice but to divide our resources, Ojban said. I will be coordinating additional huntsman teams from elsewhere within Vale to assist, but given the time sensitivity involved, I believe your team's particular combination of experience and coordination represents our most immediately deployable asset. Izuku studied the map carefully, the methodical, calculating part of his mind already working through the considerable challenge of meeting 3 simultaneous crises with a single team's worth of resources. We'll need to split up, he said slowly, recognizing the unavoidable conclusion even as something in his chest resisted it. We've never actually done that before. Not like this. No, RWBY agreed, her own expression carrying the weight of the same recognition. We've always fought together. Splitting up means none of us have the full team's support if something goes wrong. It also means we can actually help 3 times as many people as we could otherwise reach, Blake said quietly. I don't love the idea any more than either of you. But I think the alternative, choosing only one site while the other 2 suffer without any meaningful response, is considerably worse. The room fell into thoughtful, weighted silence as the considerable difficulty of the decision settled over the gathered group, and Izuku, looking around at the faces of his found family, felt the familiar, steady ache of responsibility pressing against the genuine fear of separating from people he had grown to trust so completely. "Blake's right," he said finally. "We have to do this. I don't like it, but the math is clear. More people get help if we split up than if we don't." Coco, studying the map with her usual sharp, decisive attention, spoke up with characteristic directness. "Then let's figure out the smartest way to actually do it. Pairings that play to genuine strengths, not just whoever happens to be standing closest when we run out the door." RWBY straightened, the familiar, settled confidence of months of genuine leadership growth steadying her voice despite the evident difficulty of the moment. "Give me a few minutes to actually think this through properly. I want to make sure every pairing has the best chance of handling whatever each side actually demands." "Take the time you need," Ashbin said. "But not considerably longer than that. Every hour that passes is an hour those settlements continue facing this without adequate support." RWBY nodded, already turning to study the map with renewed, focused intensity, and Izuku, watching her work through the considerable weight of the decision with the same careful, trusted competence she had built across every previous crisis, felt a quiet, steady confidence settle alongside the genuine fear of what came next. Whatever the coming hours demanded of all of them, separated for the first time across genuinely independent fronts, he trusted, completely, that this found family had built exactly the kind of foundation necessary to meet it. Chapter 81. RWBY's finalized assignments came together with the same careful, deliberate thoroughness she had brought to every planning session since her own hard-won growth into genuine, confident leadership, and she presented them to the assembled team with brisk, focused clarity that left little room for second-guessing. "Yang and I will take the eastern farming community," she said, marking the location on the map. "It's the most isolated of the three, which means whoever responds needs to be self-sufficient without relying on rapid additional support. We've fought together longer than anyone else here. We know exactly how to cover each other without needing to think about it." "Weiss and Blake, the southern mining outpost," she continued. "The terrain there is enclosed, tunnels and structural supports, which plays to Weiss's containment expertise and Blake's tactical precision in tight spaces." "Velvet and Coco, the coastal fishing village," RWBY said. "Open terrain, likely a higher concentration of civilians needing direct evacuation assistance. Coco's command experience and Velvet's adaptability give you the best chance of handling both combat and civilian coordination simultaneously." "And Izuku," she said, turning toward him with careful, deliberate attention, "I want you with Yatsuhashi, held in reserve initially, ready to deploy to whichever site reports the most severe escalation. Your own combat capability is considerable enough that you can meaningfully reinforce whichever front needs it most, rather than being locked into a single location from the start." Izuku considered the assignment carefully, recognizing immediately the careful, deliberate logic behind it. "That makes sense," he said. "Though I want everyone to know, if any of your sites need help before I'm specifically deployed there, don't hesitate to call. I'd rather respond a little early than arrive too late because we waited for a textbook emergency threshold." "Understood," RWBY said, and the rest of the team nodded their own agreement. Yang, settling beside RWBY with her usual easy confidence tempered now by genuine, focused readiness, glanced toward Izuku with a brief, warm smile. "Don't worry about us," she said. "We've got this. Just make sure you don't run yourself into the ground trying to be everywhere at once." "I'll be careful," Izuku said, the old promise settling comfortably into place. "I learned that lesson properly, remember?" "I remember," Yang said. "Just making sure you remember it too." Weiss, gathering her containment equipment with brisk, methodical efficiency, paused long enough to offer Izuku a brief, steadying glance. "We'll be fine," she said. "Blake and I have faced difficult terrain before. This isn't so different from what we've already proven we can handle." "I know," Izuku said. "I trust both of you completely." Velvet and Coco, preparing for their own deployment toward the coastal village, exchanged a brief, determined look before Coco spoke, her usual sharp confidence carrying genuine, steady resolve. "We'll keep those people safe," she said simply. "Whatever it takes." "I know you will," Izuku said. The team dispersed quickly after that, each pairing moving toward their assigned transport with the same practiced, urgent efficiency that months of accumulated crisis had instilled deeply into all of them, and Izuku, standing alongside Yatsuhashi at the edge of the departing group, felt the particular, unfamiliar ache of watching his found family scatter across separate fronts for the first time, trusting each pairing completely even as some old, protective instinct in him resisted the necessity of it. "They'll be all right," Yatsuhashi said quietly, recognizing the weight of Izuku's silence immediately. "We've all grown considerably since this entire journey began. Trust that growth." "I do," Izuku said, watching the last of the departing transports lift into the sky. "I just have to get used to trusting it from a distance, instead of standing right beside them." "That's its own kind of growth too," Yatsuhashi said, with quiet, simple wisdom, and Izuku, absorbing the truth of that, settled into the considerable uncertainty of the coming hours with as much steady resolve as he could manage, watching the horizon carefully for whatever signal might call him into the fight first. Chapter 82. The call came faster than Izuku had anticipated, barely an hour into the team's separated deployment. Glinda's urgent voice crackling through the calm relay with news that the coastal fishing village had escalated considerably beyond Velvet and Coco's initial assessment, a sudden surge of grim activity threatening to overwhelm the evacuation effort entirely. "Go," Yatsuhashi said immediately, already moving toward their own waiting transport. "They need reinforcement now, not after we've debated the wisdom of it." They arrived to find the village in genuine, immediate crisis, civilians fleeing toward the makeshift evacuation point along the shoreline while Velvet and Coco fought a desperate, holding action against a considerably larger concentration of Grimm than either had anticipated facing alone. "About time," Coco called, breathless, as Izuku and Yatsuhashi closed the distance at a dead run, full cowl already flaring across Izuku's limbs. "Status," Izuku called back, already assessing the chaotic battlefield with the same calculating, methodical attention that had carried him through every previous crisis. "Evacuation's about 60% complete," Coco said, redirecting fire toward a cluster of advancing Grimm with practiced efficiency. "We need to hold this line considerably longer before everyone's actually clear." Izuku moved without further hesitation, throwing himself into the fight alongside Yatsuhashi, the two of them anchoring the most heavily pressured section of the defensive line while Velvet and Coco continued coordinating the ongoing evacuation with practiced, urgent efficiency. The fight tested him in a way considerably different from his previous engagements, not against a single, calculating adversary but against the sheer, overwhelming volume of a destabilized Grimm surge, wave after wave pressing against the thinning defensive line with relentless, mindless aggression. He felt the old, familiar temptation building beneath his careful restraint, the instinct to simply push full cowl past every reasonable limit, to throw everything he had at the threat regardless of personal cost, the same instinct that had once left him collapsed for 2 full days in Beacon's infirmary. He did not give in to it. Instead, he drew on every careful lesson the past months had taught him, pacing his output deliberately, calling out clear, coordinated direction to Yatsuhashi rather than simply fighting in isolated, desperate bursts, trusting the practiced rhythm of genuine teamwork even without the full ensemble's presence to lean on. "Left flank," he called, "I'll cover the gap, you press forward on the right." Yatsuhashi responded immediately, the two of them falling into a coordinated rhythm despite having fought together directly far less often than Izuku had with the rest of the team, and gradually, methodically, the defensive line began holding steady rather than continuing to buckle under the surge's relentless pressure. "Evacuation's complete," Velvet finally called out, breathless, from the shoreline. "Everyone's clear. Then let's finish this and get out of here too," Coco called back, redirecting the team's combined effort toward a final, decisive push against the remaining Grimm. The fight concluded within several more minutes, the surge finally broken and scattering back toward the surrounding hills, and Izuku, breathing hard but steady, felt a profound, quiet satisfaction settle into his exhausted chest at having met this considerable challenge without sacrificing the careful restraint he had worked so hard to internalize. "You held back exactly the right amount," Coco observed, studying him with evident, genuine approval as the team gathered amid the fight's aftermath. "I remember when you wouldn't have. You've actually learned that lesson properly, not just promised to." "I had a lot of practice," Izuku said, managing a tired but genuine smile. "And a lot of people who refused to let me forget the promise." Good, Coco said simply. Keep it that way. Izuku surveyed the village, the evacuated civilians now beginning the slow, careful process of returning to assess the damage, and felt the considerable weight of the day's continued crisis settle, gradually, into something he felt genuinely capable of carrying, even apart from the full ensemble's immediate, physical presence. Chapter 83. The Eastern farming community, when RWBY and Yang arrived, presented a considerably different kind of crisis than the coastal village's chaotic surge, a slower, more grinding siege as the community's modest defenses strained against a steady, persistent stream of Grim pressing in from the surrounding fields. This isn't going to be a quick fight, RWBY observed, surveying the scattered, frightened civilians still working to secure the last of their livestock and belongings before the planned evacuation route. Then we make it a sustainable one, Yang said, already rolling her shoulders, settling into the kind of steady, enduring readiness the situation clearly demanded. They worked quickly, RWBY coordinating directly with the community's elected leader, an older woman with a weathered, determined face who clearly carried considerable practical experience managing crises with limited resources, while Yang positioned herself at the most vulnerable point along the community's perimeter. We need to get the children and elderly moving first, the community leader said, her voice steady despite the evident strain of the situation. The rest of us can hold long enough to cover their retreat, if you two can help anchor the actual defense. We can, RWBY said firmly, already directing the community's able-bodied defenders into a more cohesive formation, the same confident, practiced leadership she had developed across months of growth settling naturally into the unfamiliar context of civilian coordination. The fight that followed stretched across the better part of 2 grinding hours, RWBY and Yang working in the same fluid, practiced synchronization that years of partnership had built between them, covering gaps in the community's makeshift defense, picking off the most dangerous threats before they could break through, buying precious time for the slow, careful evacuation to proceed. I've got 6 more behind the barn, Yang called out, breathless, dispatching a Grim with a solid, decisive strike. On it, RWBY called back, already moving, Crescent Rose cutting a clean, efficient path through the threat before it could press further toward the retreating civilians. It was during a brief lull in the fighting, the worst of the immediate pressure finally easing as the evacuation neared completion, that RWBY found herself standing beside an elderly man being carried on a makeshift stretcher toward the evacuation point, his weathered hand reaching out to grip her wrist with surprising strength. Thank you, he said, his voice thin but sincere. I didn't think anyone would come in time. RWBY felt something tighten in her chest at the simple, grateful words, the considerable weight of what they were actually fighting for settling, suddenly and powerfully, into something far more immediate than the abstract strategic concern it had represented back in Ashpan's office. We're not finished yet, she said gently. But we're not going anywhere until everyone here is safe. I promise you that. The man's grip loosened, something peaceful settling into his exhausted expression, and RWBY, watching him carried the rest of the way towards safety, felt a fierce, renewed determination settle into her chest. You good? Yang asked, arriving at her side as the lull in the fighting persisted. Yeah, RWBY said, though her voice carried a new, weighted seriousness. I just keep thinking about what Izuku said, back before all of this really started. About how the architect's whole plan treats people like resources, like things to be used or sacrificed for some larger goal. Seeing this, seeing what that actually means for real people, it makes me even more certain we have to stop it. Not just for Izuku's sake. For everyone like this man. I feel the same, Yang said, her usual easy confidence carrying real, settled weight beneath it. This is exactly what we're actually fighting for. Not abstract strategy. This. They returned to the fight with renewed, focused purpose, the remaining grim pressure finally breaking under their combined, relentless effort, and as the last of the community's residents reached safety and the immediate crisis finally eased into manageable aftermath, RWBY found herself looking back at the modest, battered farming community with a quiet, steady pride that had nothing to do with tactical success and everything to do with the simple, profound fact that real people, with real names and real lives, were safe tonight because of the choices this found family had made together. Chapter 84. The southern mining outpost presented Weiss and Blake with a problem considerably more structurally complicated than open field combat, the narrow, interconnected tunnels limiting maneuverability while simultaneously offering the destabilized Grim Surge multiple unpredictable approach vectors that made conventional defensive formations impractical. We can't hold every tunnel entrance simultaneously, Blake observed, studying the outpost's rough structural map with careful, focused attention. There are too many of them, and not enough of us. Weiss considered the problem with the same methodical, technical attention she brought to any genuine engineering challenge, her earlier work on the architect's containment system already turning over in her mind toward a different, but related, application. My glyph technology wasn't originally designed for this kind of crowd control, she said slowly, but the underlying principle might still apply. If I can establish a series of smaller, less power-intensive glyphs at each tunnel junction, rather than one large, sustained field, I could create temporary choke points that funnel the Grim into fewer, more manageable approach paths. Could you actually maintain that many simultaneous glyphs? Blake asked, genuine concern coloring her question. Not indefinitely, Weiss admitted. But long enough to buy the miners time to complete their evacuation, if we time it correctly. They worked quickly, Weiss establishing her modified glyph network at the outpost's most critical junctions while Blake coordinated directly with the mining crew's foreman, a stocky, no-nonsense man who clearly appreciated efficient, practical solutions over elaborate explanation. Get your people moving the moment the glyphs activate, Blake told him. We'll hold the funneled approach as long as we can, but I want everyone clear before our reserves run low. Understood, the foreman said, already directing his crew with brisk, practiced urgency. Weiss's modified system activated with a soft, shimmering glow that rippled through each tunnel junction in careful, coordinated sequence, and Izuku, had he been present to witness it, would have recognized immediately the same careful, deliberate craftsmanship she had brought to every previous technical challenge, adapted now, under genuine pressure, into something entirely new. The Grim, funneled by the unfamiliar barriers into a single, considerably more manageable approach path, pressed forward with relentless, mindless aggression, and Blake met them with the same fluid, precise efficiency that had carried her through every previous engagement, her blade finding weak points with practiced, economical precision while Weiss maintained the considerable strain of her modified containment network. How long can you hold this? Blake called, dispatching another Grim with a clean, decisive strike. Long enough, Weiss called back, her voice tight with effort but carrying unmistakable, determined confidence. Just keep them from breaking through directly. I've got the rest handled. The fight continued for the better part of 20 tense, demanding minutes, the mining crew's evacuation proceeding steadily behind the protective funnel Weiss's adapted technology had created, and as the last of the crew finally reached the surface in safety, Weiss allowed her glyph network to collapse, the considerable strain of sustaining it finally easing from her visibly exhausted frame. That worked, Blake said, breathless, surveying the cleared tunnel with evident, genuine admiration. I don't think I've ever seen anyone improvise a containment solution that quickly, under that much pressure. I had good practice, Weiss said, managing a tired but proud smile. Building something specifically meant to protect someone I care about taught me a lot about adapting the same principles to whatever a situation actually demands. Izuku would be proud, Blake said simply. I hope so, Weiss said, and the two of them made their way back toward the surface together, the considerable danger of the mining outpost's crisis finally resolved, their own particular contribution to this widening, difficult fight settled now into something they could carry forward with genuine, hard-won confidence. Chapter 85. Earlier that same day, before Izuku and Yatsuhashi's reinforcement had arrived, Velvet and Coco had faced the coastal fishing village's escalating crisis with only each other to rely upon, the considerable surge of Grim activity forcing a difficult, immediate decision neither of them had wanted to make. We can't evacuate everyone and hold the eastern docks simultaneously, Coco said, surveying the village's layout with sharp, urgent calculation. The Grim are converging fastest there, and there's a family still trapped in the harbor master's house, cut off from the main evacuation route. How many people are in the main evacuation group? Velvet asked, her usual gentle demeanor sharpened now into focused, practical urgency. Close to 40, Coco said. Versus the 4 people in that house. I hate this. I hate that this is even a calculation I have to make. Velvet considered the terrible weight of the choice carefully, her own instinctive kindness warring against the practical, urgent mathematics of the situation. We don't have to choose just one, she said suddenly. If I copy your weapon's full output and hold the eastern dock alone, even briefly, you could reach the harbor master's house and get that family clear. It's risky, but it's not impossible. Coco studied her for a long moment, something fierce and protective and genuinely proud settling into her expression despite the urgency of the moment. That's an enormous risk for you to take alone. I can handle it, Velvet said, with quiet, settled confidence that carried none of her earlier uncertainty about her own capability. I've grown a lot since the days I doubted whether my semblance was actually worth anything in a real fight. Trust me. Coco's expression softened, just slightly, despite the considerable danger of the moment. I trust you completely, she said. Hold that line. I'll be back before you know it. She broke from their position immediately, sprinting toward the harbor master's house with practiced, urgent speed, and Velvet, drawing on Coco's own combat style with the same fluid, adaptive confidence Izuku had once helped her recognize as genuine strength rather than mere imitation, turned to face the considerable pressure building at the eastern dock alone. The fight that followed tested her more thoroughly than almost any previous engagement, the borrowed weapon's considerable output demanding a level of sustained physical effort she had not previously needed to maintain solo, but she held the line with fierce, determined focus, drawing on every lesson her own hard-won growth had taught her about trusting her own adaptive capability rather than doubting it under pressure. Coco returned within minutes, the rescued family safely in tow, just as Velvet's reserves began genuinely straining under the sustained demand of holding the position alone. Go, Coco called, immediately rejoining the fight at full strength. Get them to the main evacuation point. I've got this now. Velvet guided the rescued family towards safety with quick, careful efficiency, and by the time she returned to rejoin Coco at the dock, the worst of the immediate pressure had eased considerably, the two of them finishing the remaining engagement together with the same practiced, trusted coordination that had defined their partnership across every previous crisis. We saved everyone, Velvet said, breathless, once the fight finally settled into manageable aftermath. The whole village, and that family too. We did, Coco said, pulling her into a brief, fierce hug despite her own evident exhaustion. Because you held that line alone, when it mattered most. I'm so proud of you, Velvet. I don't think I tell you that often enough. Velvet felt warmth spread through her exhausted chest at the simple, sincere praise, the same quiet, settled confidence that had carried her through this entire difficult engagement settling, now, into something she could genuinely hold on to. Thank you, she said softly. For trusting me enough to actually let me prove it. Always, Coco said simply, and together they turned to help coordinate the village's slow, careful return to whatever normalcy remained available to them, the considerable danger of the day's crisis finally, fully resolved. Chapter 86. The team reconvened at Beacon late that night, each pairing arriving in staggered succession over the course of several exhausted hours, and Izuku found himself, watching each group return safely despite the day's considerable strain, feeling a profound, settling relief that he had not fully allowed himself to expect until every single one of them stood, battered but whole, back within Beacon's familiar walls. That was the hardest day we've had since this entire journey began, RWBY said, sinking onto the common room couch with evident, bone-deep exhaustion, Yang dropping down beside her with an equally weary sigh. I don't think any of us have ever fought this hard, this separated, before, Weiss said, settling into a nearby chair, Blake taking the seat beside her with quiet, equally tired relief. Velvet and Coco arrived last, having stayed slightly longer to help coordinate the coastal village's continued recovery, and the moment they entered the room, Izuku felt the last of his lingering, unspoken worry finally, fully ease. You're all here, he said, the simple, profound relief of it settling heavily into his voice. I kept telling myself you'd all be fine, and I believed it, mostly, but there's a difference between believing it and actually seeing it confirmed. We're here, Coco said, settling onto the arm of the couch with tired but genuine warmth. A little worse for wear, but here. I think we should talk about today honestly, Blake said, her usual quiet perceptiveness cutting gently through the room's exhausted relief. Not just celebrate that we all survived. I think today asked something genuinely difficult of all of us, trusting each other completely without being able to see it happen in real time. RWBY nodded slowly, considering the observation with the same thoughtful seriousness she brought to any genuine leadership challenge. It was harder than I expected, she admitted. Not the fighting itself. The not knowing, while it was happening, whether everyone else was actually okay. I felt the same, Izuku said. Watching all of you scatter across separate fronts, trusting that the bonds we'd built were enough to carry each pairing through without me there to help directly, that was genuinely difficult, in a way none of our previous crises quite prepared me for. But it worked, Weiss said firmly. Every single pairing held. Every site was successfully defended. Whatever doubt any of us carried into today, the actual outcome proved that the trust we've built doesn't require constant physical proximity to actually function. That's an important thing to know, Yang said. Especially given everything still ahead of us with the architect. We might need to split up again before this is finally over. Izuku considered this, the careful, methodical part of his mind absorbing the weight of the observation even amid his exhaustion. I think you're right, he said. And I think today proved something important, that we don't actually need to be standing right beside each other to trust completely in what we've built together. That's its own kind of strength, maybe even more valuable than simply fighting side by side all the time. Velvet, settled quietly in her usual corner, offered her own gentle observation. I think today also reminded me how much I've actually grown, she said. Coco had to leave me alone to hold an entire line by myself, and I didn't doubt for a moment that I could handle it. That wouldn't have been true, even a few months ago. None of us would have been ready for today, a few months ago, RWBY said. Not really. We've all grown into exactly the people this entire impossible journey needed us to become. The room settled into comfortable, exhausted quiet after that, the heavy weight of the day's considerable strain easing, gradually, into something the entire team could finally set down together, if only for the remainder of the evening, and Izuku, looking around at each battered, exhausted, but undeniably whole member of his found family, felt a deep, profound gratitude settle into his chest alongside the considerable uncertainty still looming ahead. Thank you, he said simply. All of you. For proving, today especially, exactly what this family is actually capable of, even when we can't all be standing in the same place at once. Nobody argued with that, and the team remained together for a while longer, content simply to rest in each other's presence after the considerable trials of the day, before finally, gradually, retreating toward their own well-earned rest, the weight of tomorrow's continued uncertainty waiting, patiently, for whatever the morning would eventually bring. Chapter 87. The morning brought a considerably less welcome revelation, RWBY and the conductor arriving together at the team's briefing with matching expressions of grim, careful concern that immediately signaled whatever they had to share would not be easily received. I have continued analyzing the destabilization patterns from yesterday's crisis, RWBY said, spreading a series of dense charts across the table with none of his usual energetic enthusiasm. And I have reached a conclusion I had hoped to avoid. The destabilization wasn't simply an unfortunate side effect of the architect's forced withdrawal, the conductor said, picking up the explanation with quiet, careful precision. I believe it was deliberate. The weight of that settled heavily over the assembled team. You're saying it chose to weaken the network on purpose, Izuku said slowly. Even knowing it would put civilians at risk. I believe so, the conductor said. Consider the strategic value, from its perspective. By forcing widespread instability across multiple settlements simultaneously, it guaranteed your team would be forced into a reactive, exhausted posture, divided across separate fronts, depleting your reserves and your coordination at precisely the moment it intends to make its next genuine attempt. It sacrificed stability across the whole network just to wear us down, Coco said, something cold and furious entering her usual confident tone. Treating an entire region's safety as nothing more than a tactical resource to spend. Consistent with everything we have learned about its underlying nature, Ashbin said grimly. It does not appear to value anything beyond its own design's completion. Not civilian safety. Not even, I suspect, the considerable cost this strategy has likely imposed on its own remaining capability. Izuku felt the cold, familiar weight of the revelation settle into his chest, the careful, methodical part of his mind already working through the troubling implications. If it's willing to sacrifice this much just to exhaust us, he said, then whatever it's actually planning next must be considerably more significant than another simple attempt at the convergence. I believe that is likely correct, the conductor said. Though I do not yet know the specific shape that next attempt will take. RWBY, despite the evident exhaustion still lingering from yesterday's considerable trials, straightened with renewed, focused determination. Then we don't let it work, she said firmly. We rest, we recover, and we make sure we're ready for whatever comes next, instead of letting its strategy actually exhaust us the way it's hoping. Easier said than fully accomplished, Weiss observed, though her tone carried more practical concern than genuine disagreement. We're already stretched considerably thin after yesterday. Then we prioritize recovery carefully, Ashbin said. I will continue coordinating additional huntsman support for any further regional crises, freeing your team to focus more directly on understanding and countering whatever the architect intends next, rather than remaining solely responsible for every emerging hotspot across Vale's territory. Izuku absorbed this, the considerable weight of the revelation settling, gradually, into something he felt capable of carrying forward despite its troubling implications. Then let's use whatever time that buys us wisely, he said. If it's willing to sacrifice this much just to wear us down, we need to make sure whatever we're building toward, the disruptor concept Ublek mentioned, the deeper understanding of its true nature, actually gets us ahead of its plans rather than simply reacting to them once again. The team absorbed the considerable weight of the morning's revelation together, the easy relief of yesterday's hard-fought victories tempered now by the sobering knowledge that the architect's patient, calculating cruelty extended considerably further than any of them had previously assumed, and Izuku, looking around at his exhausted but resolute found family, felt the familiar, steady determination of shared purpose settle, once again, into place against whatever the architect's next desperate move ultimately proved to be. Chapter 88. Blake found the conductor sitting alone in the small, carefully monitored courtyard Beacon had designated for their continued, supervised presence, staring out at the same training fields where she had once watched Izuku spar with Yang during his earliest, most uncertain days in this world, and settled onto the bench beside them without immediate explanation. You've been quieter than usual, she observed, after a long moment of comfortable, watchful silence. I find myself thinking, considerably more than I would like, about the cost of yesterday's crisis, the conductor admitted, their usual composed precision carrying a weight Blake had not previously heard from them. Knowing that my own choices, years ago, set into motion the chain of events that ultimately led to civilians fleeing their homes under grim attack. I do not know how to properly hold that knowledge. Blake considered this carefully, recognizing the particular shape of the difficulty immediately, having carried something similar herself for considerably longer than she usually allowed herself to examine directly. I understand that weight better than you might expect, she said. I spent years as part of an organization that caused genuine harm, believing, the entire time, that our cause justified whatever cost it required. It took me a long time to fully reckon with what that actually meant, for the people who suffered because of choices I helped make. How did you manage to live with it? The conductor asked quietly. Genuinely. I am asking because I do not currently know how. Blake was quiet for a long moment, choosing her words with careful, deliberate honesty. I don't think you ever fully resolve it, she said finally. I think you simply choose, every day, what you do with the knowledge of what you've done. I chose to leave that organization. I chose to use what I learned to help people, instead of continuing to cause harm. That doesn't erase what came before. It just gives the rest of my life a different shape than the part I'm trying to make amends for. The conductor absorbed this slowly, their carefully maintained composure cracking, just slightly, into something more genuinely vulnerable. Do you believe redemption is something a person can actually claim for themselves, they asked, or is it only something others are permitted to grant? Blake considered the question seriously, recognizing the genuine philosophical weight underneath it rather than mere rhetorical deflection. I think it's both, in a way, she said. You can choose to become someone genuinely different from who you were. That choice is entirely yours to make, regardless of what anyone else decides to believe about it. But whether the people you've harmed actually grant you forgiveness, whether they choose to trust that change, that's not something you get to claim or demand. You can only earn the chance to be judged fairly, through your actual choices, sustained over time. And if those I have harmed never grant that trust, the conductor said quietly. If the change I have chosen to make is never actually believed, Then you keep choosing it anyway, Blake said simply. Not because it guarantees forgiveness. Because it's who you've decided to actually be, regardless of whether anyone else ever fully believes it. The conductor was quiet for a long moment, processing the weight of that, before speaking again, their voice carrying genuine, careful sincerity. I do not expect this team's forgiveness, they said. I have not earned it, and I am not certain I ever will. But I intend to keep choosing to help stop the architect regardless, whatever that ultimately costs me, because it is the right choice, independent of whatever trust it might or might not eventually earn. Blake studied them for a long moment, recognizing, beneath the careful, composed exterior, something genuinely sincere that had not been present during their earliest, more calculating encounters. I believe you, she said quietly. For what it's worth. The conductor's expression shifted, something complicated and genuinely moved flickering across their usually composed features. That means considerably more to me than you likely realize, they said. Blake offered a small, understanding nod, and the two of them settled into comfortable, contemplative quiet, watching the training fields together, two people who had each, in their own difficult way, chosen to walk away from harmful paths and towards something genuinely better, even without any guarantee of how that choice would ultimately be received. Chapter 89. The weight of yesterday's revelation, that the architect had deliberately sacrificed regional stability simply to exhaust the team in pursuit of him specifically, settled over Izuku considerably more heavily than he allowed himself to show in front of the rest of the group, and it was Ojben, recognizing the particular, careful quality of his withdrawn silence during the following day's quieter hours, who finally sought him out directly. You have been carrying something difficult since yesterday's briefing, Ojben observed, finding Izuku once again in the tower office, late in the evening, the familiar setting of their most serious conversation settling comfortably around them. People got hurt, Izuku said quietly. Civilians, in 3 separate communities, because the architect decided exhausting us was worth the cost of destabilizing the entire network. And the reason it wanted to exhaust us is me. My presence. Whatever I represent to its design. You are not responsible for the architect's choices, Mr. Midoriya, Ojben said gently. We have discussed this before, regarding your own arrival's likely intentionality. The principle remains the same here. I know that, logically, Izuku said. But it's harder to hold on to when the cost is this immediate, this concrete. An old man on a stretcher, thanking RWBY for arriving in time. A family trapped in a harbor master's house. Those aren't abstract consequences anymore. They're real people who suffered because something out there wants me badly enough to sacrifice an entire region's safety just to wear my friends down. Ojben considered this carefully, his usual measured composure carrying genuine, careful sympathy. I understand the weight of that distinction, he said. But I would offer you the same observation I offered before. The architect's choices belong to the architect. Your own choices, in response, belong entirely to you. You did not choose to be sought after in this manner. You have chosen, repeatedly, to respond to that targeting by protecting people, rather than allowing fear or guilt to paralyze you into inaction. It still feels like my existence here is the root cause of considerable suffering, Izuku said, his voice carrying genuine, difficult honesty. Even if I'm not the one making the choices that cause it directly. It was at this point that the office door opened quietly, RWBY stepping inside with the careful, deliberate hesitation of someone who had clearly been listening at the threshold for at least part of the conversation, unwilling to interrupt but equally unwilling to simply walk away. Can I say something? She asked, glancing toward Ojben for permission, which he granted with a small, understanding nod. Of course, Izuku said, though something in his chest tightened at the thought of her having overheard his difficult, unguarded doubt. RWBY crossed the room and settled into the chair beside him, her expression carrying the same fierce, steady resolve Izuku had come to recognize across months of her own hard-won growth. I heard what you said, she admitted. About being the root cause of people's suffering. I want to push back on that, directly, because I don't think it's actually true. How is it not true? Izuku asked. The architect wants me. It's willing to hurt people to get me. That's a direct line. The architect would exist whether or not you ever arrived here, RWBY said firmly. It would have found some other strategy, some other excuse to destabilize the network and hurt people, Eventually, the same way it apparently tried for centuries before you ever showed up. You're not the cause of its cruelty. You're just the current excuse it's using to justify cruelty it was probably always capable of, regardless of what specific target happened to be available. Izuku absorbed this slowly, the careful, logical structure of her argument settling, gradually, alongside the considerable emotional weight he had been carrying. I hadn't thought about it that way, he admitted. I know, RWBY said gently. That's part of why I wanted to say it directly, instead of just letting you sit with the heavier version alone. You're not the reason people suffered yesterday. The architect's willingness to cause harm for its own goals is the reason. Those are different things, even when they happen to be connected. Ojban, watching the exchange with quiet, careful attention, finally spoke again, his tone carrying genuine, settled approval. Miss Rose has articulated, considerably more directly than I managed, exactly the distinction I was attempting to offer, he said. I believe you are fortunate, Mr. Midoriya, to have people in your life willing to meet your doubt with this kind of clear, honest perspective, rather than simply offering empty reassurance. Izuku looked between RWBY's steady, determined expression and Ojban's careful, measured composure, and felt the heaviest part of his doubt finally, genuinely begin to ease, replaced by something steadier and more resolved. Thank you, he said, to both of them. I think I needed exactly this, tonight. The honest version, not just the comforting one. Anytime, RWBY said, with a small, warm smile, and the three of them settled into quieter, more comfortable conversation, the considerable weight of the day's difficult doubt finally, gradually, easing into something Izuku felt capable of carrying forward, alongside the renewed, fierce resolve to make sure the architect's cruel strategy never succeeded in breaking the bonds this found family had built so carefully across their entire shared journey. Chapter 90. RWBY's continued analysis of the data collected from the sixth structure's confrontation produced, several days later, a discovery considerably more hopeful than anything the team had encountered since the architect first revealed its true nature, and he arrived at the team's regular briefing with an energy and excitement that had been notably absent throughout the past difficult week. I believe I have found something genuinely significant, he said, spreading a dense series of energy readings across the table with renewed, eager enthusiasm. When Mr. Midoriya's signature interacted with the chamber during the confrontation, the resulting energy pattern was not simply a passive resonance, as we had previously assumed. There were brief, measurable moments where the interaction actively disrupted the architect's own stability, beyond what our coordinated physical assault alone should have produced. You're saying my presence actually hurt it, Izuku said slowly, leaning forward with focused, careful attention. Not just helped it, the way it apparently always intended. Precisely, RWBY said. Your energy signature, being foreign to this world's native dimensional substrate, appears capable of producing genuine disruptive interference when applied deliberately, rather than simply serving as the stabilizing catalyst the architect originally sought. It is, in essence, a double-edged property. The architect wishes to use your signature as a key. But that same signature, channeled correctly, might instead function as a weapon against the very system the architect is trying to exploit. Weiss, immediately recognizing the considerable implications, leaned forward with sharp, focused interest. If we could refine that disruptive effect deliberately, she said, rather than relying on incidental moments during combat, we might have an actual, reliable method of meaningfully damaging the architect, beyond simply forcing temporary withdrawals. That is precisely the hypothesis I wish to propose, RWBY said, practically vibrating with renewed, focused excitement. I would call it, for lack of a more elegant term, a disruptor. A deliberate, controlled application of Mr. Midoriya's foreign signature, designed specifically to interfere with the architect's own stability, rather than simply allowing it to exploit that signature for its own purposes. Izuku felt a cautious, careful hope kindle in his chest, tempered immediately by the methodical part of his mind already considering the considerable risk such an untested concept inevitably carried. How would we actually channel something like that safely, he asked. I don't fully understand my own signature well enough to control it that precisely, on my own. Nor would I expect you to manage it entirely alone, RWBY said. I suspect this would require considerable collaboration, likely involving Miss Schnee's glyph expertise to help shape and direct the disruptive effect, given her demonstrated skill in manipulating dimensional energy through her containment work. Weiss met Izuku's eyes across the table, something quietly determined settling into her expression. "I'd be glad to help develop it," she said. "If you're willing to trust me with something this delicate." "I trust you completely," Izuku said, without hesitation. Ojban, listening to the exchange with careful, considered attention, finally spoke, his tone carrying genuine, measured hope. "This could prove to be exactly the advantage we have been lacking," he said. "A means of meeting the architect's considerable capability with something more than simple defensive resilience. I would strongly encourage pursuing this concept with appropriate caution, but also with genuine urgency." Izuku looked around at the gathered team, the careful, methodical part of his mind already working through the considerable challenge ahead, tempered by a cautious, genuine hope he had not allowed himself to fully feel since the architect's unsettling first contact in that fog-shrouded valley. "Then let's start developing it properly," he said. "Carefully, and together. If this is genuinely our best path toward actually winning this fight, I want to make sure we get it right." The team dispersed toward the considerable work ahead with renewed, focused purpose, and Izuku, walking alongside Weiss toward the workshop that would soon become the center of their newest, most delicate collaborative effort, felt, for the first time in considerable days, a genuine, steady hope settle into his chest alongside the lingering weight of everything still uncertain ahead. Chapter 91. The first controlled test of the early disruptor concept took place in a heavily reinforced section of Beacon's training facility, RWBY's careful safety protocols layered thickly around the experimental setup, and Yang and Velvet found themselves assigned to the test specifically for their complementary, adaptable skill sets, a pairing that had not previously occurred with quite this much focused, sustained collaboration. "So just to be clear," Yang said, eyeing the modest, glowing apparatus Weiss and RWBY had assembled over the preceding several days, "my job is just to provide impact force at the right moment, and Velvet's job is to copy whatever pattern that impact creates." "Essentially, yes," Weiss said, making a final adjustment to the containment field surrounding the test apparatus. "We're trying to determine whether the disruptive effect can be reliably triggered and then replicated by a semblance, rather than only occurring through Izuku's direct, sustained presence." "If it works," Velvet said, settling into ready position with focused, careful attention, "it means I could potentially replicate the disruptor's effect in combat, even in situations where Izuku himself isn't available to channel it directly." "Which would be enormously useful," Izuku said, watching from behind the safety barrier alongside RWBY. "Especially if we ever need to split up again, the way we did during the regional crisis." The test began with careful, deliberate caution, Izuku channeling a small, controlled amount of his signature into the apparatus while Yang delivered a precisely timed strike at Weiss's signal, and the resulting flare of disruptive energy, contained safely within the reinforced barrier, pulsed with a faint, visible distortion that Velvet immediately attempted to study and replicate. "I think I felt something," Velvet said, her expression carrying focused, careful concentration. "A pattern, almost like a rhythm. Let me try copying it directly." She attempted the replication, her semblance shifting and adapting with its usual fluid grace, and the apparatus flared again, considerably weaker than the original but unmistakably similar in its underlying signature. "That's remarkable," RWBY said, studying his instruments with evident, genuine excitement. "A partial but genuine replication. This considerably exceeds my initial expectations for a first attempt." "We did it," Yang said, grinning, clapping Velvet on the shoulder with evident pride. "Well, you did it. I just hit something at the right time." "That's still an important part of it," Velvet said, smiling despite her evident exhaustion from the careful, demanding effort. "I couldn't have replicated anything without your timing creating the pattern in the first place." They ran several more careful tests over the following hour, the replication growing gradually more consistent and reliable with each attempt, and Izuku, watching the two of them develop a genuinely effective, collaborative rhythm, felt a warm, hopeful satisfaction settle into his chest at the sight. "You two work well together," he observed, during a brief pause in the testing. "We really do," Yang said, glancing toward Velvet with genuine, easy warmth. "I don't think we've ever actually paired up like this before, not for something this focused." "I've enjoyed it," Velvet said softly. "It's nice, finding a new kind of partnership within everything we've already built together." Same here, Yang said. We should do this more often. Outside of, trying to weaponize Izuku's interdimensional signature against an ancient cosmic threat. That does seem like a slightly unconventional way to start a friendship, Velvet said, laughing softly. We've never really done anything the conventional way, Izuku said, smiling, and the small group returned to their careful, hopeful work with renewed energy, the day's modest but genuine breakthrough offering a welcome, hard-won thread of optimism amid the considerable uncertainty still looming over everything else. Chapter 92. Coco's patience, never her most abundant quality even under ordinary circumstances, finally reached its limit during a briefing nearly a week after the disruptor concept's first successful test, and she made her position known with characteristic, unflinching directness the moment Ashbin suggested continuing the current, careful pace of development before considering any direct action. With respect, she said, I think we're moving too slowly. Every day we spend perfecting this disruptor in a controlled lab setting is another day the architect spends recovering its strength and planning its next move. I think we should be using whatever functional version we currently have to strike first, rather than waiting for something perfect that might never actually arrive in time. I understand the urgency you feel, Miss Adele, Ashbin said, his usual measured composure carrying genuine, careful consideration rather than dismissal. But I would caution against committing to a confrontation with an unrefined, untested weapon against an adversary of the architect's demonstrated capability. The cost of failure, in this particular case, could prove considerably worse than the cost of continued patience. And the cost of waiting too long, Coco countered, could mean the architect finishes recovering and strikes first, on its own terms, before we're ready at all. We've already seen it's willing to sacrifice an entire region's stability just to wear us down. I don't think patience is a luxury we actually have right now. Izuku, watching the exchange with careful, considered attention, recognized the genuine, well-reasoned weight behind both positions, neither of them wrong exactly, simply prioritizing different, equally real risks. Can I offer a perspective, he said, and both Coco and Ashbin turned their attention toward him. I think Coco's right that we can't wait indefinitely. But I also think Ashbin's right that going in with something genuinely unrefined could get people hurt unnecessarily. I don't think this has to be a choice between reckless haste and indefinite caution. What would you suggest instead? Ashbin asked. A defined timeline, Izuku said. Not open-ended development, and not an immediate strike either. We give ourselves a specific, reasonable window, maybe another week, to refine the disruptor as much as genuinely possible, with clear benchmarks for what counts as functional enough to actually use. If we hit those benchmarks, we move. If the architect strikes first before then, we adapt and use whatever we've got. Coco considered this, her earlier frustration easing slightly at the practical, reasonable compromise. I could work with that, she said. As long as the timeline's actually firm, not just a vague suggestion that quietly extends every time we're not quite ready. I can commit to that, Ashbin said. A defined window, with clear benchmarks, balancing genuine urgency against responsible preparation. I believe that represents a reasonable resolution to both of your legitimate concerns. Coco nodded, though something in her expression remained, Izuku noted, genuinely unconvinced that a full week represented the ideal balance, even as she accepted the compromise in good faith. Fine, she said. A week. But I want regular check-ins on actual progress, not just reassurances that things are coming along. That seems entirely fair, Ashbin said. The tension in the room eased gradually after that, the genuine disagreement settling into something resolved through mutual respect rather than either party simply conceding the other was correct, and Izuku, watching Coco and Ashbin shake hands on the agreed timeline with careful, professional respect despite their continued, underlying difference in instinct, felt a quiet appreciation for the particular kind of strength this found family had built, the ability to disagree genuinely and still find a path forward together, without either side needing to be declared definitively right. Thank you both, he said, for finding a way through that didn't require either of you to simply give in. That's mostly your doing, Coco said, managing a small, wry smile. You're getting good at finding the middle ground nobody else quite sees. I had good practice, Izuku said, and the briefing concluded with the considerable weight of a clear, actionable path forward finally, genuinely settled into place. Chapter 93. The refinement work that followed required a degree of close, sustained collaboration between Izuku and Weiss that neither of them had previously needed to maintain, the disruptor's continued development demanding that Izuku's energy signature be channeled directly through Weiss's glyph work rather than simply observed and measured from a careful distance. This is going to require considerable trust, Weiss said, during their first attempt at the more intimate, direct collaboration, her usual composed precision carrying a thread of genuine, careful hesitation. I'll need to actually shape your signature in real time, which means you'll need to let your control relax enough for my glyphs to properly interface with it. That's not a small thing to ask. I trust you, Izuku said simply. Completely. Whatever this requires. Weiss studied him for a long moment, something quietly moved flickering behind her careful, technical focus. Thank you, she said softly. I don't take that trust lightly. The work itself proved delicate and demanding in ways neither of them had fully anticipated, Izuku learning to consciously loosen the careful, instinctive control he normally maintained over full Cal's output, allowing Weiss's glyphs to actually shape and direct the resulting energy rather than simply containing it passively, and the first several attempts produced results that ranged from negligible to mildly, harmlessly chaotic. We're getting closer, Weiss said, after their fourth attempt produced a noticeably stronger, more controlled flare than any previous trial. I can feel the shape of it more clearly each time. It's almost like learning a new language, one signature at a time. Does it feel different? Izuku asked, genuinely curious, channeling something that's not native to this world? Weiss considered the question seriously, her usual careful precision turning inward for a moment. It does, she admitted. There's a texture to it, if that makes sense, different from anything else I've ever worked with. Foreign, the way Oblek keeps describing it, but not unwelcome. If anything, it feels oddly familiar, almost like recognizing something I didn't know I'd been missing. Izuku felt something warm settle in his chest at the careful, genuine sincerity of her observation. That might be the nicest thing anyone said about my being a foreign key to an ancient cosmic threat, he said, with a faint, wry smile. Weiss laughed, the sound genuine and unguarded, some of the session's accumulated tension easing at the simple, welcome humor. I suppose that is a strange thing to find comforting, she said. But I mean it regardless. Working with your signature doesn't feel like handling something dangerous or alien. It feels like working with you, specifically. The same careful, deliberate energy you bring to everything else. They continued the delicate work for the remainder of the afternoon, the collaboration growing gradually more fluid and confident with each careful attempt, and by the session's end, the resulting disruptor flare carried a strength and stability considerably beyond anything their earlier, more cautious tests had produced. That's a genuine breakthrough, Weiss said, studying the readings with evident, quiet satisfaction. We're considerably closer to something actually usable than I expected to be this soon. We make a good team, Izuku said, and meant it completely. Weiss looked up at him, something warm and unguarded settling into her usually composed expression. We do, she agreed softly. I'm grateful for this, Izuku. Not just the progress itself. The trust it required to actually get here. Thank you for being someone worth trusting that completely, Izuku said. Weiss's smile, when it came, was small but genuinely radiant, and they spent a few quiet, comfortable moments simply sitting together amid the careful clutter of her workshop before returning, with renewed energy, to the considerable work still ahead of them, the growing bond between them settling, with each careful session, into something neither of them felt any need to rush or define more precisely than the steady, deepening warmth it already carried. Chapter 94. The conductor's offer, when it finally came, arrived during the team's final preparation days before the agreed deadline, delivered with the same careful, deliberate honesty that had marked their continued cooperation since their first, hesitant reappearance at Beacon's perimeter weeks earlier. I believe I know where the architect has retreated to recover, they said, presenting the information to the assembled team with quiet, careful precision. A location distinct from any node we have previously catalogued, referenced only obliquely in fragments I recall from my years of service, a place the architect once called its anchor point, separate from the binding network's more visible structures. And you're offering to guide us there, RWBY said, studying the conductor with the same careful, measured attention she had developed across every previous difficult decision this team had faced together. The conductor said. I understand fully that trusting this offer requires considerable faith in someone who has already deceived you once, with consequences that genuinely harmed people. I do not ask for that trust lightly, and I will accept whatever conditions you deem necessary to verify my sincerity before committing to this course. The room fell into careful, considering silence, and Izuku, watching the weight of the decision settle over each member of his found family, recognized that this particular choice, more than almost any other they had faced, ultimately belonged to RWBY specifically, the leader who had grown, across every previous crisis, into exactly the kind of considered, trusted judgment this moment demanded. RWBY took her time, studying the conductor with careful, deliberate attention before finally speaking, her tone carrying the same fierce, settled confidence that had defined her growth across this entire long, difficult journey. I believe you, she said finally. Not blindly. We'll verify whatever we can independently before committing fully. But I believe the fear and regret you've shown us, consistently, over these past several weeks, is genuine. And I believe Blake's judgment of your sincerity, given how carefully she's always read people throughout her own difficult history, carries real weight. Blake, glancing toward RWBY with quiet, grateful acknowledgement, nodded once in confirmation. Then we proceed, RWBY continued, with full verification protocols, full team readiness, and zero tolerance for any deviation from exactly what you've told us. If this goes well, it could give us the decisive advantage we need. If it doesn't, I want to be honest that there won't be a third chance for this kind of trust. I understand completely, the conductor said, something genuinely solemn entering their careful composure. And I accept those terms without reservation. Coco, studying the exchange with her usual sharp, assessing attention, finally spoke, her tone carrying grudging but genuine respect. For what it's worth, she said, I think that was exactly the right call, RWBY. Careful, but not paralyzed by caution either. I learned that balance from watching all of you, RWBY said, managing a small, tired smile despite the considerable weight of the decision she had just made. Ojban, who had remained quiet throughout the exchange, finally offered his own measured assessment. I concur with Miss Rose's judgment, he said. I will arrange whatever independent verification we can manage within our remaining timeline, and I will ensure additional support remains ready should this expedition require it. The team dispersed to begin the considerable preparation the coming expedition would demand, and Izuku, watching RWBY continue working through the careful, weighted details of the plan with the same hard-won, competent leadership she had built across every previous crisis, felt a deep, settled pride at exactly how far this remarkable young woman had grown since the earnest, uncertain conversation they had shared on a rooftop, what felt now like a lifetime ago. Chapter 95. The journey toward the architect's anchor point took the team well beyond any territory Vale had previously mapped with reliable accuracy, the conductor guiding them through a series of increasingly remote, increasingly ancient-seeming landmarks that gradually replaced the familiar forests and settlements of Izuku's previous expeditions with something considerably older and more unsettling. These markings, Blake said, pausing to study a series of weathered carvings etched into a massive standing stone along their path, they're not hollow choir symbols. They're older than that. Considerably older. The conductor, studying the same carvings with careful, measured attention, confirmed the observation. These predate even the earliest records I encountered during my years of service, they said. I believe they represent some of the original bindings construction, carved by whoever first contained the architect, centuries before any organized human settlement existed in this region. Izuku studied the ancient symbols with the same careful, methodical attention he gave any unfamiliar information, recognizing patterns that echoed, faintly, the same kind of resonance he had felt at every previous structure, though considerably fainter here, more like an echo than an active presence. Whoever built this, he said slowly, they understood exactly what they were containing. This wasn't accidental. It was deliberate, careful work, meant to last. And yet it's failing now, Weiss observed, centuries later, because of everything that's happened since. Nothing built to last forever actually does, in my experience, Oblek said, his usual academic enthusiasm tempered considerably by the somber, ancient weight of their surroundings. Even the most carefully constructed containment eventually requires renewal, or maintenance, or simply the continued vigilance of those who understand what it protects against. I suspect that vigilance lapsed, gradually, over the centuries between whoever built this and whoever eventually forgot why it mattered. The team pressed onward through the increasingly eerie, ancient terrain, the atmosphere growing steadily more unsettling the deeper they traveled, an oppressive, watchful quality settling over the landscape that reminded Izuku uncomfortably of the fog-shrouded valley where he had first experienced the architect's direct contact. "We're getting close," the conductor said quietly, studying the terrain ahead with careful, focused attention. "The anchor point should be just beyond this ridge." RWBY called the team to a careful halt, her tactical instincts sharpening immediately at the conductor's warning. "Full readiness," she said. "No assumptions about what we'll actually find. We verify before we commit to anything." The team advanced with careful, deliberate caution, weapons ready despite the absence of any immediate visible threat, the oppressive, watchful quality of the surrounding landscape intensifying with every step, and Izuku felt the familiar, prickling resonance building steadily in his chest, considerably stronger here than it had been at any point since the sixth structure's confrontation. "It's here," he said quietly, as they finally crested the ridge and the anchor point came into view below, a vast, sunken depression in the earth ringed by the same ancient, weathered stonework they had passed throughout their journey, considerably more extensive and considerably older than anything they had previously encountered. "Then we proceed exactly as planned," RWBY said, her voice steady despite the evident weight of the moment. "Careful, coordinated, and together. Whatever the architect's recovered strength actually looks like, we face it the way we've faced everything else." The team began the careful, deliberate descent toward the anchor point, the considerable uncertainty of what waited below settling heavily over all of them, and Izuku, walking alongside his found family into whatever confrontation finally awaited them, felt the familiar, steady resolve of shared purpose settle, once again, firmly into place against the considerable danger still ahead. Chapter 96. The figure who stepped forward from the gathered ranks of the architect's remaining human agents, as the team descended carefully toward the anchor point's outer perimeter, stopped Blake mid-stride with an intensity that immediately drew Izuku's full, focused attention. "Blake," the figure said, a woman with sharp, familiar features and the same careful, controlled bearing Blake herself often carried. "I wondered if we would ever cross paths again." "Ilia," Blake said quietly, her voice carrying a complicated weight Izuku had not previously heard from her, equal parts old affection and genuine, hardened wariness. "You know her," RWBY said quietly, though the tactical implication was already clear in her careful, watchful stance. "We trained together," Blake said, her eyes never leaving Ilia's careful, assessing expression. "Years ago, before either of us understood what the organization we'd joined would eventually become." "I stayed," Ilia said, something genuinely sad entering her composed features. "Even after everything changed. I told myself the cause still mattered, even as the methods grew worse." "I imagine you'd judge that choice harshly." "I don't judge it," Blake said carefully. "I understand it, actually, better than I'd like to. I almost made the same choice myself, more than once. But I left, eventually, because I realized the cause couldn't justify the harm anymore." "I'm guessing, from where you're standing now, that you never reached that same realization." Ilia's expression flickered, something complicated and genuinely uncertain crossing her features. "The architect offered something the old organization never could," she said. "Purpose. Certainty. A clear, undeniable goal, instead of the endless, frustrated infighting our old cause always devolved into." "At what cost?" Blake asked quietly. "You've seen what it's actually willing to do. The destabilized settlements. The civilians who suffered, just to wear down people trying to stop something genuinely catastrophic." "I have seen it," Ilia admitted, her composed bearing cracking, just slightly. "I have told myself, more than once, that the ends would eventually justify it. I am no longer certain I believe that." The tension of the standoff held, neither side committing to combat despite the considerable readiness on both sides, and Izuku, watching the exchange unfold with careful, focused attention, recognized in Blake's steady, unflinching posture the same hard-won resolve she had built across every previous confrontation with her own complicated past. "Come with us," Blake said finally, her voice carrying genuine, careful invitation rather than simple tactical calculation. Whatever you've done, whatever you've told yourself to justify it, you still have a choice right now, the same choice I had to make myself. I won't pretend it's easy. But I promise you, it's possible. Ilia studied her for a long, suspended moment, the considerable weight of the choice settling visibly over her composed features, before something in her posture finally, genuinely shifted. I cannot simply abandon everything I've committed to in a single moment, she said quietly. But I will not fight you today, Blake. Not for it, 'cause I no longer fully believe in. She stepped back from the gathered agents, withdrawing toward the perimeter's edge rather than committing to either side, and Blake, watching her retreat with quiet, complicated relief, allowed herself a single, steadying breath. That's not the resolution I wanted, she admitted, once the immediate tension had eased. But it's not the worst outcome either. She's choosing not to fight, even if she's not yet choosing to fully walk away. That's still meaningful, Izuku said gently. Sometimes the choice to step back is the first real step toward eventually choosing to leave entirely. Blake nodded slowly, the weight of the encounter settling, gradually, into something she felt capable of carrying forward, and the team, watching the remaining agents shift uneasily without Ilia's continued presence anchoring their resolve, pressed onward toward the anchor point's true confrontation. Blake's choice to extend genuine grace towards someone from her difficult past settling, firmly, into the foundation of trust and decency this entire found family had built across their long, shared journey. Chapter 97. With Ilia's withdrawal easing the immediate tension at the anchor point's perimeter, RWBY called a brief, careful pause before the team's final approach, allowing everyone a few precious moments to settle their nerves before whatever confrontation finally awaited them below. Velvet found herself paired with RWBY during this quiet interval, the two of them checking each other's equipment with careful, practiced efficiency, and RWBY, glancing up from her own focused work, offered an observation that caught Velvet entirely by surprise. Can I tell you something? RWBY said. I've been meaning to say this for a while now, and I don't think I ever properly have. Of course, Velvet said, curious. I remember when you first joined this whole found family, RWBY said. You were so quiet, so careful, always sort of hovering at the edges of things, like you weren't quite sure you belonged in the middle of whatever was happening. I used to wonder if you'd ever feel comfortable enough to just be fully, completely yourself around all of us. Velvet considered this, recognizing the accurate, careful observation immediately. I remember feeling that way, she admitted. For a long time, actually. And now look at you, RWBY said, her tone carrying genuine, warm admiration. Holding an entire defensive line alone during the regional crisis. Standing up to Coco about triage decisions. Speaking directly to Izuku about feeling underestimated, and helping him through his own doubts in return. You've grown into someone genuinely, fiercely confident, Velvet. I don't think I've told you how proud that makes me, watching it happen. Velvet felt warmth spread through her chest at the simple, sincere observation, the same quiet, settled confidence she had built across months of genuine growth settling, now, into something she could fully, gratefully receive. Thank you, she said softly. That means more than you probably realize. I don't think I always recognize my own growth, in the moment. It helps, hearing someone else name it so clearly. That's part of what this whole family does for each other, I think, RWBY said. We see things in ourselves that are hard to notice alone, but we also get to see them clearly in each other. I think that's been one of the best parts of this entire impossible journey, honestly. Watching all of us grow into exactly who we needed to become. I feel the same way about you, Velvet said. The leader you've become, the confidence you've built, it's remarkable to watch, especially knowing how much doubt you used to carry about whether you were actually ready for it. RWBY smiled, something quietly grateful settling into her own expression. We've both come a long way, she said. They finished checking their equipment in comfortable, companionable quiet after that, the earlier tension of Ilia's confrontation settling into something steadier and more resolved. And as the rest of the team gathered for the final approach toward the anchor point's true confrontation, Velvet found herself standing a little straighter, a little more certain, the simple, sincere acknowledgement of her own hard-won growth settling firmly into the foundation of confidence she would need for whatever waited just ahead. Ready? RWBY asked, offering her a brief, steadying smile. Ready, Velvet confirmed, and the two of them rejoined the rest of the team. The considerable uncertainty of the coming confrontation met now with the renewed, fortified strength of bonds this found family had built carefully, deliberately, across every difficult step of their long, shared journey together. Chapter 98. The Anchor Point's interior, when the team finally completed their careful descent into its sunken depths, revealed the architect in a state considerably more diminished than its full manifestation at the sixth structure had displayed, its translucent form visibly thinner, more unstable, flickering with the strain of its incomplete recovery. "You should not have found this place," it said, its voice carrying the same unsettling, directly perceived quality as before, though weaker now, more strained. "I require more time. The previous confrontation cost me considerably more than I anticipated." "Then this ends now," Izuku said, settling into ready position, the rest of the team spreading into their practiced formation around him, "before you have the chance to recover fully." The architect's form rippled with something that might have been frustration, or perhaps genuine desperation. "If I cannot wait for full recovery," it said, "then I will simply have to attempt the convergence with what remains available to me. A smaller scale, perhaps, localized rather than network-wide. But sufficient, I believe, to achieve what I require." "It's going to try anyway," Weiss said sharply, already moving to establish her containment glyph. "Weakened or not." The architect surged forward with sudden, desperate speed, considerably more reckless than its previous calculated approach had displayed, and the chamber around them began to pulse with a deep, unstable light as it attempted to draw on whatever residual energy the destabilized network's anchor point still retained. "We can't let it complete this," Izuku called, full cowl flaring to life as he moved to intercept its advance, the rest of the team falling immediately into their established, coordinated rhythm. The fight that followed carried a desperate, dangerous edge considerably different from their previous confrontation, the architect's weakened but increasingly reckless attacks proving, if anything, more unpredictable and harder to anticipate than its earlier, more composed assault had been. "It's drawing power faster than before," Oblak called from his careful position near the chamber's entrance, monitoring his instruments with mounting alarm. "If it completes even a localized version of the convergence, the resulting instability could be considerably more dangerous than anything we've previously faced, precisely because it's being attempted in such an uncontrolled, desperate manner." Izuku felt the weight of that warning settle heavily even amid the chaos of continued combat, the careful, methodical part of his mind racing to find some way to disrupt the architect's increasingly frantic attempt before it could reach completion. "We need the disruptor," he called out, glancing toward Weiss even as he continued meeting the architect's increasingly desperate assault. "Now, before it gets any further along." Weiss nodded sharply, already redirecting her focus from pure containment toward the more delicate, demanding work of channeling the disruptor's refined mechanism, and Izuku felt the familiar, careful interface settle between them, the same trust and collaboration they had built across weeks of patient, dedicated work now finally being called upon under the most demanding circumstances either of them had yet faced. "On my signal," Weiss called, her voice tight with concentration. "I need everyone to buy us just a few more seconds." "You've got it," RWBY called back, redirecting the team's full, coordinated assault toward creating exactly the opening Weiss required, every member of the found family throwing themselves into the considerable effort with the same fierce, unwavering determination that had carried them through every previous impossible confrontation. The chamber's unstable light pulsed dangerously, the architect's desperate attempt at the localized convergence drawing ever closer to whatever completion it required, and Izuku, feeling the considerable weight of the moment settle over him, drew on every scrap of trust and partnership this entire found family had built together across their long, difficult journey. "Now," he said, and the chamber filled with sudden, blinding light as the disruptor, finally, fully activated. Chapter 99. The disruptor's light filled the chamber with searing, focused intensity, and Izuku felt the strange, foreign texture of his own signature flow through Weiss's carefully shaped glyph work, directed now with precise, deliberate intention rather than simply contained or channeled passively, striking directly at the heart of the architect's desperate, half-completed attempt. The architect's form convulsed violently, its attempt at the localized convergence audibly faltering, the chamber's unstable light flickering and stuttering as the disruptive interference tore through whatever delicate mechanism it had been attempting to forcibly construct. "No," it said, its voice carrying genuine, unmistakable alarm for the first time since Izuku had encountered it. This was not accounted for. This signature should not be capable of this. You spent centuries treating me as a key, Izuku said, pressing forward even as the considerable strain of channeling the disruptor's full output began testing the limits of what he could sustainably maintain. You never considered what happens if the key decides to fight back instead. Around him, the rest of the team pressed their advantage with renewed, fierce intensity, each member's established strength finding its precise, meaningful place within the chaos of the engagement. RWBY's speed wove through the unstable, flickering chamber with practiced, confident precision, cutting off every attempt the architect made to regain its footing. Yang's relentless strength tested its weakening physical resilience directly, each impact landing with considerably more force now that the disruptor's interference had visibly destabilized its already strained composure. Blake fought with the same fierce, settled resolve her recent confrontation with Ilia had only deepened, her blade finding precise openings with economical, devastating efficiency, while Velvet, drawing on the considerable confidence RWBY had helped her fully recognize only minutes earlier, adapted fluidly between every borrowed style the chaotic engagement demanded, plugging gaps in the team's coordination with practiced, trusted grace. Coco anchored the broader coordination with her usual sharp, commanding clarity, directing the team's combined pressure with the same decisive confidence that had carried her through every previous crisis, while Yatsuhashi's considerable strength provided the steady, immovable foundation the chaotic engagement desperately required. It's weakening further, Oblek called out, monitoring the readings with intense, focused urgency. The disruptor is working considerably better than even our most optimistic projections suggested. Keep the pressure constant. Izuku felt the considerable strain of sustaining the disruptor's output building steadily in his chest, the same dangerous edge he had once pushed past during his earliest, most reckless days in Remnant threatening to assert itself once again, and he forced himself, deliberately, to draw on every careful lesson the past months had taught him. I need a moment, he called out, his voice strained but steady. I can't sustain this much longer without support. We've got you, Yang called back immediately, redirecting her own considerable strength toward covering the brief, necessary respite, the rest of the team adjusting their coordination seamlessly to compensate, exactly the kind of trusted, practiced support that had carried him through the conductor's defeat months earlier. The architect, sensing the brief shift in pressure, attempted one final, desperate surge, its weakened form gathering whatever remaining strength it could muster for a single, decisive strike aimed directly at Izuku's momentarily vulnerable position. It was the conductor, who had remained at the chamber's edge throughout the engagement, observing with careful, conflicted attention, who finally moved, throwing themselves directly into the path of the architect's desperate strike with sudden, decisive purpose. No, Izuku shouted, recognizing the danger a fraction of a second too late to prevent it. The conductor's intervention bought precisely the time needed, Weiss's renewed containment glyph flaring back into place around Izuku just as he recovered his footing, and the team's combined assault, given this final, crucial opening, pressed forward with everything they had left. Chapter 100. The conductor staggered back from the architect's deflected strike, the considerable force of the blow having clearly cost them dearly, and Izuku, even amid the chaos of the continuing engagement, felt a sharp, urgent concern cut through his focused determination. Get clear, he called out, though some instinctive part of him already recognized the conductor had no intention of doing so. The channel needs stabilizing, the conductor called back, their voice strained but resolute, already moving toward the unstable, flickering remnants of the disruptor's mechanism. Your signature alone cannot hold this much longer without something anchoring the connection from this side. I can do that. I understand this mechanism well enough. That's too dangerous, Weiss called out, recognizing immediately the considerable risk the conductor was proposing. I am aware, the conductor said simply, and committed to the action regardless, channeling whatever remained of their own considerable, hard-won understanding of the architect's dimensional mechanics directly into stabilizing the disruptor's faltering connection. The effect was immediate and profound, the disruptor's output surging with sudden, stabilized intensity, no longer straining against the limits of Izuku's own sustainable output but anchored, now, by the conductor's own deliberate, costly intervention. The architect's form convulsed violently under the renewed, considerably more powerful assault, its weakened composure finally, genuinely fracturing in ways far more severe than its previous, merely forced withdrawal. "This is not a temporary wound," it said, its voice carrying genuine, unmistakable distress now. "This is something else. Something that will not simply heal with time and patience." "Good," Izuku said, pressing the advantage with everything the team's combined effort could muster, the disruptor's stabilized output tearing through the last of the architect's gathered strength with decisive, considerable force. The architect's form finally collapsed inward, dispersing not into the familiar, faintly resonant mist of its previous withdrawal, but into something considerably more diminished, a thin, scattered fragment of energy that fled the chamber with desperate, genuine haste, considerably weaker than it had ever displayed across any of their previous encounters. The chamber fell into sudden, ringing silence, and Izuku, breathing hard, turned immediately toward the conductor, who had sunk to their knees amid the chamber's settling debris, their form carrying the unmistakable, exhausted strain of whatever the stabilization had actually cost them. "We need to get you help," Izuku said, crossing the distance quickly, kneeling beside them with urgent, genuine concern. "I do not believe that will be possible," the conductor said, their voice carrying quiet, settled acceptance rather than fear. "Stabilizing that channel required more than simple energy. It required binding a portion of my own remaining essence directly into the disruption itself. I knew the likely cost when I chose to act." "Why?" Izuku asked, his voice tight with genuine, complicated grief. "After everything, why choose this?" The conductor managed a small, tired smile, their composed exterior finally, fully softening into something genuinely peaceful. "Because Miss Belladonna once told me that redemption is not something you can claim for yourself," they said. "Only something you can choose to work toward, regardless of whether it is ever fully granted. I could not undo the harm my earlier choices caused. But I could choose, in this moment, to ensure that harm did not continue." That felt, to me, like the only meaningful answer available. Blake, kneeling on the conductor's other side, reached out to grip their hand gently, her own expression carrying genuine, complicated grief. "I believe you," she said softly. "I believe this was real. Thank you," the conductor said quietly, "for that, more than anything else." Their form began to fade, gently, into the same kind of faint, dispersing light the architect's own diminished essence had carried moments earlier, though without the violence or desperation, simply a quiet, settled release, and within moments, they were gone entirely, leaving behind only the chamber's settling silence and the considerable, hard-won victory their final choice had helped secure. The team gathered slowly amid the aftermath, exhausted and genuinely moved by the weight of what had just occurred, and Oobleck, studying his instruments with careful, focused attention, finally broke the heavy silence. "The architect's signature has not simply withdrawn," he said quietly. "It is genuinely, significantly diminished. Whatever the disruptor accomplished here, combined with the conductor's sacrifice, has inflicted real, lasting damage, considerably beyond anything our previous confrontation managed to achieve." Izuku, looking around at his exhausted, grieving, but undeniably resilient found family, felt the considerable weight of the victory settle alongside the genuine, complicated sorrow of the cost it had required. "Then their choice mattered," he said quietly. "Whatever else is true about everything that came before, that choice, at the very end, genuinely mattered." The team began the slow, careful process of gathering themselves for the journey home, the considerable danger of the architect finally, meaningfully wounded rather than merely delayed, and Izuku, walking alongside his found family out of the ancient, sunken chamber and back toward whatever came next, carried with him both the hard-won relief of genuine progress and the quiet, lasting weight of a complicated redemption finally, fully realized. Act 7. Chapter 101. The journey back from the anchor point passed in heavy, contemplative silence, the team's hard-won victory tempered considerably by the weight of the conductor's final, costly choice, and by the time they reached Beacon once more, exhaustion and grief had settled, in roughly equal measure, over the entire group. Ojban received their report with the same careful, measured gravity he brought to every serious development, and when Izuku finished recounting the conductor's final moments, the headmaster was quiet for a long, considered moment before responding. "I will not pretend their death is a simple matter," he said finally. "They caused genuine harm, for years, in service of a cause that ultimately proved as destructive as the one they originally believed they were fighting against. And yet, in the end, they chose to spend everything they had left in service of stopping that same harm from continuing. I do not believe those two truths cancel each other out. I believe they simply coexist, however uncomfortably. That's how I've been trying to think about it, Blake said quietly. Not as a clean redemption. Just as a person who finally, genuinely chose to do the right thing, at considerable cost, after a long time choosing otherwise. I think that's the most honest way to hold it, Izuku said. I'm not going to pretend I feel uncomplicated grief. But I do feel grief, real grief, for someone who finally became who they could have been all along, even if it took losing everything to get there. The team sat with that difficult, layered truth together for a while, the considerable relief of the architect's genuine wounding settling alongside the genuine sorrow of what achieving that victory had cost. It was Oobleck, arriving the following morning with his usual energetic urgency tempered by evident, careful respect for the team's continued grief, who delivered the first concretely hopeful news since the confrontation's costly conclusion. The architect's signature has not reappeared anywhere within our monitoring network, he reported. Not at any of the 6 known structures, not at the anchor point itself, not anywhere we have continued tracking since your return. I believe it has genuinely retreated, considerably weakened, likely seeking whatever passes for recovery for something of its nature. How long do we have? Coco asked, the careful, practical part of her mind already turning toward the next necessary question. I cannot say with certainty, Oobleck admitted. But I would estimate, based on the severity of the wound the disruptor inflicted, considerably longer than its previous recovery period after the 6th structure's confrontation. Weeks, possibly months, rather than days. The weight of that settled over the room with cautious, hard-won relief, the first genuine breathing room the team had been afforded since the architect's existence first became known to them. Then we used that time well, RWBY said, her voice carrying the same settled, confident leadership she had built across months of genuine growth. We rest properly. We mourn properly. And we figure out exactly what comes next, without the constant pressure of an immediate, active threat hanging over every decision. Izuku nodded slowly, the considerable weight of recent weeks finally easing, just slightly, into something he felt capable of carrying forward with renewed, steady resolve. Agreed, he said. I think we've all earned a little room to breathe. The team dispersed gradually over the following days, each member processing the considerable weight of recent events in their own way, and Izuku, finding himself with unfamiliar, genuine quiet for the first time in what felt like months, allowed himself, cautiously, to simply rest, to grieve, and to begin, slowly, looking ahead toward whatever this hard-won window of peace might actually allow this found family to build next. Chapter 102. Oobleck's continued study of the disruptor's residual data, conducted with the same meticulous, exhaustive thoroughness he brought to every research question, produced, nearly 2 weeks into the team's hard-won respite, a discovery that arrived in Izuku's life with the force of a door he had stopped expecting to find. I need you to see this directly, Mr. Midoriya, Oobleck said, finding him alone in the quiet of the library, his usual energetic urgency carrying a careful, deliberate weight that immediately set Izuku on edge. Before I share it with anyone else. They retreated to Oobleck's cluttered office, and the doctor spread a dense series of energy readings across his desk with careful, measured precision, his expression carrying something Izuku had rarely seen from him, genuine uncertainty about how to deliver his own findings. The disruptor mechanism, as the conductor stabilized it during the anchor point confrontation, did something I did not fully anticipate, he said slowly. It did not simply disrupt the architect's gathered energy. For a brief moment, measured in mere fractions of a second, it created something resembling a genuine, controlled aperture. Stable, briefly, in a way no naturally occurring rift has ever displayed in any of our records. Izuku felt his chest tighten, the implication settling slowly, carefully into place even before Oobleck finished articulating it fully. You're saying the same mechanism that hurt the architect, he said, could also, theoretically, open a real door. Not an accident. Not something the architect controls. Something we could actually direct. That is precisely my hypothesis, Oobleck said. I want to stress, with considerable emphasis, that this remains entirely theoretical. The aperture that briefly formed was nowhere near stable enough, nor sustained long enough, to actually transport anything through it safely. Considerable refinement, considerable additional research, and considerable risk would all stand between this discovery and any genuine, usable path home. Izuku sat with the weight of that for a long, suspended moment, his mind racing through implications faster than he could properly organize them, hope and fear and grief tangling together into something he did not yet know how to name. A path home, he said quietly, mostly to himself. An actual, real path home, for the first time since the rift first took me. Potentially, RWBY said gently. I want you to understand the considerable uncertainty still involved, Mr. Midoriya. But I also did not feel it would be right to withhold this discovery from you, however incomplete it remains. Izuku nodded slowly, the careful, methodical part of his mind already trying to impose some order on the overwhelming tangle of feeling churning beneath it. Thank you, he said. For telling me directly, first. Of course, RWBY said. This is, after all, your life we are discussing, not merely an academic curiosity. I felt you deserved to absorb it privately, before deciding how and when to share it further. Izuku looked down at the dense, careful reading spread across the desk, the considerable weight of an actual, genuine possibility settling, for the first time in nearly a year, into something he could no longer dismiss as mere wishful thinking. I need some time, he said quietly. Before I tell anyone else. I need to actually sit with this myself first. Take whatever time you need, RWBY said, with unusual gentleness. The research will continue regardless, carefully and patiently. There is no need to rush toward any decision before you are genuinely ready to make one. Izuku thanked him again and left the cluttered office in a daze, the considerable, overwhelming weight of genuine, possible hope settling over him in a way that felt, somehow, even heavier than the grief and danger of the past several months combined. Chapter 103. Izuku spent the following 2 days in a strange, careful isolation, present enough at meals and training sessions to avoid raising immediate alarm, but quieter than usual, the considerable weight of RWBY's discovery settling over him in layers he had not yet found a way to properly untangle. He found himself returning, more than once, to the small clearing at the edge of the Emerald Forest, the same spot where this entire impossible journey had first begun, and sitting there for long, unhurried hours, simply trying to sort through the tangled, contradictory feelings the possibility of an actual path home had stirred up. Hope came first, undeniable and overwhelming, a fierce, immediate longing for everything he had left behind. His mother's small apartment. The familiar streets of Muzutafu. Uraraka's easy laughter, Ida's earnest seriousness, Bakugo's prickly, complicated loyalty. All of it, suddenly, within theoretical reach after nearly a year of believing it had been lost to him entirely. Guilt followed close behind, sharp and uncomfortable. The conductor had died advancing the very mechanism that might now carry him home, a sacrifice made in service of stopping the architect, not in service of his own personal return. It felt, in some uncomfortable way, like claiming a gift paid for with a cost he had not asked anyone to bear on his behalf. And beneath both of those feelings, quieter but no less powerful, sat a fear he had not expected to feel at all. The fear of actually choosing. Of having to weigh, honestly and completely, everything he had built here, against everything he had lost there, instead of simply existing in the comfortable, suspended uncertainty of not knowing whether the choice would ever genuinely present itself. I don't know how to hold all of this at once, he admitted quietly, to the empty clearing, his voice carrying the particular weight of someone speaking of fear aloud for the first time. He thought of Ruby's bright, settled confidence, of Weiss's hard-won warmth, of Blake's quiet, steady understanding, of Yang's easy, unguarded affection, of Velvet's gentle kindness, of Coco's fierce, organizing loyalty, and felt the careful, fragile balance of his own complicated heart settle into something even more difficult to examine honestly. He loved them. Completely, genuinely, in ways he had never quite expected to feel for anyone outside his own original world. The idea of a door home, suddenly real, did not erase that love. It simply forced him to actually look at it directly, rather than letting it exist comfortably alongside an assumed impossibility. I need to actually think about this properly, he said to himself, before I let anyone else carry the weight of it with me. I owe them an honest version of what I'm actually feeling, not just my first overwhelmed reaction. He sat with the considerable, tangled weight of it for the remainder of the afternoon, watching the light shift slowly through the canopy above, the same dappled, golden quality it had carried during so many of his quieter moments across the past year, and found, gradually, that the overwhelming flood of his first reaction was settling, slowly, into something he could begin to actually examine rather than simply endure. He did not reach any final clarity that day. He did not expect to. But he felt, by the time the light finally began fading toward evening, that he had at least begun the considerable, necessary work of holding the full, complicated truth of his own heart honestly, rather than letting any single feeling, hope or guilt or fear, speak for the whole of it. Tomorrow, he decided, walking slowly back toward Beacon's familiar lights, he would tell RWBY first. Not because she deserved it more than the others, but because he trusted, completely, that she would help him find the next right step forward, the same way she always had, since the very first day she had found him stumbling through this exact clearing, lost and afraid and entirely uncertain of what came next. Chapter 104. He found RWBY the following morning on the same rooftop where they had once shared an earnest, vulnerable conversation about leadership and worthiness, and she looked up from the weapon schematic she had been idly sketching with immediate, focused attention the moment she registered the particular weight in his expression. "Something's happened," she said, not quite a question. "Something might be happening," Izuku said, settling beside her carefully. "I need to tell you something, and I need you to know I'm telling you first, not because it's small, but because I trust you to help me hold it honestly." He told her everything, Oobleck's discovery, the brief, genuine aperture the disruptor had created, the considerable uncertainty still standing between that discovery and any usable path home, and watched her expression carefully throughout, bracing himself, despite his trust in her, for some flicker of fear or hurt he would then have to help her work through. It did not come. RWBY was quiet for a long moment after he finished, processing the weight of it with the same careful, considered attention she brought to any genuinely significant decision, before finally speaking, her voice steady and sincere. "That's incredible," she said. "Genuinely. After everything, after a year of believing that door might never actually exist, you might finally have a real way home." "You're not upset," Izuku said, somewhat stunned by the genuine, immediate warmth of her reaction. "Should I be?" RWBY asked, tilting her head slightly. "I mean, I won't pretend the idea of you leaving doesn't make my chest hurt a little, just thinking about it." "Of course it does. But this isn't about whether I'd be sad if you left, Izuku. This is about you finally having a choice you deserve to have, after a year of not having one at all." Izuku felt something in his chest ease, gratitude and relief tangling together at the simple, generous clarity of her response. "I was so afraid of how to tell people," he admitted. "Afraid it would feel like a betrayal, even just considering it." "It's not a betrayal," RWBY said firmly. "Wanting to see your mom again, wanting to know your old friends are okay, wanting to walk through your own front door again, none of that is a betrayal of anything you've built here. It's just being a whole person, with a whole life, that happens to include both places now." "How do you already understand that so clearly?" Izuku asked, genuinely curious. RWBY considered the question seriously. "I think because I've watched you carry this whole year with so much care," she said. "You've never once treated us like a replacement for what you lost. You've treated us like something genuinely new and good, that exists alongside the grief of everything you're still missing. I'd be a pretty poor friend if I couldn't extend you the same generosity now that an actual choice exists." Izuku felt his eyes sting, unexpectedly, the considerable weight of weeks of careful, isolated worry finally easing under the simple, sincere warmth of her response. "Thank you," he said quietly. "I don't think I realized how much I needed to hear exactly that." "Of course," RWBY said, and reached over to squeeze his hand briefly, the gesture simple but carrying considerable weight. "Whatever you eventually decide, whenever this door actually becomes real and not just theoretical, I want you to know I'll support you completely. That's not a conditional promise. That's just what caring about someone actually means." Izuku nodded slowly, the careful, fragile hope and grief and fear he had been carrying alone settling, now, into something he felt genuinely capable of sharing more widely. "I think I'm ready to tell everyone else," he said. "Together, properly. Will you help me figure out how to actually do that?" "Always," RWBY said simply, and the two of them sat together for a while longer in the comfortable, settled quiet of the rooftop. The considerable uncertainty still ahead met now with the steady, unwavering support that had carried Izuku through every previous impossible moment since this strange, beloved journey first began. Chapter 105. Izuku gathered the rest of the team that evening, the dormitory common room carrying the same comfortable, familiar warmth it always did, and he told them everything, carefully and completely, watching each face with quiet, careful attention as the considerable weight of the revelation settled over the room. Weiss absorbed it first with the same careful, technical focus she brought to any significant new information, her expression cycling through surprise, calculation, and finally something steadier and more composed. "That's remarkable," she said. "And considerably more complicated than simply remarkable, I imagine, for you specifically." "It is," Izuku admitted. Blake, settled in her usual corner, studied him with her quiet, perceptive attention before speaking. "How are you actually feeling about it?" she asked, underneath the practical details. "Overwhelmed," Izuku said honestly. "Hopeful, and guilty about that hope, given what it cost to discover it. Scared of an actual choice existing, instead of just an impossible dream I didn't have to examine closely." "That sounds like an honest, reasonable way to feel," Blake said simply. Yang, perched on the arm of the couch, considered the news with her usual directness, though tempered now by the considerable growth her own arc had built across the past several months. "I'm not going to pretend this doesn't scare me a little," she said. "But I also remember what I learned that night after the Grim Pack incident, about patience and support mattering more than just reacting. I'm not going to make this harder for you by pretending I'm fine when I'm processing something complicated. But I am going to support you, completely, regardless of where this eventually leads." "Thank you," Izuku said, genuinely moved by the careful, honest balance of her response. Velvet, curled into her usual armchair, offered her own quiet, thoughtful contribution. "I think the scariest part, for me," she said, "isn't the idea of you leaving someday. It's the idea of you carrying this entire decision alone, without letting any of us actually help you hold it. Please don't do that. Please let us be part of however you work through this, even if the final choice is yours alone to make." "I will," Izuku said. "I promise." Coco, leaning against the doorway with her sunglasses pushed up, finally spoke, her characteristic bluntness carrying, as it so often did, a sincerity that cut straight through any remaining tension in the room. "Here's what I actually think," she said. "I think you deserve this choice, completely and without guilt. I think all of us love you enough to mean that, not just say it. And I think, whatever you eventually decide, this family isn't going anywhere, not in spirit, even if you eventually choose to walk through that door for good." Izuku felt his chest tighten with profound, grateful emotion at the simple, sincere honesty of her words, the same characteristic directness that had named the group's feelings for him so many months earlier now naming something even more difficult with the same unflinching, generous clarity. "Thank you," he said, his voice carrying genuine, considerable emotion. "All of you. I was so afraid this would feel like a betrayal, sharing it. Instead it feels like exactly what every difficult thing we've ever faced together has felt like. Something we hold together, instead of something I have to carry alone. That's the whole point of everything we've built," RWBY said softly, from beside him. The room settled into warm, comfortable quiet after that, the considerable weight of the revelation finally, fully shared rather than carried in isolated, anxious silence, and Izuku, looking around at each face in turn, felt, despite the genuine uncertainty still ahead, a deep and certain gratitude for exactly how thoroughly this found family had proven, once again, that love and honesty could hold even the most complicated truths without breaking under their weight. Chapter 106. The practical question of who would actually lead the considerable technical effort to refine the disruptor mechanism into something stable enough to function as a genuine, controlled door arose naturally during the team's following briefing, and Weiss volunteered before Ojpin had even fully finished outlining the project scope. "I'd like to take primary responsibility for this," she said, her tone carrying the same careful, deliberate determination she had built across every previous technical challenge this entire journey had demanded of her. "Are you certain?" Ojpin asked, studying her with careful, considered attention. "This project carries personal weight for you, given everything it means for Mr. Midoriya specifically." I would understand if you preferred to step back from direct involvement. Weiss considered the question seriously before answering, her expression carrying genuine, thoughtful honesty. I understand why you'd ask that, she said. But I think the personal weight is exactly why I want to be the one leading this. If this mechanism is going to determine whether Izuku finds his way home, I want to know, completely and certainly, that it was built with the most careful, thorough expertise available, rather than leaving that responsibility to chance or to someone less personally invested in getting it right. Izuku, listening from across the table, felt something warm and complicated settle into his chest at the sincerity of her commitment. You don't have to do this, he said gently. I'd understand if it felt like too much, given everything. I know I don't have to, Weiss said, meeting his eyes directly. I want to. Whatever you eventually decide, I want to make sure the choice itself is built on something genuinely safe and reliable, not something rushed or compromised. You deserve that much certainty, at minimum, even if everything else about this remains complicated. Ojban studied her for a long moment, something quietly approving settling into his careful composure. Then the project is yours to lead, Miss Schnee, he said. You will have full access to whatever resources you require, and Dr. Oblek's continued collaboration, of course. Thank you, Weiss said, already turning her attention toward the considerable scope of the work ahead with focused, determined clarity. Coco, watching the exchange with her usual sharp, assessing attention, leaned over toward Izuku with a quiet, knowing murmur. That's a lot of trust she's choosing to carry, she said. Building the exact mechanism that might take you away from her. That takes a particular kind of strength. I know, Izuku said quietly. I don't think I'll ever be able to fully repay that kind of generosity. You don't repay this kind of thing, Coco said simply. You just recognize it, and you carry the same generosity forward, whenever you get the chance. Izuku nodded slowly, watching Weiss already deep in focused conversation with Oblek about the project's initial technical requirements, and felt, despite the considerable complexity of everything still ahead, a profound, settled gratitude for the particular kind of selfless, principled strength this remarkable young woman had chosen to offer him, regardless of where her own work might eventually lead. The briefing concluded with the considerable project scope finally, clearly defined, and as the team dispersed to begin the patient, demanding work ahead, Izuku found himself walking alongside Weiss toward her workshop once more, the familiar, comfortable rhythm of their collaborative partnership settling, once again, into something steady and certain amid the considerable uncertainty of everything else. Chapter 107. The work itself, over the following several weeks, settled into a quiet, demanding rhythm, Izuku and Weiss spending considerable hours together in her workshop, refining the disruptor's mechanism towards something genuinely stable, and Izuku found, somewhat to his own surprise, that the considerable, complicated weight of what they were actually building rarely intruded on the comfortable, focused warmth of their continued collaboration. We're making real progress, Weiss said, one quiet evening, studying the latest test results with evident, careful satisfaction. The aperture's stability window has extended from a fraction of a second to nearly 3 full seconds. Still nowhere near long enough for safe transit, but considerably better than where we started. That's incredible, Izuku said, genuinely impressed. At this rate, how long do you think before it's actually usable? Weiss considered the question carefully, her usual precision tempered by honest uncertainty. I don't know yet, she admitted. Weeks, possibly. Longer, if we encounter complications we haven't yet anticipated. I don't want to promise you a timeline I can't actually guarantee. I appreciate that honesty, Izuku said. More than you probably realize. They worked in comfortable, companionable quiet for a while longer, and it was during a brief pause, while Weiss recalibrated one of the apparatus's more delicate components, that she finally voiced something Izuku sensed she had been considering carefully for some time. Can I ask you something? She said, not looking up from her work. Have you reached any clarity yet, about what you'd actually choose, if this door were ready today? Izuku considered the question carefully, recognizing the genuine, careful vulnerability underneath it. No, he admitted honestly. Not yet. I don't think I'm trying to avoid the question. I think I genuinely don't know yet, and I'd rather sit with that honestly than pretend to a certainty I don't actually feel. That seems wise, Weiss said quietly. Does it scare you? Izuku asked gently, building something that might eventually take me away from here? Weiss set down her tools, finally meeting his eyes directly, her expression carrying genuine, considered honesty. It does, she admitted. More than I usually let myself acknowledge. But I think I'd be considerably more frightened of a version of myself who let that fear stop me from doing the right thing for you. You deserve a real choice, Izuku. I'd rather help build that choice, even knowing it might cost me something significant, than spend the rest of my life wondering whether I held you back out of my own fear. Izuku felt his chest tighten with profound, grateful emotion at the simple, sincere courage of her words. I don't know how to properly thank you for that, he said. You don't need to thank me, Weiss said, managing a small, genuine smile despite the evident weight of the conversation. Just promise me you'll actually take the time you need, whenever the choice finally becomes real. Don't rush it just because the mechanism happens to be ready. I promise, Izuku said. Weiss nodded, something settled and peaceful easing into her expression, and returned to her careful, demanding work, Izuku settling back into his own supportive role beside her, the considerable uncertainty of everything still ahead held, for this quiet evening at least, in the same steady, trusted partnership that had carried them both through every previous difficult challenge this long, shared journey had demanded. Chapter 108. Blake raised the proposal during the team's next strategic briefing, her tone carrying the same careful, deliberate thoughtfulness she brought to every decision touching her own complicated history. I think we should consider actively tracking the architect, rather than simply waiting for Oblex monitoring to detect its eventual re-emergence, she said. Ilia's hesitation, during our confrontation at the anchor point, suggests she might be willing to provide useful information, if approached carefully. That's a considerable risk, Coco said, though her tone carried genuine consideration rather than outright dismissal. We don't know for certain her hesitation reflected a genuine change of heart, rather than simple uncertainty in the moment. I don't know for certain either, Blake admitted. But I think the potential value justifies the careful risk of finding out. If we can locate the architect while it remains genuinely weakened, we might be able to finish containing it properly, before it ever recovers enough to threaten anyone again. RWBY, considering the proposal with the same careful, tactical attention she brought to every significant decision, weighed the competing priorities thoughtfully. We're already stretched thin, managing the disruptor's refinement alongside our normal training and responsibilities, she said. Pursuing an active lead on the architect, on top of everything else, would require real coordination to manage well. I understand that concern, Blake said. But I think there's also a real urgency here, given everything the disruptor's refinement now represents. If the path home eventually opens, I'd rather it open into a world where the architect's threat has been genuinely, finally resolved, rather than leaving that danger unresolved for whoever remains here after Izuku's eventual choice. The observation landed with particular weight, and Izuku, listening carefully, felt the genuine, considerable truth of it settle into his own thinking. Blake's right, he said. Whatever I eventually decide, I don't want to leave any of you facing an unresolved threat because we were too cautious to actually pursue it while we had a real advantage. Then we pursue it, Ojban said, his measured tone carrying careful, considered agreement. Cautiously, and with appropriate verification at every step, the same careful approach we applied to the conductor's own information. Miss Belladonna, I will leave the specific approach to your judgment, given your particular familiarity with the situation. Blake nodded, the weight of the responsibility settling visibly over her, though tempered by the same hard-won confidence her own difficult arc had built across this entire journey. I'll reach out carefully, she said. Through channels that won't immediately expose either of us to unnecessary risk. Weiss, glancing up from her own ongoing work on the disruptor's refinement, offered a thoughtful addition. If this does lead to a genuine confrontation, she said, I want to make sure we're not forced to choose between pursuing the architect and continuing the disruptor's careful, safe development. Both matter enormously right now. We'll find the balance, Coco said firmly. We always have. The briefing concluded with the considerable new initiative settled into the team's already demanding workload, and Izuku, watching Blake already turning her careful, focused attention toward the delicate work of reaching out to someone from her complicated past, felt a renewed, steady confidence in this found family's continued ability to hold multiple difficult priorities at once, without losing sight of the genuine care and consideration that had carried them through every previous challenge. This long, difficult journey had demanded. Chapter 109. Yang found Velvet in the training facility's quieter annex several days after the team's collective revelation, working through a slow, methodical series of stretches with considerably more focused intensity than the simple exercise actually required, and recognized, immediately, the particular shape of restless, unprocessed feeling that often drove her own need for physical action. "You've been quiet since Izuku told us," Yang observed, settling onto the mat beside her. "I have," Velvet admitted, easing out of her stretch to study Yang with her usual gentle, perceptive attention. "I think I'm still trying to figure out how to actually feel about it, underneath the immediate shock." "Want to talk through it?" Yang asked. "Or would you rather just sit with it quietly?" "Either's fine." Velvet considered the offer carefully. "I think I'd like to talk," she said. "If you don't mind." "Not at all," Yang said. "I think what I'm feeling," Velvet said slowly, working through the words with careful, deliberate honesty, "is a kind of quiet acceptance that surprises me a little. I'm not panicking about it, the way I might have expected to. I think I've just always known, somewhere underneath everything, that Izuku belonged to a whole life before he ever found us, and that life never actually stopped maturing, even while he was building this one alongside it." "That's a really mature way to hold it," Yang said, genuine admiration coloring her tone. "What about you?" Velvet asked. "You seem more restless than usual." Yang exhaled, considering the question honestly. "I think I'm the opposite of you, in a lot of ways," she admitted. "I want to do something. Fix something. Make some kind of active, useful contribution to whatever happens next, instead of just sitting with the uncertainty. It's the same restlessness I felt when we first learned about the architect being something I couldn't just punch into submission." "And how did you work through that, back then?" Velvet asked gently. "Izuku helped me reframe it," Yang said. "Reminded me that patience and support are their own kind of strength, even when they don't feel as satisfying as direct action." "That sounds like good advice to apply here too," Velvet said softly. Yang managed a small, rueful smile. "Yeah," she said. "I think you're right. I just keep wanting to fix the uncertainty itself, somehow, and that's not actually something I can punch into submission either." "No," Velvet agreed. "But I think we can support him through it, the same way we've supported each other through everything else. That's its own kind of useful contribution, even if it doesn't feel as immediately satisfying as direct action." Yang considered this, something settling, gradually, in her restless chest. "I think you're better at this than me," she said. "The quiet acceptance part. And I think you're better at reminding people that feeling restless and unsettled is allowed too," Velvet said, smiling. "We balance each other out." "We really do," Yang said, bumping her shoulder lightly against Velvet's in the same easy, affectionate gesture she so often shared with the rest of the team. They sat together for a while longer, the comfortable, easy warmth of their continued friendship settling around the considerable uncertainty of what still lay ahead, and Izuku, passing by the annex some time later and catching the quiet, companionable sound of their continued conversation, felt, once again, a deep and grateful appreciation for the particular way this found family continued finding new, unexpected combinations of comfort and understanding among themselves, entirely independent of his own presence. Chapter 110. Coco called the full team together nearly a month into the considerable, parallel efforts of tracking the architect and refining the disruptor's mechanism, and her opening remarks carried the same sharp, organizing clarity that had defined her leadership since the earliest days of this entire found family's formation. "I want to reframe how we're thinking about everything we're currently juggling," she said, spreading a comprehensive operational summary across the table. "We've been treating the architect's containment and the door's development as two separate priorities, competing for the same limited resources and attention. I don't think that's actually the most useful way to think about this." "What would you suggest instead?" RWBY asked, genuinely curious. "I think they're actually one connected mission," Coco said. "We can't really finish either one safely without the other. If we contain the architect without a working, stable door, Izuku's choice remains theoretical rather than real. And if we perfect the door without genuinely neutralizing the architect, we risk leaving behind an active, dangerous threat that could eventually target whoever's still here, regardless of what Izuku himself decides. Weiss, considering the reframing carefully, nodded slowly. That's a useful way to think about resource allocation, she said. Rather than treating my work and Blake's tracking effort as competing priorities, we coordinate them as different phases of a single, unified objective. Exactly, Coco said. Which means I want us operating with a clearer, shared timeline going forward, rather than each effort progressing somewhat independently. Blake, where do things currently stand with Ilia? She's agreed to a careful, supervised meeting, Blake said. Within the next week, assuming nothing changes. I believe she genuinely wants to provide useful information, though I won't fully trust that until we've verified it independently, the same careful approach we applied before. Good, Coco said. Weiss, what's your honest projection for the disruptor's readiness? Optimistically, another 3 to 4 weeks, Weiss said. Assuming no significant complications arise. I'd rather be conservative in my estimate than promise something I can't reliably deliver. That works, Coco said, already calculating the considerable logistics allowed. If Blake's lead pans out within the week, we'll have a window to actually locate and assess the architect's current state, while Weiss continues the disruptor's development in parallel. By the time we're ready to move on the architect directly, the door should be close enough to completion that we're not facing an unnecessarily prolonged gap between resolving the threat and actually giving Izuku his real choice. Izuku, listening to the considerable, careful coordination unfold, felt a renewed, settled confidence in the team's continued ability to manage even this complicated, multi-layered challenge with the same practiced, trusted efficiency that had carried them through every previous crisis. This is exactly the kind of clear thinking we needed, he said. Thank you, Coco, for pulling it all together like this. That's the job, Coco said simply, though something genuinely pleased flickered behind her usual confident ease at the sincere acknowledgement. Someone has to keep the actual plan organized, while the rest of you focus on the individual pieces. The briefing concluded with the team's considerable, parallel efforts now coordinated into a single, clearly understood operational framework, and Izuku, watching his found family disperse toward their respective, demanding responsibilities with renewed, focused purpose, felt a deep, settled gratitude for the particular kind of mature, considered leadership Coco had brought to this entire complicated, difficult chapter of their long, shared journey. Chapter 111. The considerable complexity of actually planning the operation Coco's reframing had set into motion fell, naturally, to RWBY, and Izuku found himself, observing her work through the demanding details over the following several days, struck by exactly how far her own confidence had come since the anxious, uncertain conversations they had once shared about whether she was truly ready for this kind of responsibility. This is the most complicated operation we've ever had to plan, she said, spreading a comprehensive map across the table, dense with careful annotations representing every moving piece of the considerable, parallel efforts now underway. We need Blake's meeting with Ilia to go smoothly, we need whatever intelligence comes from it verified quickly, we need a tactical plan for actually confronting the architect ready to deploy on short notice, and we need Weiss's disruptor work protected and uninterrupted throughout all of it. That's a lot to hold at once, Izuku observed, watching her work with quiet, genuine admiration. It is, RWBY agreed. But I don't feel overwhelmed by it the way I might have, even just a few months ago. I think I've finally internalized something important about leadership, through everything we've faced together. What's that? Izuku asked. That I don't actually need to hold every detail perfectly in my own head, RWBY said. I need to trust the team to handle their own pieces competently, while I focus on making sure those pieces actually fit together into something coherent. That's a different kind of responsibility than I used to think leadership required, and it's considerably less exhausting once you actually trust it. Izuku felt a quiet, settled pride at the simple, clear wisdom of her observation. That's exactly the kind of growth I've watched you build, this entire year, he said. From that first uncertain conversation on the rooftop, to this. You should be proud of how far you've come. I am, RWBY said, with quiet, genuine confidence rather than false modesty. I think I finally believe, completely, that I'm actually good at this. Not because I have all the answers. Because I've learned how to build a plan that doesn't require having all the answers alone. She continued working through the operation's considerable details with the same confident, practiced clarity, occasionally pulling in Coco's tactical input or Weiss's technical constraints to refine specific elements, and Izuku, watching the plan take shape under her steady, competent direction, found himself thinking back to that very first conversation, months ago, when she had doubted whether she was truly capable of carrying this kind of weight. "Can I ask you something?" he said, once she had finally settled into a comfortable pause in her work. "Do you still feel that fear, sometimes? The one you described to me, about whether you're actually ready for whatever comes next?" RWBY considered the question honestly. "Sometimes," she admitted. "I don't think that fear ever fully disappears, the way you once told me it wouldn't. But it doesn't control me the way it used to. I've learned to let it remind me how much is actually at stake, instead of letting it convince me I'm not capable of meeting that stake." "That's exactly the distinction I hoped you'd eventually find," Izuku said, smiling. "I found it because you helped me look for it," RWBY said simply, "the same way you've helped all of us find exactly what we needed, this entire journey." She returned to her work with renewed, focused clarity, and Izuku, watching her complete the considerable operations plan with the same settled, confident leadership that had carried this entire found family through every previous crisis, felt a deep, certain gratitude for exactly how thoroughly this remarkable young woman had grown into the leader she had always, secretly, had the capacity to become. Chapter 112. The meeting took place at a quiet, neutral location on Vale's outskirts, Blake and Izuku arriving together while the rest of the team remained on careful, watchful standby, and Ilia, waiting at the agreed point with none of the composed confidence she had carried during their previous confrontation, looked, Izuku thought, like someone who had spent considerable time wrestling with a decision that had finally, exhaustingly resolved itself. "Thank you for coming," Blake said, settling across from her with careful, measured caution. "I wasn't certain you actually would," Ilia admitted. "Given everything. I told you I believed change was possible," Blake said. "I meant it." Ilia was quiet for a long moment, studying her own hands before finally speaking, her voice carrying genuine, hard-won resolve. "I've left the architect's service," she said. "Fully, this time. Not just stepping back from a single confrontation. I spent the past several weeks quietly disentangling myself from every remaining obligation I had to that cause, and I am finished with it now, completely." "What changed?" Blake asked gently. "I kept thinking about what you said," Ilia admitted. "About choosing, every day, who you actually want to be, regardless of what came before. I realized I couldn't keep telling myself I was simply waiting for the right moment to leave, when I had already been given that moment, more than once, and kept finding excuses not to take it." Izuku, listening carefully, felt a quiet, genuine respect settle into his own assessment of her. "That takes real courage," he said. "Choosing to actually follow through, instead of just considering it." Ilia glanced toward him, something searching in her expression. "You're the foreign key," she said. "The one it spent so long pursuing." "I am," Izuku said simply. "I have information that might help you," Ilia said, turning her attention back toward Blake. "About where the architect has actually been recovering. I don't ask for anything in return. I simply want this to actually end, properly, regardless of what role I played in helping it continue for as long as it did." She provided the details carefully, a remote, isolated location deep within Vale's least settled territory, considerably different from any of the structures or anchor points the team had previously encountered, and Blake listened with focused, careful attention, committing every detail to memory with the same precision she brought to any genuinely important task. "We'll verify this independently before acting on it," Blake said, once Ilia had finished. "The same caution we'd apply to any new intelligence." "I expected nothing less," Ilia said. "I hope it proves accurate. I hope, genuinely, that you're able to finish what I should have helped stop a long time ago." Blake studied her for a long, considering moment before speaking again, her tone carrying genuine, careful warmth beneath its continued caution. "For what it's worth," she said, "I believe you're trying to become someone different now. That matters, regardless of how long it took to get here." Ilia's composed exterior finally cracked, just slightly, something genuinely moved flickering across her features. "Thank you," she said quietly. "That means more than I expected it to." She departed shortly after, leaving Blake and Izuku alone with the considerable weight of the new information, and Izuku, watching Blake's expression settle into something steadier and more resolved, felt a quiet, profound respect for the particular grace she had extended, once again, to someone navigating the same difficult, complicated path away from harm that she herself had once walked, alone, before this found family had ever existed to support her through it. Chapter 113. With Ilia's information verified through several days of careful, independent confirmation, the team turned its attention toward the final, demanding stretch of preparation, Weiss's continued work on the disruptor mechanism intersecting now with the urgent, practical need to ensure it could function reliably under genuine combat conditions, should the coming confrontation require it. I want to be honest about attention in the current design, Weiss said, during a focused planning session with Oobleck and Izuku both present. The most efficient path toward increasing the aperture's stability involves drawing considerably more sustained power through the channel, similar to what the conductor's sacrifice achieved. I am not willing to build a system that requires anyone's life to function safely. A wise and necessary constraint, Oobleck said, nodding firmly. Though it will likely extend our timeline somewhat, as we search for alternative methods of achieving comparable stability without that particular cost. I'd rather take longer and get it right, Izuku said immediately. I don't want anyone else paying the price the conductor paid, not for my sake, not for anyone's. Weiss nodded, something quietly resolved settling into her expression. Then we build in a genuine safety margin, she said. Even if it costs us additional time. I'd rather delay the confrontation with the architect, if necessary, than rush toward a solution that might eventually demand the same sacrifice. Agreed completely, Coco said, from her position reviewing the broader operational timeline. We adjust the schedule accordingly. Better a few extra weeks of careful work than another loss like the conductor's. They spent the following several days working through alternative approaches with careful, methodical thoroughness, Weiss and Oobleck testing various configurations that distributed the channel's demanding power requirements across multiple, smaller contributions rather than concentrating the strain onto any single source. This shows real promise, Oobleck said, studying the results of their latest configuration with evident, renewed enthusiasm. By distributing the stabilization across several contributors simultaneously, each individual contribution remains within safe, sustainable limits, even as the combined effect approaches the stability we require. Several contributors, Izuku repeated slowly. You mean more of the team, directly involved in channeling the mechanism, the way Weiss already has been. Precisely, Weiss said. Which means, before we finalize this approach, I want to make sure everyone who might be asked to contribute genuinely understands and consents to what that involvement actually requires. That seems important, Izuku agreed. Nobody should be asked to do this without fully understanding the considerable trust and risk involved. The team gathered that evening for a careful, thorough briefing on the revised approach, and one by one, each member who would potentially be asked to contribute directly to the disruptor's stabilization, Weiss, Yang, and eventually Izuku himself, confirmed their genuine, informed willingness to participate, the considerable weight of the decision settling, fully and honestly, into something this entire found family chose together rather than something imposed upon any single member without full understanding. Then we proceed, Ashbin said, once the briefing concluded, with this revised, considerably safer approach. I am grateful, genuinely, for the care all of you have taken to avoid repeating the conductor's costly sacrifice. Izuku, looking around at his found family's careful, considered commitment to building something both effective and genuinely safe, felt a deep, settled gratitude for exactly the kind of thoughtful, principled work this entire difficult chapter of their journey continued to demand, and continued to receive, from every single person who had chosen, again and again, to stand beside him through it. Chapter 114. The full ensemble gathered together one quiet evening, several weeks into the considerable, careful preparation now underway, drawn together by the same unspoken agreement that had once brought them to this exact common room the night before a previous, uncertain confrontation, and Izuku, sensing the particular weight the evening had begun carrying, finally voiced the conversation he suspected everyone had been quietly circling for some time. I think we should actually talk about it, he said. Directly. What it would mean, for each of you, if I eventually choose to go home. The room settled into careful, considering quiet, and it was Ruby who spoke first, her tone carrying the same settled, generous clarity she had offered him weeks earlier on the rooftop. "I think it would hurt," she said honestly. "A lot. But I don't think it would break anything we've built. I think I'd carry this whole year with me, gratefully, regardless of where you ended up living the rest of your life." "I feel similarly," Weiss said. "I've already told you I'd rather help build your real choice than hold you back out of my own fear." "I meant that completely. If you choose to go, I'll grieve it honestly, and I'll also be glad, genuinely glad, that you got to make a choice you deserve to have." Blake, considering the question with her usual quiet, perceptive thoughtfulness, offered her own honest reflection. "I think I'd understand it better than most," she said. "I know what it means to choose a different life, even when it costs you people you love. I'd want you to choose whatever life actually lets you be most fully yourself, even if that life doesn't include the rest of us in it directly anymore." Yang, considering the question with visible, honest effort, finally spoke, her tone carrying genuine vulnerability beneath her usual confident ease. "I think it would be hard for me, in a different way than the rest of you," she admitted. "I'm not as naturally patient with loss as Blake or Velvet seem to be. But I've learned, this whole year, that supporting someone sometimes means accepting an outcome you don't love, simply because it's genuinely right for them. I'd work on accepting it, even if it took me longer than I'd like." Velvet, her gentle voice carrying quiet, settled conviction, added her own honest reflection. "I think I've already made peace with it, in a lot of ways," she said. "Not because I don't care deeply. Because I think real love means wanting someone's genuine flourishing, even when that flourishing happens somewhere else, with people I'll never meet." Coco, leaning against her usual spot near the window, offered the final, characteristically direct contribution. "Here's what I actually think," she said. "None of us are going to pressure you toward staying, not even a little, not even subtly. That's not because we don't love you enough to want you here. It's because we love you enough to actually mean it when we say this choice belongs entirely to you." Izuku felt his eyes sting, the considerable weight of months of careful, anxious uncertainty finally easing under the simple, profound generosity of everything he had just heard. "I don't know how I got lucky enough to find all of you," he said, his voice thick with genuine emotion. "I don't think I'll ever fully understand how I deserve this kind of love." "You don't have to deserve it," Ruby said softly. "You just have to keep being exactly who you already are. That's more than enough." The room settled into warm, comfortable quiet after that, the considerable, difficult conversation finally, fully shared rather than circled around in anxious silence, and Izuku, looking around at each beloved face in turn, felt, despite the genuine uncertainty still ahead, a deep and certain peace settle into his chest, the profound, hard-won knowledge that whatever he eventually chose, this found family's love for him would remain steady and unconditional, regardless of the considerable distance any future choice might eventually place between them. Chapter 115. Izuku spent the following several days in a quieter, more reflective state than he had allowed himself since Ubleck's original discovery, the considerable, generous honesty of his found family's collective conversation settling, gradually, into something that finally let him examine his own heart without the paralyzing weight of guilt or obligation clouding every careful thought. He returned, often, to the small clearing where this entire impossible journey had begun, finding in its familiar, settled quiet exactly the kind of space his own complicated reflections seemed to require. He thought of his mother, of the worry she must have carried for an entire year, not knowing whether her son was alive or lost forever, and felt the old, familiar ache of that separation settle into something he no longer tried to push away or minimize. He missed her. Completely, achingly, in a way that would never fully resolve no matter how settled he became in this new world. He thought of Uraraka, of Ida, of the entire hero course that had once felt like his whole world, and felt genuine grief at everything he had missed, every milestone and struggle and quiet, ordinary moment of friendship that had continued without him, somewhere across a divide he had spent a year believing was permanently closed. And he thought, too, of Ruby's bright confidence, of Weiss's hard-won warmth, of Blake's steady understanding, of Yang's unguarded affection, of Velvet's gentle kindness, of Coco's fierce loyalty, and felt the same depth of genuine, complete love settle alongside the grief, neither feeling diminishing the other, both of them simply, fully true at once. I don't think this is actually a choice between two lives, he said slowly, to the empty clearing, the realization settling into him with quiet, steady clarity. I think it's a choice about how to carry both of them, regardless of where I physically end up living. He sat with that realization for a long time, turning it carefully, examining it from every angle his careful, methodical mind could manage, and found, gradually, that it held steady under that scrutiny in a way his earlier, more overwhelmed feelings had not. He did not know yet, with any final certainty, whether he would ultimately choose to walk through the door, whenever it finally stood ready. He did not think he needed to know that yet. But he understood, now, with considerable clarity, that whatever he eventually chose, he would not be abandoning one life in favor of the other. He would be choosing how to honor both, the one he had been born into and the one he had built here, from nothing, through nearly a year of genuine, hard-won connection. Both of these things are real, he said quietly. Both of these things matter. I don't have to pick which one was the mistake and which one was the truth. They're both the truth. He felt something settle in his chest, not a final answer, but something steadier than the overwhelmed uncertainty that had marked the past several weeks, a foundation he felt genuinely capable of building the rest of this difficult decision upon. He rose, eventually, as the light began shifting toward evening, and made his way back toward Beacon's familiar, welcoming lights, carrying with him not a final decision, but something he recognized, gratefully, as genuine clarity, the first he had managed to find since this entire complicated possibility had first entered his life, weeks earlier, in the careful, considered words of a devoted, brilliant friend who had refused to let him face it alone. Chapter 116. The attack on Weiss's workshop came without warning, late on an otherwise ordinary evening. The considerable wards and protective measures Beacon had layered around the disruptor's continued development shattering with sudden, violent force as the architect's diminished but still dangerous presence tore through the carefully maintained perimeter. It found us, Weiss said, already scrambling to secure the device's most critical components even as the alarm sounded across the campus. The architect's manifestation, when it finally appeared fully within the workshop's confines, carried none of the calm, calculating composure of its earlier encounters, its translucent form flickering with the same desperate, unstable quality it had displayed during its final, costly defeat at the anchor point, considerably diminished but driven now by something rawer and more immediate than its previous patient strategy. You built something that wounds me, it said, its voice carrying genuine, unsettling distress. Something that could, with sufficient refinement, undo the entirety of my remaining existence. I cannot allow that to reach completion. Izuku, arriving at a dead run alongside RWBY and Yang, felt the immediate, sharp shift in the architect's demeanor register as something considerably more dangerous than its previous, calculated patience. It's cornered, he said, recognizing the particular, desperate energy immediately, the same quality he had witnessed in villains pushed past every remaining strategic option, reduced to pure, reactive survival instinct. This isn't a calculated attack. This is panic. Panic doesn't make it less dangerous, Yang said, already moving into position. The fight that followed carried a different, rawer texture than any previous confrontation, the architect's attacks wild and unpredictable rather than calculated, driven by something closer to genuine desperation than strategic patience, and Izuku found himself adjusting his own approach accordingly, recognizing that the careful, methodical reads he had developed against its previous, composed self proved considerably less reliable against this cornered, panicked version. Protect the device, Weiss called out, even as she continued the urgent work of securing the disruptor's most vulnerable components. Whatever else happens, it cannot reach this mechanism. The team rallied immediately, the same practiced, trusted coordination carrying them through the chaotic engagement despite its unfamiliar, unpredictable texture, RWBY's speed cutting off every desperate attempt the architect made to breach the workshop's inner defenses, Yang's relentless strength meeting its wild, unpredictable strikes with steady, absorbing resilience. It's not trying to win this fight, Blake observed, arriving alongside Coco and Velvet as additional reinforcement, her perceptive attention cutting through the chaos with characteristic clarity. It's trying to destroy the device specifically, even at considerable cost to itself. Then we make sure it can't, Coco said firmly, redirecting the team's combined effort toward a tighter, more protective formation around Weiss's vulnerable, ongoing work. The engagement stretched on, fierce and unpredictable, the architect's desperate, cornered aggression testing the team's coordination in ways its previous, calculated patience never had, but gradually, methodically, the team's practiced, trusted defense held firm, every desperate attempt at breaching the workshop's protective perimeter meeting immediate, coordinated resistance. Finally, with a sudden, violent burst of failing energy, the architect's diminished form collapsed inward once more, retreating in obvious, genuine distress rather than calculated withdrawal, and the workshop fell into sudden, exhausted quiet. The device is intact, Weiss said, breathless, surveying her protected, undamaged work with evident, profound relief. And the architect just showed us something important, Izuku said slowly, the careful, methodical part of his mind already working through the implications even amid his own considerable exhaustion. It's afraid of this device. Genuinely, desperately afraid. That tells us exactly how significant a threat it actually represents. The team gathered amid the workshop's considerable wreckage, exhausted but undeniably victorious, and Izuku, looking around at his found family's battered but resilient faces, felt a renewed, fierce determination settle into his chest, the knowledge that whatever remained of this difficult, complicated conflict, they had just proven, decisively, that the path forward they had built together was worth defending with everything they had. Chapter 117. In the considerable chaos of the workshop attack's final moments, just before its diminished form finally collapsed and retreated, the architect had spoken one final time, its desperate, distressed voice carrying words that settled, now, in the aftermath's quieter reflection, with considerable additional weight. You believe you understand what completing that device requires, it had said, its form already beginning to flicker and fail under the team's combined assault. You do not. The aperture cannot be forced open fully through mechanism alone. It requires the key's willing cooperation, at the moment of activation, not merely his proximity. Without that consent, freely given, the door will remain forever incomplete, regardless of how perfectly you refine the mechanism surrounding it. Izuku, recounting those final words to the assembled team during the following morning's careful debrief, watched the implication settle slowly over each face in turn. So it's not enough for the device to simply exist, Weiss said slowly, working through the considerable revision this required to her own understanding of the mechanism. Izuku has to actively choose to open it, in the moment, not just stand near it while it activates. That changes things, Oobleck said, studying his own notes with renewed, careful attention. Though I confess, in retrospect, it aligns with everything we have learned about the binding network's original design. A door that could be forced open against the will of its key would represent precisely the kind of vulnerability the architect itself has spent centuries attempting to exploit. It makes sense that the original designers would have built in some safeguard against exactly that kind of forced exploitation. Izuku absorbed this slowly, the careful, methodical part of his mind already working through the considerable weight of what it actually meant for his own, still uncertain choice. This isn't just a discovery anymore, he said quietly. It was always going to require my choice. But now it's explicit. The mechanism itself won't work without me actively choosing it, in the moment, completely. How does that feel? Blake asked gently, recognizing immediately the particular weight the revelation carried. Strange, Izuku admitted. In a way, it feels like exactly the thing I needed to hear. The architect spent so long treating me like a key, like an object with a function rather than a person with a choice. And it turns out, even the actual mechanism it originally wanted to exploit requires my genuine, willing participation to function at all. I'm not just a passive component in this, even in the most literal, mechanical sense. RWBY, listening carefully, offered her own thoughtful observation. That feels like it should matter to you, she said. Not just practically. Personally. The thing the architect always wanted to use you for, it turns out, was never actually possible without your genuine consent. That's not a small detail. It isn't, Izuku said, something steadier settling into his chest at the simple, profound truth of her observation. It means whatever I eventually decide, the choice was always genuinely mine to make. Not despite the mechanism. Built directly into it. Coco, studying the considerable implications with her usual sharp, practical attention, finally spoke. Then I think this changes how we should be thinking about the timeline, she said. We're not just building toward a mechanical completion anymore. We're building toward the moment you're actually ready to make that choice, whenever that genuinely arrives. I think that's right, Izuku said. And I think I need a little more time, honestly, before I'm ready to commit to anything final. The clarity I found these past few days helps. But it's not the same as being fully ready to actually choose. Then take the time you need, Ashbin said simply. The device will be ready when it's ready, and so, I trust, will you. The briefing concluded with the considerable, newly explicit weight of Izuku's own agency settling firmly into the center of everything still ahead, and Izuku, walking out into the quiet, ordinary rhythm of Beacon's continued daily life, felt the particular, steady relief of finally understanding, completely, that this entire complicated journey had never actually been about whether something else would decide his fate, but about when he, himself, would finally feel ready to decide it. Chapter 118. The days following the revelation settled into a quieter, more contemplative rhythm than the team had experienced since this entire complicated chapter began, the considerable, explicit weight of Izuku's own agency now firmly established at the center of everything still ahead, and Izuku found himself, somewhat to his own surprise, grateful for the clarity, even amid its considerable weight. I keep thinking about something, he said, during a quiet evening spent with Blake in her usual corner of the common room, the rest of the team scattered through their own respective evening routines. The architect spent centuries treating me as a key, an object with a specific function it intended to exploit, regardless of my own will in the matter. And it turns out, the actual mechanism it always wanted was never going to work that way at all. What do you make of that? Blake asked, setting her book aside to give him her full, attentive consideration. I think it means something important, Izuku said slowly. About the difference between being valuable for what you can provide, and being valuable for who you actually are. The architect only ever saw the first kind of value. But the door itself, the actual mechanism, required the second kind. It required me to be a person, choosing, not just a key being used. Blake considered this carefully, her quiet, perceptive attention turning the observation over with genuine thoughtfulness. That seems like an important distinction to hold on to, she said. Especially given everything you've struggled with, this whole journey, about whether your value here was tied to power, or to choice, or to something else entirely. Exactly, Izuku said. And I think, in a strange way, this whole revelation has actually made the choice easier to sit with, even though it hasn't made the choice itself any clearer. I'm not afraid of being used anymore. Whatever I decide, it has to come from somewhere genuine, or it simply won't work at all. That's oddly comforting. I can see why, Blake said softly. They sat together in comfortable, companionable quiet for a while, and Izuku, looking around at the familiar, warm common room, at RWBY and Weiss bent over some shared technical diagram nearby, at Yang and Velvet's easy, comfortable laughter drifting from across the room, at Coco's confident presence anchoring the whole, comfortable scene, felt a deep, settled gratitude for the particular kind of patient, generous space this found family continued offering him, even as the considerable weight of his own eventual choice continued settling, slowly and honestly, into something he felt himself approaching with genuine, hard-won clarity rather than anxious avoidance. I think I'm getting closer, he said quietly, mostly to himself. Not all the way there yet. But closer. Take whatever time you actually need, Blake said simply. We've already told you that, and we mean it completely. I know, Izuku said, managing a small, genuine smile. I think that's part of why I'm finally able to get closer at all. Knowing none of you are rushing me lets me actually take the time properly, instead of just anxiously avoiding it. Blake returned his smile, warm and quietly understanding, and the evening continued its comfortable, familiar rhythm around them, the considerable, still unresolved weight of Izuku's eventual choice settling, gradually, into something this found family continued holding together, patiently and generously, exactly as they always had. Chapter 119. Yang noticed at first, the small, almost imperceptible way Weiss had begun working slightly faster on the disruptor's final calibrations, the way RWBY's strategic planning sessions had grown subtly more frequent, the way the whole team's collective energy had begun, without anyone quite saying it aloud, tilting toward urgency rather than the patient, generous space they had all promised Izuku weeks earlier. She raised it directly during the team's next casual gathering, her usual easy confidence carrying genuine, deliberate seriousness. "Can I say something that might be a little uncomfortable?" she said. "Of course," RWBY said, glancing up with immediate, attentive concern. "I think we're starting to push, without meaning to," Young said. "Weiss, you've been working longer hours than you need to. RWBY, you've been bringing up the timeline more than actually necessary. I don't think any of us are doing this on purpose. But I think our own anxiety about the uncertainty is starting to leak into pressure Izuku never asked for." Weiss considered this seriously, something genuinely surprised flickering across her expression before settling into honest reflection. "You might be right," she admitted. "I think I've been telling myself the faster pace is just thoroughness, but some of it might genuinely be my own discomfort with the uncertainty, dressed up as productivity." "I think I've been doing something similar," RWBY said quietly. "Trying to have every contingency mapped out, partly because that's genuinely useful, but partly because planning feels better than just sitting with not knowing what he'll eventually choose." "That's exactly what I noticed," Young said. "And I get it, completely. I've spent this whole year learning that patience is its own kind of strength, and even I catch myself wanting to just do something, anything, rather than actually wait well. But I think we promised Izuku something important, that night we all talked together, and I don't want us to accidentally break that promise just because waiting is genuinely hard." The room settled into thoughtful, considering quiet, and it was Coco who finally spoke, her characteristic directness carrying genuine, immediate agreement. "You're right," she said simply. "And I appreciate you actually saying it, instead of just noticing it quietly. That's exactly the kind of honesty this whole family runs on." "I don't want to make anyone feel guilty," Young said. "I think we're all doing this out of love, even the part that's accidentally turning into pressure. I just wanted us to notice it, so we can actually course correct before it becomes something Izuku has to push back against himself." Velvet, listening with her usual gentle, perceptive attention, offered a soft addition. "I think that's a really mature thing to notice," she said. "And a really mature way to bring it up, too." "I had good teachers," Young said, echoing, with a small, wry smile, the same sentiment she had once offered Izuku himself. The team settled, gradually, into a renewed, genuine commitment to the patient space they had originally promised, Weiss deliberately scaling back her hours to something more sustainable, RWBY consciously redirecting her planning energy toward other, less personally weighted priorities, and Izuku, arriving partway through the tail end of the conversation and catching its general shape from the easing tension in the room, felt a fresh wave of profound gratitude settle into his chest. "Did I miss something?" he asked, curious. "Just us checking in on ourselves," Young said easily. "Making sure we're actually keeping the promise we made you, instead of just meaning to." Izuku felt his throat tighten with quiet, overwhelmed emotion at the simple, sincere care behind her words. "Thank you," he said. "For noticing that, and for caring enough to actually say it out loud." "Anytime," Young said, and the room settled back into its familiar, comfortable warmth, the considerable patience this found family had promised him now renewed, genuinely and deliberately, rather than simply assumed. Chapter 120. Velvet found Coco on the training facility's rooftop late one evening, gazing out over Beacon's quiet, settled grounds with an unusually contemplative expression for someone who typically carried her confidence so visibly, and settled beside her without immediate comment, content to simply share the quiet for a while before either of them spoke. "Can I ask you something?" Coco said eventually, breaking the comfortable silence. "Do you ever think about what comes after, regardless of what Izuku eventually chooses?" "Sometimes," Velvet admitted. "What makes you ask?" "I think I've been so focused on making sure we handle his choice well," Coco said, "that I haven't actually thought much about what our own lives look like afterward, whatever he decides. I realized that gap, tonight, and it surprised me." Velvet considered this seriously, recognizing the genuine, thoughtful weight underneath the question. "I think," she said slowly, "that whatever happens, CFVY continues. We continue. The found family we've built doesn't actually depend on Izuku being physically present for every single moment of it, even though I'll admit that's strange to say out loud." "That's a healthy way to think about it," Coco said, something quietly relieved entering her tone. I think I worry, sometimes, that if he leaves, some core part of what made these past several months feel so alive might disappear along with him. I understand that worry, Velvet said. But I don't think it's actually true. I think what made these months feel alive was learning to be more fully ourselves, with his help, yes, but the growth itself belongs to us now. You leading CFVY with more confidence than ever. Me trusting my own adaptability without doubting it constantly. Those things don't disappear just because the person who helped us find them eventually moves on. Coco studied her for a long, considering moment, something genuinely moved settling into her usually confident expression. You've gotten remarkably wise, she said. I remember when you barely spoke up in front of new people. I had good teachers, Velvet said, smiling softly, echoing the same simple gratitude the rest of the team had voiced more than once across this long, shared journey. I think you're right, though, Coco said, after a thoughtful pause. About this not being dependence. I think real love, the kind we've actually built with him, wants someone's genuine flourishing, wherever that flourishing happens to take place. I'd rather have loved him well for this one impossible year than spend the rest of my life needing him here just to feel like my own life still has meaning. That's exactly it, Velvet said softly. We get to keep everything we've actually become, regardless of where he ends up. That's not a small thing. That's the whole point, maybe. Coco nodded slowly, something settled and peaceful easing into her expression, and the two of them sat together for a while longer, watching the quiet, settled lights of Beacon's grounds below. The considerable uncertainty of Izuku's eventual choice held, for this comfortable evening, in the same steady, healthy perspective that had carried this entire found family through every previous difficult challenge. Whatever he chooses, Coco said finally, I think we're going to be all right. All of us. I think so too, Velvet said, and they remained together a while longer, content in the quiet, settled certainty of exactly how much genuine, lasting strength this entire impossible year had built in both of them, independent of whatever the future eventually held. Chapter 121. With the disruptor's mechanism finally stabilized to Weiss's exacting, careful standards, and Izuku's own internal clarity settling into something steadier with each passing week, the team turned its attention, at last, toward the considerable, remaining task of locating and finally, decisively containing the architect's diminished, desperate presence. Following the attack on Weiss's workshop, the architect's energy signature has remained consistently faint, Oobleck reported, during the team's careful, final planning session. Consistent with significant, ongoing weakness following both the anchor point confrontation and its own costly, failed assault. I believe we have located its most likely remaining stronghold, a deeply isolated ruin considerably south of any settled territory, where it appears to be making one final, desperate attempt at recovery. If we corner it there, RWBY said, studying the considerable terrain Oobleck's research had mapped out, we have a real chance to finish this properly, before it ever has the opportunity to recover enough strength to threaten anyone again. Agreed, Coco said firmly. I want to be clear about our actual objective here. We're not trying to destroy it outright. Given everything we've learned about its ancient, complicated nature, and given the careful, non-lethal ethics this entire team has maintained throughout every previous confrontation, I think containing it properly, sealing it away considerably more thoroughly than any of our previous engagements managed, is both the safer and the more genuinely appropriate goal. Izuku, considering the proposal carefully, nodded his own firm agreement. I think that's right, he said. Whatever the architect actually is, at its core, I don't think destruction is necessarily the same thing as justice, especially given how little we still genuinely understand about its true nature and origins. Weiss, reviewing her own considerable preparations, added a careful, practical addition. I've developed a more permanent containment array, based on everything I learned building the original disruptor, she said. If we can successfully weaken it during the confrontation itself, I believe we can seal it within that array considerably more securely than our previous, temporary withdrawals ever managed. Then that's our plan, RWBY said, her voice carrying the same settled, confident leadership she had built across this entire long, difficult journey. We corner it, we weaken it together, and we seal it away properly, this time for good. The team finalized the considerable, remaining logistics with the same practiced, trusted efficiency that had carried them through every previous crisis, and Izuku, watching the careful, deliberate planning take shape around him, felt a quiet, steady resolve settle into his own chest, the recognition that this particular confrontation, unlike every other that had come before it, existed entirely separate from his own continued, unresolved choice about the door. "I want to be clear about something," he said, once the planning had largely settled. "This fight is about protecting Remnant, properly and finally, regardless of whatever I eventually decide about going home. I don't want anyone thinking we're rushing toward this confrontation because of my own timeline. This needs to happen because it's the right thing to do, independent of everything else." "We know," Blake said simply. "That's exactly how we've been thinking about it too." Izuku felt a settled, grateful relief at the simple confirmation, and the team, gathering their considerable resolve for the coming, decisive confrontation, began the final preparations for the journey south, toward whatever remained of the architect's desperate, failing strength, united by the same fierce, unwavering determination that had carried this found family through every previous impossible challenge this long, shared journey had demanded of them. Chapter 122. The isolated ruin, when the team finally reached it after a long, careful journey south, carried the same ancient, weathered quality as every previous site tied to the binding network's original construction, though considerably more decayed, more clearly abandoned by whatever civilization had once maintained it, and at its center, the architect's diminished, flickering presence waited, considerably weaker than even its desperate assault on Weiss's workshop had displayed. "You found me," it said, its voice carrying genuine, exhausted resignation rather than its previous calculated composure or desperate panic. "I confess I no longer have the strength to mount any meaningful resistance against you." "Then this ends now," Izuku said, settling into ready position, the rest of the team spreading into the careful, practiced formation RWBY's thorough planning had established. "Properly, this time. I do not contest that outcome," the architect said, something almost peaceful entering its weakened, flickering form. "I have pursued this design for longer than any of you can properly comprehend. I find, now, that I lack the strength to continue pursuing it, regardless of my own continued desire." The engagement that followed carried none of the desperate violence of the workshop's earlier confrontation, the architect's weakened form offering only token, fading resistance as the team's coordinated efforts settled into the careful, methodical work of actually weakening it further, in preparation for Weiss's permanent containment array. RWBY directed the team's measured approach with practiced, confident clarity, Yang and Yatsuhashi testing the architect's remaining resilience with careful, controlled strikes rather than overwhelming force, Blake and Velvet weaving through the ruins' ancient, weathered stonework to ensure no unexpected complication interrupted the careful, deliberate process. "It's ready," Weiss called out, after several careful minutes of methodical, controlled engagement, her containment array finally, fully prepared. "Get clear, I'm activating the seal." The team withdrew to a careful, safe distance, and Weiss's containment array flared to life with steady, controlled precision, considerably more stable and deliberate than any of their previous, temporary withdrawals, the architect's diminished, flickering form gradually drawn into the array's careful, methodical binding. "This is different," the architect observed, its voice growing fainter as the seal progressed. "Considerably more thorough than your previous attempts." "It's meant to be permanent," Weiss said, her voice tight with focused concentration. "Not a temporary withdrawal. A genuine, lasting containment." The architect's form continued fading, gradually, into the array's steady, contained binding, and in its final, fading moments, it offered one last, unexpected observation, its voice carrying something Izuku had not anticipated hearing from it at all. "I do not know whether what I sought was ever truly possible," it said. "Whether genuine freedom from this binding would have brought the restoration I believed it would, or simply a different kind of suffering altogether. Perhaps it does not matter now. Perhaps it never did." And then, with a final, gentle pulse of contained, steady light, the architect's presence settled fully into Weiss's careful, permanent array, its considerable, ancient threat finally, genuinely neutralized. The team stood amid the ruins settling quiet, exhausted but undeniably victorious, and Oobleck, studying his instruments with evident, profound relief, finally broke the heavy silence. "It is contained," he confirmed. "Genuinely, thoroughly contained. I believe this confrontation has finally, truly resolved the threat that has shaped so much of this past year." Izuku felt the considerable weight of the victory settle over him, profound and hard one, and looked around at his exhausted, triumphant found family. The considerable danger that had once threatened to consume everything they had built together finally, genuinely ended. Chapter 123. It was in the immediate aftermath of the architect's containment, the ruin's ancient energy still settling from the considerable confrontation, that RWBY's instruments suddenly flared with unexpected, urgent readings, the disruptor mechanism Izuku carried as a precaution reacting to some final, residual surge from the binding network's dramatic resolution. Something's happening, Weiss said sharply, already moving toward the device with careful, urgent attention. The disruptor, still carried in its careful, secured casing throughout the confrontation, began pulsing with sudden, unexpected light, the considerable energy released by the architect's containment apparently triggering some unanticipated resonance within its delicate, refined mechanism. "It's activating," RWBY called out, studying his instruments with mounting, astonished excitement. "Not fully, not completely, but genuinely, this time. The aperture is forming." Izuku felt his breath catch, the careful, methodical part of his mind racing even as the rest of him simply stared, transfixed, as a faint, shimmering distortion began forming in the air above the device, considerably more stable than anything their previous, brief tests had managed to produce. Through the shimmering distortion, faint and indistinct but unmistakably real, Izuku caught fragments of something achingly, impossibly familiar. The edge of a building that might have been Muzutafu's skyline. A sound that might have been distant traffic, ordinary and mundane in a way that struck him with sudden, overwhelming force. The faint, fleeting impression of a world he had not allowed himself to fully believe he might ever glimpse again. "That's," he said, his voice catching, unable to finish the sentence. "It's not stable enough for transit," Weiss said quickly, her voice carrying careful, urgent caution even amid her own evident astonishment. "Not yet. This is just a glimpse, a brief, partial activation triggered by the residual energy from the containment. But it's real, Izuku. This is genuinely real." The shimmering aperture held for several long, suspended seconds, the faint, distant glimpse of his original world hanging in the air before them, before gradually, gently dissolving back into ordinary stillness, the device's urgent, excited pulsing easing back into quiet, stable readiness. Izuku stood, staring at the space where the aperture had briefly existed, his chest tight with overwhelming, complicated emotion, hope and grief and longing all tangled together into something he did not yet have words for. "It works," he said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. "After everything, it actually works." RWBY, arriving at his side with quiet, careful attention, rested a steadying hand against his arm. "How are you feeling?" she asked gently. "I don't know yet," Izuku admitted honestly. "Overwhelmed. Hopeful. Scared, in a way I wasn't quite prepared for, even after everything we've discussed." "That makes sense," RWBY said softly. "Seeing it, even just a glimpse, is different from simply knowing it's theoretically possible." Weiss, studying her readings with careful, methodical attention, finally offered the practical assessment the team needed. "We're close," she said. "Considerably closer than I realized, given what just happened. With a little more refinement, I believe we can stabilize this fully, reliably, whenever you're genuinely ready to use it." Izuku absorbed the weight of that, the considerable, overwhelming reality of an actual, functioning path home finally, fully confirmed rather than merely theoretical, and felt the careful, hard-won clarity he had built over these past several weeks settle, now, into something he understood he would need to draw upon more completely than ever before. "Then I think," he said slowly, "it's almost time for me to actually decide." Chapter 124. The journey back to Beacon carried a different quality than any of the team's previous returns from battle, the considerable, hard-won relief of the architect's genuine, lasting containment settling alongside the equally considerable, overwhelming reality of the glimpse Izuku had finally witnessed, the first real proof that his path home had moved, decisively, from theoretical hope into genuine, achievable possibility. Ojban received their full report with the same careful, measured gravity he had brought to every significant development across this entire long, difficult year, and when the team finished recounting both the architect's containment and the device's unexpected, partial activation, he allowed himself a rare, genuine smile. "This is a profound accomplishment," he said. "On both counts. The architect's threat, which has shaped so much of this past year's considerable difficulty, has finally been resolved, properly and thoroughly. And Mr. Midoriya now possesses something I confess I once doubted we would ever genuinely achieve, a real, functioning choice about his own future. It still needs further refinement, Weiss said, though her own evident exhaustion carried genuine, hard-won satisfaction beneath it. The aperture wasn't stable long enough for actual transit. But I believe, with continued careful work, we can reach that stability within a reasonable timeframe. Take whatever time the work genuinely requires, Ashbin said. There is no need to rush toward completion simply because the most dangerous portion of this conflict has finally concluded. Izuku, listening to the exchange with quiet, careful attention, felt the considerable weight of everything that had just shifted settle, gradually, into something he recognized, with growing clarity, as the genuine beginning of this entire journey's final chapter. I think, he said slowly, that whatever comes next, this is different from everything that came before. We're not fighting against an active, dangerous threat anymore. We're not racing against some external deadline. This is just about me, finally, actually deciding what I want the rest of my life to look like. That's exactly right, Ashbin said, studying him with careful, genuine warmth. And I believe, given everything you have demonstrated across this entire remarkable year, that you are more than capable of making that decision with the clarity and courage it deserves. The team gathered together that evening, the considerable, hard-won victory of the day settling into something they could finally, fully celebrate without the looming shadow of further immediate danger, and Izuku, looking around at his exhausted but genuinely joyful found family, felt a deep, profound gratitude for exactly how far they had all traveled together, since that very first uncertain encounter in the Emerald Forest, to arrive at this remarkable, hard-won moment. I don't have an answer yet, he said, addressing the whole group honestly. About the door. About what I'll eventually choose. But I wanted you all to know, the choice itself finally, genuinely exists now, fully and completely. And I intend to take whatever time I need to make sure I choose it honestly, the same way all of you have helped me learn to do, with everything else this whole journey has demanded. We wouldn't expect anything less, Coco said simply, and the rest of the team nodded their own quiet, genuine agreement. The evening settled into warm, comfortable celebration, the considerable danger of the architect finally, truly behind them, and Izuku, surrounded by the found family that had carried him through every impossible moment of this remarkable year, felt, for the first time since Oobleck's original discovery had first set this entire complicated chapter into motion, genuinely, completely ready to face whatever his own heart would eventually, honestly decide. Whatever that choice ultimately proved to be, he understood now, with hard-won clarity, that it would not be a betrayal of anything he had built here, nor a betrayal of everything he had left behind. It would simply, finally, be his own, freely and completely chosen, exactly as the architect's own failed design had always, unknowingly, required it to be. Act 8, Finale. Chapter 125. 6 weeks of genuine, settled peace had passed since the architect's containment, the longest uninterrupted stretch of calm Izuku had known since the rift first tore him from his own world, and it was on an ordinary, sunlit afternoon that Weiss finally found him in the dormitory courtyard, her expression carrying a quiet, momentous weight that immediately told him exactly what she had come to say. It's finished, she said simply. The device. I completed the final stabilization test this morning. It works, Izuku. Fully, reliably, safely. Whenever you're ready, the choice is no longer theoretical at all. Izuku felt the considerable weight of that settle over him, the careful, hard-won clarity he had built across these past several months suddenly, finally facing its actual, practical test. You're certain, he said. Completely certain. As certain as careful science allows, Weiss said. I would not have come to tell you otherwise. He thanked her, and she left him alone in the quiet courtyard with the considerable, overwhelming reality of it, the door he had spent nearly a year believing closed now standing, genuinely, finally open, waiting only for him to decide what to do with it. He did not rush toward any immediate decision. He had learned, across the considerable difficulty of these past several months, that rushing toward clarity rarely produced anything but a false, brittle version of it. Instead, he spent the following several days simply living, fully and deliberately, within the ordinary rhythm of his life at Beacon, attending classes, training alongside his found family, sharing meals and easy conversation, allowing himself to feel, completely and without guilt, the considerable love and belonging this strange, impossible world had given him. He noticed, too, the careful, deliberate space everyone continued giving him, the promise they had made weeks earlier holding steady even now that the choice had become genuinely real rather than merely theoretical. Nobody asked him directly what he intended to choose. Nobody hovered anxiously, waiting for some premature signal. They simply continued being exactly who they had always been, patient and present and entirely, generously trusting. "How are you feeling?" Ruby asked one evening, settling beside him on the dormitory steps, her tone careful but not pressing. "Like the ground finally feels solid enough to actually stand on," Izuku said, after a long moment of consideration. "Which is strange, because the actual decision is harder now than it's ever been. But I think I'd rather face something real and difficult than keep circling around something theoretical and uncertain." Ruby nodded slowly, understanding settling into her expression. "That makes sense," she said. "Take whatever time you need. We're not going anywhere." Izuku managed a small, grateful smile, and the two of them sat together in comfortable, companionable quiet as evening settled over Beacon's familiar grounds, the considerable weight of an actual, achievable choice finally, fully real, and Izuku, breathing in the quiet, ordinary peace of this strange, beloved place, felt himself settling, gradually and honestly, toward whatever clarity still remained for him to find. Chapter 126. Izuku asked for, and was given, an undisturbed afternoon alone at the Emerald Forest clearing, the device now housed in a small, careful shelter Weiss had constructed beside the original landing site, and he sat with it for a long while before he finally allowed himself to speak the fear he had been carrying, quietly, for weeks. "I keep thinking," he said, to the empty clearing, the device's steady, contained hum the only response, "that whatever I choose, I'm going to lose something real. If I go home, I lose all of you, the family I built here from absolutely nothing. If I stay, I lose the chance to ever see my mother again, to know what happened to everyone I left behind. There's no version of this where I don't have to grieve something." He let the weight of that settle, not flinching from it the way he might have, months earlier, when every difficult feeling had still felt like something to be solved rather than simply held. "I think I've been waiting for the choice to stop hurting before I make it," he admitted slowly. "But I don't think that's how this actually works. I think it's always going to hurt, whichever way I choose. The question isn't how to avoid that pain. It's which version of it I'm actually willing to carry." He thought of his mother's face, the last clear memory he had of her, worried and loving in the particular, fierce way she always carried for him, and felt the old, familiar ache of that separation settle, fully, into his chest without trying to push it away. He thought, too, of Ruby's bright confidence, Weiss's hard-won devotion, Blake's steady understanding, Yang's fierce affection, Velvet's gentle kindness, Coco's unwavering loyalty, and felt the equally real, equally profound weight of everything he had built here settle alongside it. "Both of these things are true," he said quietly, echoing the same realization he had reached weeks earlier in this exact clearing. "I just have to actually choose, now, instead of just understanding it intellectually." He sat with the device's steady, patient hum for a long while longer, watching the late afternoon light shift through the canopy above, the same dappled, golden quality it had always carried during his quietest, most reflective moments in this world. He did not reach a final decision that afternoon. But he felt, rising slowly within the considerable weight of his grief and hope both, the first genuine thread of an idea he had not yet allowed himself to fully consider, a question he intended to bring to Weiss and Oobleck the moment he felt ready to ask it properly. What if the choice itself was not actually as binary as he had spent all these months assuming it had to be? He did not yet know whether the idea held any real, practical weight. But he felt, for the first time in weeks, something that resembled genuine, forward-moving hope rather than simply careful, patient endurance, and he rose from the clearing as evening began to settle, walking back toward Beacon's familiar lights with the considerable, complicated weight of his own heart finally beginning to feel, not lighter exactly, but clearer. Chapter 127. Ruby found him the following morning at breakfast, and rather than the usual easy, overlapping chatter of the full group, she asked, quietly, if he might want to spend the day with just the two of them, no particular agenda, simply time together before whatever came next. He agreed readily, and they spent the morning walking the familiar paths around Beacon's grounds, the same comfortable, easy rhythm that had defined their friendship since the very first day she had found him stumbling through the emerald forest, lost and afraid and uncertain of everything. "Do you remember," Ruby said, as they passed the training facility where he had first sparred with Yang, "how terrified Weiss was that bringing you back to Beacon was going to get us all in trouble?" "I remember," Izuku said, smiling at the memory. "She kept insisting it had been entirely your idea." "It was entirely my idea," Ruby said, laughing. "I just didn't expect it to turn into an entire year of my life, let alone the most important year of my life." They continued their unhurried walk, pausing at the courtyard where Coco had first introduced him to Team CFVY, at the infirmary where his found family had once gathered after his earliest, most reckless collapse, at the rooftop where Ruby herself had once shared her own anxious doubt about whether she was truly ready to lead. "I don't think I've ever properly thanked you," Izuku said, as they finally settled on that same rooftop, "for being the one who decided, that very first day, that I was worth bringing back instead of leaving in that forest." "You don't have to thank me," Ruby said. "It was the easiest decision I've ever made. I just looked at you and knew you weren't actually dangerous, whatever Weiss's caution suggested. I'm glad I trusted that instinct." They sat together in comfortable, reflective quiet for a while, and it was Ruby, eventually, who finally addressed the considerable weight neither of them had yet spoken aloud that day. "I know you're getting closer to deciding," she said gently. "I can see it, even if you haven't said anything directly." "I am," Izuku admitted. "I don't have a final answer yet. But I'm closer than I've ever been." "Whatever you choose," Ruby said, turning to face him directly, her expression carrying the same fierce, generous clarity she had offered him weeks earlier, when this entire possibility had first become real. "I want you to know I'll support it completely. Not just in words. In however I can actually help, whatever that choice ends up requiring." "I know," Izuku said, his voice thick with genuine emotion. "I've known that for weeks now, because of exactly how you've shown up for me, every single day since." Ruby reached over, squeezing his hand gently, the simple gesture carrying the same considerable weight it always had between them. "This year with you," she said softly, "has been the best year of my life. Whatever happens next, I wanted you to know that, clearly, before anything else changes." "It's been the best year of mine too," Izuku said, meaning it completely, despite everything else still left unresolved in his heart. "Thank you, Ruby. For absolutely everything." They sat together a while longer, the considerable weight of their shared history settling, warmly and completely, into something neither of them needed to rush past, and Izuku, watching the familiar beacon grounds spread out below them, felt his own approaching clarity settle a little further into place, steadied by the simple, profound gift of a friendship that had never once asked him to be anything other than exactly who he actually was. Chapter 128. Weiss's version of the same conversation arrived with considerably more deliberate structure, an invitation to her workshop rather than an unplanned walk, and Izuku, arriving as requested, found her waiting with a small, carefully constructed object resting on her workbench, polished and precise in exactly the way everything she built tended to be. "I wanted to give you something," she said, "before whatever you eventually decide. Not as a way of influencing that choice. Simply because I wanted you to have it regardless." She handed him the object carefully, a small, delicate pendant containing a miniaturized glyph mechanism, its craftsmanship unmistakably her own. "It's a stabilizer," she explained. "A failsafe, of sorts, calibrated specifically to your own energy signature. If you ever find yourself in a dimensional environment unstable enough to threaten your safety, this will provide a brief, emergency anchor, buying you crucial time." Izuku studied the careful, precise craftsmanship with genuine, profound emotion. "You built this for me," he said. "Specifically. I've been working on it for weeks," Weiss admitted. "In whatever spare time the device's final stabilization allowed. I wanted you to have something practical, something that might actually keep you safer, regardless of which world you eventually choose to live in." "Thank you," Izuku said, his voice thick with emotion, turning the small, careful gift over in his hands. "This means more to me than I think I can properly express." Weiss allowed herself a small, genuine smile, though something more vulnerable flickered beneath her usual composed precision. I think, she said slowly, that I've always shown love through usefulness, more naturally than through words. It's how I learned to matter, growing up, when affection itself felt too risky to offer directly. I understand that, Izuku said gently. And I think this gift says everything it needs to say, regardless of how directly you put it into words. I want to say it directly anyway, Weiss said, surprising him with the sudden, deliberate honesty. I love you, Izuku. Completely, and without reservation. I have for a long time now. I'm telling you now, clearly, because I don't want you carrying any uncertainty about that, whatever you eventually decide to do with the rest of your life. Izuku felt his chest tighten, the simple, profound courage of her direct honesty settling into him with considerable weight. I love you too, he said. I have for a long time as well. I think I've been afraid to say it plainly, the same way you just described, worried it would complicate an already difficult choice. But you deserve to hear it clearly, regardless. Weiss's composed exterior finally, fully softened, something deeply moved settling into her expression. Thank you, she said quietly. For that honesty. They stood together for a long, quiet moment, the considerable weight of mutual, openly spoken love settling between them without demanding any immediate resolution, and Izuku, looking down at the small, careful gift in his hands, felt the particular, profound gratitude of being loved by someone who expressed that love through patient, practical care, exactly as steadfast and exactly as enduring as everything else she had ever built. Whatever I choose, he said finally, I'll carry this with me. Always. That's all I wanted, Weiss said softly, and they embraced, briefly but completely, before Izuku finally took his leave, the considerable weight of her gift, and her words, settling firmly into the steadily approaching shape of his own, still forming decision. Chapter 129. Blake's invitation came in the form of a quiet note left on his desk, asking simply if he might join her at the dormitory balcony that evening, the same spot where they had once shared an early, formative conversation about missing the home he had left behind. He found her there as the sun began its slow descent, and they settled into the same comfortable, easy quiet that had marked their friendship since its earliest days, content for a while simply to watch the changing light together before either of them spoke. I've been thinking about something you once told me, Izuku said eventually. About choosing who you become, regardless of where you started. I remember, Blake said. I think I've told myself a version of that more times than I can count, across this entire year. I think I've been trying to apply it to this decision, Izuku admitted. Not as a way of choosing between two places. As a way of understanding that wherever I end up, the person I've become here, because of all of you, that doesn't disappear. It comes with me, regardless. Blake considered this carefully, her quiet, perceptive attention turning the thought over with genuine thoughtfulness. I think that's exactly right, she said. I've watched the conductor choose, at the very end, to become someone genuinely different from who they had been, even knowing it would cost them everything. I've watched Ilia make a similar choice, slower and less dramatic, but just as real. I think you're doing something similar now, in your own way. Choosing who you want to be, going forward, rather than just reacting to whatever circumstance happens to present itself. Does that scare you? Izuku asked gently, watching me work through this. A little, Blake admitted honestly. But I think I understand it better than most. I left an entire life behind once, the organization, the people I'd trained with, an identity I'd built for years. It was terrifying, and it cost me considerably, and it was also, completely, the right choice. I don't know if your situation will resolve the same way. But I trust you to make the choice that's genuinely right for you, the same way I eventually trusted myself. Izuku felt warmth settle into his chest at the quiet, sincere trust in her words. Thank you, he said. For sharing that, and for trusting me with it. You've earned that trust, Blake said simply. Many times over, this whole year. They sat together for a while longer, the considerable weight of the conversation settling into something steady and warm rather than heavy. And it was Blake, eventually, who offered one final, quiet observation as the sky finally darkened fully toward evening. Whatever you decide, she said, I don't think it will undo anything we've built. I think real connection survives distance, the same way real change survives difficult circumstance. I believe that, completely, because I've lived it myself. I believe it too, Izuku said softly, especially because you're the one telling me. Blake offered a small, genuine smile, and they remained together on the balcony a while longer, watching the stars gradually emerge over Beacon's familiar grounds, the considerable, steady wisdom of her own hard-won journey settling, gently, into the final shape of Izuku's own approaching clarity. Chapter 130. Yang's invitation arrived in her own characteristic style, a blunt, direct request to spar one final time before whatever came next, and Izuku, recognizing the particular way she processed difficult feelings through physical activity, agreed readily, meeting her on the training floor where their very first sparring match had taken place, what felt now like an entire lifetime ago. They fought hard, the considerable, practiced synergy of an entire year's worth of shared training carrying them through a long, demanding exchange that left both of them breathless and exhausted by its eventual end, and it was only once they had both collapsed, side by side, onto the training mat that Yang finally spoke the words Izuku suspected she had been building toward the entire match. I'm going to miss you so much, she said, staring up at the ceiling, her voice carrying a raw, unguarded honesty considerably different from her usual confident ease. If you choose to go. I want to say that plainly, before anything else. I'd miss you too, Izuku said softly. Completely. I'm not going to pretend that doesn't terrify me, Yang admitted. I've spent this whole year learning that patience and support matter more than just reacting, the same lesson you helped me find after the Grim Pack incident. But learning that lesson doesn't mean the fear just disappears. It just means I don't let the fear control how I treat you. I know, Izuku said. I've watched you grow into exactly that kind of strength, this whole year. It's one of the things I love most about you. Yang turned her head to look at him directly, something fierce and vulnerable settling into her expression at the simple, sincere declaration. You love me, she said, not quite a question. I do, Izuku said. I have for a long time. I think I've been careful about saying it plainly, the same way I've been careful about a lot of things, this whole difficult decision. But you deserve to hear it clearly, regardless of what I eventually choose. I love you too, Yang said, her voice thick with genuine emotion. I have since that night by the fire, after the Grim Pack incident, if I'm honest. I just didn't always know how to say something that big out loud. They lay together on the training mat for a while longer, the considerable weight of mutual, openly spoken love settling between them, and it was Yang, eventually, who spoke again, her tone settling into something steadier and more resolved. I'm not going to ask you to stay, she said firmly. I promised myself that, weeks ago, and I meant it. I'm just going to love you, completely, whatever you decide, and trust that whatever choice you make is the right one for you. Thank you, Izuku said, his own voice thick with emotion. That kind of love, the kind that doesn't ask someone to shrink their own life to fit it, that's rare. I don't think I'll ever take it for granted. Yang managed a small, genuine smile despite the evident weight of the conversation, and reached over to squeeze his hand, the simple gesture carrying considerable warmth. Whatever happens, she said, I'm glad I got this year with you. Completely glad. No regrets, whatever comes next. Me too, Izuku said, and they remained together on the training mat a while longer, the considerable, hard-won growth of Yang's own emotional journey settling, warmly and completely, into the steadily approaching shape of Izuku's own final, difficult clarity. Chapter 131. Velvet's invitation came last, the gentlest of all the requests, simply a quiet suggestion that they might share tea together in the same library corner where they had once spoken so honestly about being undervalued for who they actually were. Izuku found her there as the afternoon light slanted softly through the high windows, and they settled into the same comfortable, easy quiet that had marked their friendship since that very first earnest conversation, content for a while simply to enjoy the tea and the company before either of them spoke. I wanted to tell you something, Velvet said eventually, her gentle voice carrying quiet, deliberate sincerity, before whatever you decide. Something I don't think I've said clearly enough, across this whole year. I'm listening, Izuku said softly. You changed how I understood my own worth, Velvet said. Not by telling me I was valuable, though you did that too. By actually seeing it, clearly, in moments most people overlooked. The way I adapted during the convoy attack. The way I held that line alone, during the regional crisis. You saw those moments as evidence of real strength, when I had spent so long assuming they were just borrowed competence, never quite my own. Izuku felt his chest tighten with quiet, profound emotion at the simple, sincere gratitude in her words. You were always that strong, he said. I just helped you see it a little sooner than you might have otherwise. That's still a gift, Velvet said. One I'll carry with me, regardless of where you eventually choose to live the rest of your life. That's what I wanted you to understand, clearly, today. Whatever you decide, what you've already given me doesn't depend on your continued presence to remain real. I love you, Izuku said quietly, the words arriving with the same simple, unguarded honesty he had offered each of the others. I have for a long time. I wanted you to hear that plainly too. Velvet's gentle smile widened, warm and entirely unguarded. I love you too, she said softly. I think I have since that very first conversation, if I'm honest with myself. I just needed time to trust that kind of feeling, the same way I needed time to trust my own strength. They sat together for a while longer, the quiet, gentle warmth of their continued friendship settling comfortably around them, and it was Velvet, eventually, who offered one final, soft observation as their tea finally cooled. I don't need you to stay to know I'm loved, she said. I already know that, completely, because of everything you've already shown me. Whatever you choose, that knowledge doesn't go anywhere. Izuku felt his eyes sting at the simple, profound generosity of her words. Thank you, he said. For everything. For seeing me as clearly as I've tried to see you. Velvet reached over, resting her hand gently against his, the small, simple gesture carrying considerable warmth, and they remained together in the quiet library corner a while longer, the gentle, lasting gift of her own hard-won confidence settling, softly and completely, into the final, steady shape of Izuku's own approaching clarity. Chapter 132. Coco's invitation, true to her character, arrived with the least ceremony and the most direct purpose, a simple message asking him to meet her on the same rooftop where Velvet and Coco had once stood together, watching the sunset, processing the considerable weight of his eventual choice in their own quiet way. He found her there, sunglasses pushed up, watching the evening settle over Beacon's grounds with her usual sharp, assessing attention, and she gestured him over without preamble the moment he arrived. I'm not going to do the whole emotional speech thing, she said. The others have probably already covered that ground pretty thoroughly, knowing this family. They have, Izuku said, managing a small, fond smile. Good. Then I want to ask you something different, Coco said, turning to face him directly. Not will you stay? Not what do you owe any of us? I want to ask you something simpler, and honestly, something I don't think anyone's actually asked you yet, this whole difficult process. What's that? Izuku asked, curious. Do you know yet what you actually want? Coco said. Not what's fair to everyone else. Not what minimizes the most pain. Just, underneath all of that careful calculation, what do you actually, selfishly, completely want, for yourself? Izuku felt the question land with unexpected force, the careful, methodical part of his mind that had spent months weighing obligations and grief and love suddenly confronted with something he had not, in fact, properly allowed himself to ask directly. I don't think I've let myself ask that, he admitted slowly. I've been so careful about weighing everyone else's feelings, about being fair, about not causing unnecessary pain, that I don't think I've actually given myself permission to just want something, simply and completely. That tracks, Coco said, not unkindly. You've spent this whole year putting everyone else first, in pretty much every situation that's ever come up. I think it's time you're allowed to actually want something for yourself, without immediately weighing whether that want is fair to the rest of us. Izuku considered the question seriously, turning it over with careful, deliberate honesty, the considerable noise of obligation and fairness and grief finally quieting, just enough, to let something simpler and more genuine surface. I want both, he said slowly, the words arriving with surprising, immediate clarity. I want to see my mother again. I want to know my old friends are okay. And I also want this. All of you. This found family I built from absolutely nothing. I don't actually want to choose between them, Coco. I want both, completely, if there's any way to actually have it. Coco studied him for a long, considering moment, something quietly satisfied settling into her expression. There it is, she said simply. That's what I wanted you to actually say out loud. Is that allowed? Izuku asked, half laughing despite the considerable weight of the moment. Wanting both? I don't see why not, Coco said. Maybe it's time you and Weiss and RWBY figure out whether wanting both is actually possible, instead of just assuming the choice has to be one or the other. Izuku felt something shift, decisively, in his chest, the considerable, tangled uncertainty of the past several weeks finally settling into something he recognized, with quiet, growing excitement, as the beginning of genuine, actionable clarity. Thank you, he said, for asking me that question directly. I don't think anyone else thought to ask it quite that way. That's my job, Coco said, with her usual characteristic confidence, though something genuinely warm flickered beneath it. Cutting through everyone's careful overthinking to find the actual, simple truth underneath. Now go talk to Weiss. I have a feeling you're about to keep her up considerably later than usual tonight. Izuku laughed, the sound genuine and unguarded, and rose with renewed, focused purpose, the considerable weight of his own long, difficult journey toward clarity finally, decisively, beginning to resolve into something he felt ready to actually pursue. Chapter 133. Izuku found Weiss exactly where Coco had predicted, still in her workshop despite the lateness of the hour, and the moment she registered the particular, energized urgency in his expression, she set aside her current work entirely, giving him her full, immediate attention. Something's changed, she said, not quite a question. I think so, Izuku said. Can I ask you something about the device? About whether what I'm about to suggest is even theoretically possible, or whether I'm about to ask for something that simply doesn't exist. Ask, Weiss said simply. This whole time, Izuku said, I've been thinking about this choice as binary. Go home forever, or stay here forever. But what if that's not actually the only shape this could take? What if the device, once it's genuinely stable, could function more than once? Not as some casual, easy back and forth, I understand it would never be that simple. But as something I could actually choose to use again, deliberately, if the circumstances and the cost made sense each time? Weiss's expression shifted rapidly through surprise, careful technical consideration, and finally something that looked, unmistakably, like genuine, dawning hope. I hadn't considered that framing, she admitted slowly. I've been thinking about the device as a single-use mechanism, simply because that's how RWBY's original discovery framed it. But there's no inherent reason the stabilized aperture couldn't theoretically be reopened, provided we could replicate the necessary conditions each time. What would that actually require? Izuku asked, his pulse quickening with cautious, careful hope. Considerable preparation, each time, Weiss said, already working through the technical implications aloud. The same distributed power-sharing approach we developed to avoid repeating the conductor's sacrifice. Your own willing, conscious participation, every single time, given everything the architect revealed about the consent requirement. It would never be simple, or casual, or free of real cost. But theoretically, yes, I believe it could be possible. Izuku felt something profound and overwhelming settle into his chest, hope tangling now with careful, considered realism rather than naive, easy fantasy. Not a bridge, he said slowly, working through the distinction himself. A door. One that requires real effort and real cost every single time someone chooses to use it. But a door that opens both ways, instead of a single, irreversible choice. That's a meaningful distinction, Weiss said, something quietly moved entering her own voice now. And if it's genuinely achievable, it would mean you don't have to choose between us and your original world, not in the absolute, final way you've been agonizing over. I'd still have to choose, every time, Izuku said carefully, not wanting to oversell the hope even to himself. It would never be casual. But it would be a real, ongoing choice, instead of one single, permanent decision I'd have to live with forever, no matter how it turned out. Weiss nodded slowly, already reaching for her notes, the careful, focused energy of genuine, exciting technical possibility settling over her exhausted features. I want to bring this to RWBY immediately, she said. If this is achievable, I want to understand exactly what it would require, completely and honestly, before either of us lets ourselves hope too far ahead of the actual science. Agreed, Izuku said, and they set to work together, the considerable, complicated weight of his entire impossible decision finally, genuinely shifting, for the first time, towards something that did not require him to grieve one entire life in order to claim the other. Chapter 134. Oobleck received Izuku and Weiss's idea the following morning with the same energetic, immediate enthusiasm he brought to any genuinely novel intellectual challenge, his initial caution about overpromising quickly giving way to focused, rigorous consideration of the actual mechanics involved. Let us examine this carefully, rather than allowing hope to outpace genuine analysis, he said, spreading the device's accumulated research across his desk with characteristic thoroughness. The core question is whether the aperture's stabilization represents a permanent, one-time alteration to the dimensional structure, or whether it represents a repeatable process, achievable again under the right conditions. What does the existing data suggest? Izuku asked, watching him work through the considerable implications with careful, hopeful attention. Nothing in our current research definitively rules out repeatability, Oobleck said slowly. The stabilization required your specific signature, properly channeled through Miss Schnee's containment work and supported by appropriate distributed power sharing. There is no inherent reason that exact combination could not, in principle, be replicated, provided the necessary participants remain willing and available each time. So it's not a one-time event, Weiss said, working through the implications with her own careful, technical precision. It's a process. One that happens to require considerable, deliberate effort each time it's performed, rather than something that simply happens once and remains permanently open or closed. Precisely, Oobleck said. Though I want to stress, with considerable emphasis, that this would never become casual or effortless. Each activation would require genuine preparation, genuine cost, and genuine, willing cooperation from everyone involved. This is not a door that swings open lazily whenever convenient. It would remain, always, a deliberate, considered choice, made fresh each time. Izuku absorbed this with careful, deliberate attention, the considerable weight of the distinction settling into something he understood, completely, he needed to hold honestly rather than romanticize. I don't want to pretend this makes everything easy, he said. I understand it would still mean real separation, real distance, real cost every single time I chose to cross. I'm not asking for a shortcut around the difficulty of this choice. I'm asking whether the choice itself could be structured differently than simply once, forever, in one direction. I believe it can be, Oobleck said, his tone carrying genuine, considered confidence rather than simple, eager hope. Though I would recommend we proceed with the same careful caution that has served this entire research effort so well. We should test the repeatability principle carefully, in controlled circumstances, before you ever rely upon it for something as significant as your own continued passage between worlds. That seems wise, Izuku said. Weiss, already sketching out a careful, methodical testing protocol, glanced up with quiet, determined focus. I can have an initial test ready within the week, she said. Nothing involving actual transit. Simply confirming whether the aperture can be safely reopened at all, once it has already been stabilized and allowed to close. Then let's find out, Izuku said, feeling, for the first time in this entire long, difficult process, something that resembled genuine, grounded excitement rather than simply careful, patient endurance. The three of them set to work immediately, the considerable, exciting possibility of a door that opened both ways settling, carefully and deliberately, into the heart of everything still ahead, and Izuku, watching Weiss and Oobleck collaborate with renewed, focused energy, felt the steady, growing conviction that whatever this final test eventually revealed, he had finally found the right question to ask, after months of assuming, wrongly, that only one kind of answer had ever been available to him. Chapter 135. The test, when it finally came nearly a week later, took place with the same careful, methodical caution that had defined every previous stage of the device's considerable development. The full team gathered at a respectful distance while Weiss worked through the delicate process of reopening an aperture that had already, once, been allowed to fully close. Beginning the sequence now, Weiss said, her voice tight with focused concentration, Izuku's own contribution flowing carefully through her glyph work exactly as it had during every previous successful test. The device hummed, the familiar, shimmering distortion beginning to form once more in the air above it, and Izuku felt the same considerable strain settle over the gathered group as they watched, breathless, to see whether the considerable hope they had allowed themselves to hold would actually bear out. The aperture stabilized, fully and completely, the same brief glimpse of his original world's distant skyline visible once more through its shimmering edge, and the entire team erupted into relieved, overjoyed celebration the moment Weiss confirmed the activation's genuine success. "It worked," she said, breathless, her usual composed precision giving way to unguarded, genuine delight. "It actually worked. The aperture is repeatable." Once the considerable excitement had settled, and the device's careful deactivation had concluded safely, Oobleck gathered the team for a sober, honest accounting of exactly what this success actually meant, careful, as always, to temper hope with genuine, considered realism. "I want to be entirely clear about the nature of what we have actually achieved," he said. "This is not a bridge, freely crossed whenever convenient. Each activation requires precisely the same considerable preparation we have just demonstrated. Mr. Midoriya's willing, conscious participation. Miss Shini's careful, technical channeling. The distributed power-sharing arrangement we developed specifically to avoid repeating the conductor's costly sacrifice. None of that becomes simpler or less demanding with repetition. So every time I want to cross," Izuku said slowly, working through the weight of the distinction, "it requires the same, considerable effort, from multiple people, every single time." "Precisely," Oobleck said. "This is a door, Mr. Midoriya, not a casual passage. A door you must choose to open, deliberately and with real cost, each and every time you wish to use it. I do not say this to discourage you. I say it because I believe you deserve to understand, with complete honesty, exactly what kind of life this would actually require, should you choose to live it." Izuku absorbed this with careful, sober attention, the considerable, romantic hope of an easy, frequent back and forth settling, honestly, into something far more grounded and demanding. "That actually helps," he said. "I'd rather understand the real cost clearly than build my choice around some easier version that doesn't actually exist." Weiss, studying him with careful, searching attention, finally voiced the question Izuku suspected the entire team had been quietly considering. "Does this change what you're leaning toward?" she asked. "Now that you understand it would never be simple or frequent, even with this possibility available?" Izuku considered the question seriously, turning the considerable, honest weight of it over with the same careful deliberation he had brought to every difficult decision across this entire long, impossible journey. "No," he said finally, with growing, settled certainty. "If anything, it makes the choice feel more real, not less. I'm not choosing some easy fantasy where I get everything without cost. I'm choosing a genuinely difficult, demanding life, split between two worlds I love, with real distance and real effort required to hold both. But it's a life where I don't have to grieve one entirely in order to claim the other. That's worth the difficulty, completely." The team absorbed this with quiet, considered respect, and Izuku, looking around at his found family's careful, honest attention, felt the considerable, hard-won clarity of this entire long journey finally, genuinely settling into something he felt ready to act upon. Chapter 136. Ojban summoned him to the tower office that evening, and Izuku found the headmaster waiting with the same careful, measured composure that had marked every significant conversation across this entire long, difficult year, though something gentler, more reflective, settled over his expression tonight than Izuku had previously witnessed. "I understand you have found a path forward that did not previously seem available," Ojban said, once Izuku had settled into the familiar chair across from his desk. "I think so," Izuku said. "I wanted to talk it through with you, before I make anything final. You've helped me through every difficult turn of this journey. It didn't feel right to leave you out of this one." Ojban considered this with quiet, genuine warmth. "I appreciate that," he said. "Though I suspect you have already found your own answer, and simply want company while you say it aloud." Izuku managed a small, rueful smile. "Probably," he admitted. "Then allow me to offer something other than advice," Ojban said, his tone settling into something more reflective than Izuku had previously heard from him. "I have lived a very long time, Mr. Midoriya, considerably longer than I have ever fully explained to you or anyone else at this school. Across that long existence, I have belonged, in various ways, to more places and more lives than I can easily count. I will tell you, honestly, that the belief that one must choose a single, complete loyalty, a single home, a single life, is more often a comforting simplification than a genuine truth about how belonging actually works. Do you think it's possible, Izuku asked carefully, to genuinely belong to two places at once? Not just visiting one while living in the other. Actually belonging to both. I believe it is considerably more possible than most people allow themselves to imagine, Oshpin said. The cost is real. The difficulty is real. But the belonging itself, I believe, can be genuine in both directions, provided you tend to each connection with the same care and presence you would give a single, simpler life. Izuku absorbed this, the careful, considered wisdom settling into something he felt himself already, instinctively believing. I think that's what I want to try, he said. Not because it's easy. Because I don't think I have to choose which life was the truth and which was the mistake. They're both real. I want to honor both, as completely as I can. Then I believe you have found your answer, Oshpin said, something quietly proud entering his careful composure. I am, for what it is worth, considerably grateful that